Hey y'all, hold on one second. Let me head over to YouTube. Hey y'all, as you can see, this is an extremely long video. I know you see the length of it. You don't have to watch it all in one sitting. You can watch it in parts if you have the time, but it's just me documenting some of the gang stalking activity that's taken place over the course of the last 2 weeks since I've started to gain weight and do more in the gym. So really this video is just documentation, but also just discussing a tactic that they use on me and probably other targets, where it seems like whenever something progressive is happening in my life, whether it be career based or something to do with my physical health, something as simple as me gaining weight and doing more in the gym, they amp up with the targeting and they amp up with the false narratives. And so this super long video is just me documenting the gang stalking that's taken place over the course of the last 2 weeks. But I also show you all examples of how they even started using the shadow networking AI software on me to send things to sensitize me. So in the next clip, you guys are going to hear my intro, right? This is not my intro. This is, I guess you could say a precursor to the video. But I just wanted to come in and apologize like I often do about my grammar, because as you all know, I'm not a good public speaker. So all the time, oftentimes when I listen back to these videos, I cringe because I'm, hearing all these grammatical errors and I end up correcting myself. But what it is I'm not a good public speaker, and this is basically like public speaking, because not only do I have a platform where you all view my content, but in real time while I'm making these videos, I have a live audience because I'm targeted and they have these cameras on me and, people are always watching. I'm sure if you're targeted, you're aware of this by now. If not, you'll learn soon enough if you're targeted. Anyway, so that's what leads to me saying things using poor grammar. Sometimes I might use a word out of context. That doesn't happen often. Usually when that happens, I catch myself. Later in the clips, you're going to hear me talking about how they desecrated my body last year with the technology when I suspect they were using microwave energy weapons on me. So I used the correct word initially, and then afterwards I used the word decimate by accident, so I didn't mean to use that word. So that happens rarely. Sometimes I might use a word out of context and I'll catch myself and I'll correct it. But for the most part, it's really just grammatical errors, like using are instead of is, things like that. And I'll listen back and like, whoa, wait a minute now. So just apology, because I know that I've told you all I was an English teacher, so I feel like I'm extra critical of myself, and I feel like I should be speaking proper, but this is not English class. I'm sitting here documenting some pretty heinous activity. Even that's poor grammar, saying pretty heinous, but documenting heinous activity in what seems to be a crazy life situation at the moment. So my grammar isn't really important as long as you can understand the things I'm saying. Anyway, so I just wanted to apologize for the poor grammar, y'all. And there was something else I think I wanted to say. Other than that, I'm almost certain there is, and then I'm going to remember and get pissed off about it. I can't remember, y'all. I'm almost certain there was something else I wanted to say. Anyway, yes, there was. In the next clip, I mean everything that I'm saying in this video, to be quite real with you, but I didn't mean to word things the way that I did in the next clip, where I said it was a whole setup. When I was talking about, 2 years into my targeting, before I knew I was a target, when I tried to relocate off of the island that my targeting started on, and you could basically say it was ambushed when I tried to relocate. I don't really want to use the word ambush, but that's kind of what it felt like when I realized that this thing followed me. In the next clip, you're going to hear me talking about it and saying the whole thing was a setup. It does kind of feel that way, if I'm being honest with you, but I didn't mean to word things the way that I did. I really didn't. I was angry at the time, and I was dealing with gang stalking when I made the video. So I just wanted to say that as well. Anyways, talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Sure, good info in the video. It's not just, like I said, documenting what's going on with me, but as I'm going along, I'm showing you some of the technology that they use, etc. Anyway, talk to you in the next one. Peace out. Hey y'all, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa, and my poetry name is New Lily. If you're new, please check out the links located in the description box and comment section. And in both locations, you'll find an identical set of links that lead to videos that talk about what started my targeting in 2020, as well as links that lead to videos that share information about the targeted individual program. Sorry, y'all, that I'm stammering. I'm hearing a little bit of noise campaign outside. I'm home right now, y'all. Y'all know they use a bunch of different types of technology and different things to do noise campaigns. And I'm tired. I had a very long, annoying day. Today was one of those annoying ass targeted individual type days. You know, you have a lot of those when you're targeted, but some days are worse than others. This was just one of those days. Anyway, so sorry for the monotone voice and, just kind of irritated. I'm irritated. But like I was saying, y'all, if you check out the description box in the comment section, you'll find an identical set of links that lead to videos that share info about the technology used on targets, info about my story, how I became targeted in 2020, and just info about the targeted individual program in general. Anyways, y'all, let me talk to y'all about what's going on. So it's been a while since I made a video. Let me see, when was the last time I made a video? 10 days ago. That was when I made that video about what had happened in the gym with that guy that came next to me. I told you the guy looked like he was around my brother's age. I don't want to mention it again. But that was the last time I made a video where I was talking about the tactic that guy was doing. So I haven't made a video in like 10 days. Been about 2 weeks, as you can see. Not really 2 weeks, a week and change. Almost 2 weeks. Anyways, just a lot of stupidness still continuing to happen, y'all. And it seems to have amped up ever since they would lie and paint false narrative and say I'm being narcissistic, but I've noticed a consistent pattern since last year that anytime I'm doing something productive, even if it's something as simple as upping the ante with my regimen in the gym, they start to mob on me a little bit more. They start to use more tactics on me. This was happening all the way back, dating back to last year, the beginning of last year, when I hadn't started working out again yet. I wasn't back on my fitness journey like how I used to be back in the day, or a few years ago. I was more so focused on trying to salvage my life and salvage my career, etc. And I was looking into, because remember, y'all, the beginning of last year, 2023, was like the fallout year. I keep saying that. 2023 last year was the fallout year from what happened in 2022. When I tried to relocate off island, the targeting followed me. I had reactions to the targeting following me, and the targeting went viral. And so I ended up back on island, the island that I tried to relocate off of. So of course the targeting changed, it worsened. They microchipped me, technology started being utilized on me, etc., etc. Was no longer able to work the jobs I used to work. Just blockages everywhere, trying to block me up. So last year was that year. It was the fallout year, 2023. So at the beginning of the year, I was more so in like damage control mode and more so focusing on, okay, that didn't work, trying to leave, and actually it worsened your situation. What can you do now to get out of this situation? That was my mindset last year, especially at the beginning of last year. So I was doing all sorts of stuff, trying to get, a job and trying to make income so I could, again, try to relocate and this time do it the right way and get to an area where I'm not dealing with this crazy shit anymore. So all last year, anytime I was doing something productive, I noticed that was when things would amp up. First of all of last year was real bad. The thing was like all last year, I was just really amped up, the targeting. It's a lot better this year, but still there are moments where it's heightened, like what's been happening these last 2 weeks. And it's anytime I'm doing something productive, it doesn't even have to be anything career-based. It can be something as simple as lifting heavier, doing more reps in the gym. I'm telling you, it's crazy. But anyways, so yeah, at the beginning of last year, I remember I was trying to teach myself how to become a developer because I was like, okay, obviously with what's going on, it's going to be difficult. I didn't even have to try to get a job to know that it was going to be difficult. I had just started learning about being a target. Remember, I learned that I was a target if you listen to my story. So don't start with this video, y'all. You'll have heard me say that I learned I was a target when I got back to island. After trying to relocate and the thing following me, I came back to island and did research when I realized something weird was really going on, more weird than what I thought. And I realized I was targeted. So 2022 was the end of 2022 was when I actually learned that I was targeted, even though the targeting started in 2020. That was also when I started making videos and advocating for myself. because often they try to gaslight me about making the videos as well, even though the videos have been the best countermeasure to the targeting. It's been the best countermeasure. But anyways, they try to gaslight me about the videos and make it seem like I talk too much and I talk about people and this is why this is please. This has been happening to me for 2 years. For 2 years, I dealt with the crazy shit and I tried to leave. I didn't make a video. I didn't say boop peep to nobody. I tried to leave. And then the thing followed me. It blew up. And that was when I was like, nah, I really have to tell my story. This is some crazy shit. And that was what led to me sitting there and telling my story and making these videos. And it's been the best countermeasure and I don't regret that. Anyways, the only thing I regret is being so transparent because I didn't realize how this thing works. And with the targeting, they use things against you. Everything you say is used against you, and they also create false narratives. And so a lot of the things I said was utilized against me, and that's, if anything, the only thing I regret about the videos is the level of transparency. They're humming on me now, y'all. They're doing the Havana syndrome again, trying to shut me down. This is what they do. It's so wicked. They turn on the hum, right? And I was just listening to a video I attempted to make about a week ago, where another tactic they were using on me. I was mentioning that they were using the hum on me then too. I noticed every time I try to make these videos, they're turning on the hum and trying to shut me down because they know these videos make sense and they know that what I'm saying makes sense. So in efforts to shut me down, they'll put the hum on because they know it actually starts shutting out my vocal cords. You hear how I'm sounding strained? It starts shutting out my vocal cords. I get shortness of breath. It becomes difficult to speak, and I still talk and I still make my videos. But anyway, so that's why I'm straining, y'all. They actually have the hum going right now, trying to shut me up. Anyway, so I started making a video last week talking about what they were doing, right? Because they started amping up about 2 weeks. Let me tell you what happened. And I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I'm going off on several. Y'all know how it is. Check out the banner. Talk with Sharifa. Living with Asperger's and ADD, right? So anyways, y'all that have been subscribed, you know that this is how I do. I go off on tangents all the time, but it's always relative tangents, and I always find my way back to the main point. So anyways, I was telling y'all what was happening last year when I noticed a pattern of them doing this. It's like the targeting will amp up whenever I'm doing something productive, whether it's career-based, whether it has something to do with a hobby as simple as playing basketball or working out. This is what they do. So anyways, last year at the beginning, 2023, I was in damage control and I was really just trying to salvage my career. I'm like, well, what happened when I tried to relocate? There's no way I'm going to get back into teaching, at least not right now. I knew that realistically, right? That was my thought. Hold on, y'all. I'm hearing noise campaign. Give me a minute. You know how they do? They sit on top of you and stare at you creepily and make noise campaigns. So I was just trying to listen to what I was hearing. Anyway, so, I understood that after what took place where the thing went viral and I had shared some of that offensive content in my vehicle, I understood that I likely wouldn't be teaching again anytime soon, right? It was a whole setup. The whole thing was a setup, and I'm stupid for falling and biting the bait. The whole thing was a setup. But we'll get to that, right? It was a whole setup, it was a whole effort to shut me down that was put forth when I tried to leave Island. It was a whole effort, and I fell hook, line, and sinker into that thing. Anyway, so I forgot what I was saying though. Focus, Sharifa. So last year I was in damage control, like I told y'all. And I was really just trying to salvage whatever I could of a career. I had worked really hard in school. I graduated with a 3.5 GPA, magna cum laude. I had a resume full of experience, not just teaching experience. I've worked many jobs. So I'm like, I know I can figure something out. Even if it's not working for a corporation or a company, I could start my own business or something. I have a brain. I know I could do something that will work for me. That's what I thought. I didn't really understand how invasive this program is. I didn't know the rude awakening that I was in for. So I said, look for careers where you can kind of be your own boss and work for yourself and make money. And this is what I started looking into at the beginning of last year. And that was how I came across the tech field. And I started looking into becoming a developer. And I was looking at how lucrative that was. You can make a lot of money. You're kind of your own boss. And you can work for different people remotely. You don't even have to work for an employer in the country that you live in. So I was like, wait a minute, that's something I could probably do. I can probably make that work, especially with what's going on right now. They were blocking up everything. They were amping up with the targeting. The current kept being taken. Noise campaigns like crazy. Technology actually being utilized on me. I was getting sick last year. A lot of stuff was taking place when I was trying to become a developer. Mind you, when I was trying to become a developer was prior to any of the new false narratives that they started spinning. That was prior to any of that happening. Prior to me doing that weird symbol with my hand that I still can't explain. Prior to any of the other weird, creepy things that started to come after, later in my targeting. So the beginning of 2023 was still kind of more so just a child thing. The false narrative from the text message was what they were really spinning. But it was odd to me because I'm just like, it's like they're getting so mad at me trying to be productive. Why are they getting so angry at the fact that I'm trying to be productive? I'm sitting here and I'm just trying to salvage what I can of my life. I haven't done anything wrong. I sent a text message to people I trusted. The text message was lambasted. Some crazy stuff started taking place on the island that I'm from. I'm like, okay, I didn't make a video. Didn't tell anybody anything. Didn't talk about anybody. I said, let me just pack up my stuff and relocate. That shouldn't be too hard. I have a resume that's good. I have a degree. I graduated again, magna cum laude. I can go anywhere and start over. The thing followed me as if I had committed some crime. And it blew up because of the reactions that I had. And so I'm here now thinking to myself, okay, all that happened. I should still be able to figure something out. I didn't commit a crime. I haven't done anything wrong physically to anyone. I've said offensive things in reaction to what was happening to me. But I haven't done anything to harm anybody. It shouldn't be that hard, y'all. Let me finish this tomorrow. I already know what's going to happen. Somebody just came home. So let me finish this tomorrow, y'all. Or when I go to work, actually. I'll finish this when I go to work. All right, y'all, I'm back to finish the video. Hours later, at work as I promised. As you can see, it's 3:58 a.m. I only actually have 2 hours and 2 minutes left on shift. And I felt like this was late enough, or I guess I should say early enough, to make the video and not have privacy. As a target, you don't have privacy, but not have as many people watching. There are always people up watching. I think this is like the most fascinating thing that has taken place on island. So there is always people up watching, in addition to the fact that you have the element of gang stalking, and people that are actually paid to watch 24/7. So there's always somebody watching. But I always feel like at these hours of the morning, there are less people watching. I don't think every human is staying up watching like how it is during the daytime, where it feels like so many people are watching. And so many people are involved and engulfed in what's going on with me. Anyway, so guys, let me finish what I was saying. I kind of started going off on a tangent in the last clip. Relative tangent, but tangent nonetheless. So basically just saying, I thought even though all those things took place when I tried to relocate in 2022, and the thing followed me, sabotage, I guess you could say, or call it. And I had the stupid reactions that I had because I wasn't aware of the fact that I was a target, and I didn't understand that that's how this thing is designed, to get reactions, and then those reactions are utilized to propel the targeting. I didn't understand that, and I didn't understand or think about it. I should say it's not understand. I can understand how the things I said would create backlash. There's no denying that. I could understand that. But I didn't think about, because you're not thinking straight when you're dealing with targeting, especially at the level that I was dealing with it at. You're not thinking straight in the moment, and I wasn't thinking in foresight that the things you're saying is going to have a long-reaching effect on your life. I wasn't thinking about that. I was just angry, and I was dealing with what I was dealing with. But that's how this thing is designed. It's a very unfair, unjust thing. But anyway, so when I got back, I was like, even though I said all those things, I haven't hurt anybody. I haven't committed a crime. So even if I can't get, like I said, a job with a corporation or a company at the moment, I should be able to at least, do something. I can figure something out. And that was, like I said in the last clip, when I did research and I came across the tech industry. And I didn't understand, again, how invasive this targeting program is and how far they will go to impede your life, even stopping you from having your own business, even stopping you from being, I guess you could say, somewhat of a private contractor. I remember Michael Barden was talking about this. I always talk about Michael Barden. I haven't talked about him in a long time. One of the targets that's been targeted for a while, much longer than me. like a decade and change, I think that man has been targeted for. It's so scary to see targets like that. I refuse to let that be my life. I see some targets that get out, and then I see targets like Michael Barden where they're going on like year 15. I'm like, hell to the no. Like, whoa, this is crazy. But he's in some deep stuff. From the stuff he was saying, it seems like he was in the military, and they were saying he was leaking stuff. And so, I mean, I don't want to go too deep into what's going on with Michael Barden as far as his targeting goes, because I don't know all the particulars. But I do know he seems like a stand-up guy. But anyway, he was talking about the fact that he had this business going on, like this store, that was actually lucrative, that he had on, it was either eBay or Amazon, I think eBay. And they kept messing with the store. Like, that was his main source of income. And they kept messing with the store and like using the technology and their far-reaching, I don't want to use the word power. I hate using that word because, that it sounds rebellious when I use that word. Like, they gaslight and everything you say is warped. And if I say the word power, even though that's what it is, I don't know what other word to use, it's going to seem like I'm anti-government or I'm being, rebellious, when that's not the case. I'm just really literally saying what it is. But they use their far-reaching resources to cut you down. And so it's to the point where they can, like all those major corporations like Amazon, eBay, Walmart, anything that you can really think of, fast food franchises, everything is connected in this gridlock system, and they have reach to all of it, and they can contact all of these corporations and make it so that things are very hard for you. Even if you're somebody that has like your own business underneath the umbrella of one of these corporations. So he had like this store where he was making personalized hats, and the hats were pretty dope, and people were really ordering those hats, and they kept shutting down his store and, just setting up a bunch of shit that kind of reminded me, like I said, of what was happening to me at the beginning of last year when I was trying to do my own thing too. I tried to become a writer on Fiverr. I was trying to do like a writing business where I was going to edit people's papers and whatever else. I tried to become a transcriptionist. They kept shutting stuff down. I tried to work for a call center remotely. That was still when I thought I could get a job within the country without having to like seek employment outside of the country. I was like, okay, well, maybe I can do a remote job, call center job, that type of thing. They kept reaching out to all of the employers that would contact me. On Indeed, I have my resume, and just like in the past, many employers were reaching out, but the interest turned disingenuous because these people were contacting all of those employers that were interested in me, and it would always turn into this weird thing. Those interviews would be this thing where all of a sudden I can't get in touch with them. They'll be emailing me and telling me they called and I didn't get the call, and then they stopped answering the email. I've had a few fake interviews, where they set up interviews and it was this fake skit theater type thing. And then it got to the point where I started saying, okay, I really need to try to do like my own thing for real. And I tried to become a developer, like I said. And I started creating like a portfolio and teaching myself how to code and stuff. And they just kept taking the current, just a bunch of noise campaigns, just horrible stuff, man. Like, the current was being taken excessively at the beginning of last year, and it was getting me so angry, because I was already like, this is so unfair that all of this happened in the first place. I'm now home. I'm not making, I'm not freaking out or being a nuisance the way that I could be. I'm not getting angry or exploding the way that I could be. I'm sitting here trying to be productive despite everything that's happened. And now it's like more sabotage. Like, y'all keep taking the current. I'm hearing noise campaigns in and out of the house. This was in the old neighborhood that I used to live in, right? So a lot of noise campaigns going on in that neighborhood. This was prior to me making any videos. No, actually, this was after I had made videos now at this point. But noise campaigns were happening in that neighborhood before I ever even left Island. We're going to touch on that too. I don't talk about that thing. I haven't talked about it in so long, but something happened today. I want to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it too much, so I learned my lesson. They think they're smart. They've been trying to amp that thing up. And those of y'all that have been subscribed, you know what I'm talking about. When I mention the old neighborhood and I say amp that thing up, I'm talking about the situation, the cyber-stalking, cyberbullying situation with the guy that I spoke to from the past as a friend, that turned into like this cyber-stalking, cyberbullying situation for me, right? For years I was dealing with that, but it wasn't anything near as severe as being targeted. But that thing manifested itself in my targeting way before I ever made a video. And so then when I started making videos, when I came back to Island and I decided to tell my story, I mentioned that aspect of things and I got so much gaslighting and backlash for it. And even now I've apologized and I've taken down the videos I've made about it. They still won't let the shit go. They keep sending me stuff. They actually sent me the man's name yesterday. He has such a unique name. It's not super unique. Let me not say that now before they start gaslighting and sending me super unique names. And I remember I told y'all last year there was another name I was talking about that was unique, and to gaslight me on the pool game where I was playing pool, they kept sending me unique Spanish names to be funny. If you're not familiar with my videos, you won't know what I'm talking about, so let me not go off on a tangent. But he really does have a unique name. It's not like super unique, like nobody in the world has that name, but it is a unique name. It's not a common name. They actually went as far as to send me this man's name yesterday with the shadow networking technology, and they even sent me my niece's name too. She's another one that has a unique name. It's not a completely, you know how there are some names where you know you're never going to meet anybody that has your name? It's not that unique, these two names I'm talking about. But there are names that aren't common. It's not an everyday name like Sue or Ashley or Amanda, or you know what I mean, like Brian. It's not like an everyday name. It's something that is unique. And those two names, my niece's name and that guy's name, pretty unique names. They're sending it to me. They're getting so desperate to reignite whatever. They are sending these names with the shadow networking technology, meaning putting videos on my recommended and my recommended on YouTube with the name in it. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute, why? When they sent his name, I was like, what? And then they sent me a song today with Kurt Cobain with that same narrative going and noise campaign in the background. So we're going to talk about it in a minute, right? I'm going to get there in a second, why I'm even talking about it, because they've been sending stuff about that thing for months and I refuse to talk about it. I deleted the videos. I know they understood what I said, and I know they know where I'm coming from. They're just being spiteful and pushing the false narrative because they don't like me. And it's the Mariah Huck syndrome that I've talked about in prior videos if you've been following my other videos. Remember, guys, I don't want to, every time I say Mariah Huck, I don't want to feel like I have to tell you who Mariah Huck is. But I'm just so concerned that you might be one of those people that didn't see my prior videos and hear who Mariah Huck is. So me saying that might sound like foreign info to you or jargon or something. But just very briefly, Mariah Huck is from one of the reality TV shows that I like to watch, Married to Medicine. And basically, she put the concept for the show together. Married to Medicine is similar to Real Housewives of Atlanta, if you're familiar with that franchise, where they're basically just following and keeping up with the life of wives of a certain whatever, right? With Atlanta Housewives, you're just finding rich housewives of different types of career fields in Atlanta. With Married to Medicine, it's a little more specific. These are women that are married to medical professionals, doctors, pretty much, right? And so Mariah Huck came up with the concept for the show. She gave it to Bravo. She went to them with the pilot. They liked it. She didn't really understand how showbiz worked. So they kind of took her concept and took her idea and created a show with it. And they gave her a seat on the show. So she was on the show with the other wives, but she didn't really have any say in what was taking place on the show. She didn't have any power within the show, right? Not to use that word again. But that really upset her, and she kind of was on a power trip where she still felt like, well, this is my show. I came up with the concept for this show. So even though she didn't have say in it, she knew that everybody knew. All of the wives on the show, not to use that word that everybody knew. If you've been subscribed, you know what I'm talking about. But anyways, all of the wives on the show knew that she came up with the concept for the show. So technically it was her show, but she didn't have rights to the show. So she kind of had this superiority complex in a way. And so it wasn't like she was condescending with the other woman, but it was kind of like this, she felt like she had some sort of superiority over the other woman, and she used to kind of act in that way. She wasn't mean to them or bad to them or anything like that, but it was just this kind of power trip thing going on, and they didn't like her for that. And so it basically led to and then also too, you have to understand, some of the wives on the show are doctors themselves. So it's called Married to Medicine. And some of the wives, like Mariah, are just housewives that are married to doctors. But some of the women on the show are actually doctors. So they have a pedigree. And so they feel like they're having their own little power complex too. Who are you? You don't even have a degree. You just married a doctor. I'm an actual doctor and you're trying to, so it was just this kind of power trip going on the show. And they ended up not liking Mariah, and icing her out is what it's called, but basically ganging up against her and figuring out a way to get her off the show, even though it was her show. You know, it's fucking crazy. A lot of the fans were like mad, even to this day, about what happened. Anyway, so long story short though, there was a scenario where one of the wives was accusing Mariah of using coke or crack or whatever it was. And she was telling them that it was a lie. And she went into one of the most reputable drug testing facilities out there, the one that athletes go to. And it came back negative. It came back that it was a lie. You know, they actually took hair follicles and did the drug testing based off of hair follicles. And that's like one of the most accurate drug tests you can do. That traces back to years, sometimes decades back. And they would not open the drug test. When she took the drug test, all of a sudden they were all so involved in the fight between her and this wife that was accusing her. And they were taking side with the other wife because they didn't like Mariah. And then when she came with the drug test from the reputable drug testing facility, none of them would open the drug test. They would not open it. They kept saying, well, you know, we really don't want to get involved in it. And so it's just like, you know, you could tell. She said, it doesn't matter what I do. Y'all just won't, whatever she was saying. And it was just, to me, when I was watching though that season in particular, I was like, oh my God, this is like the targeted individual program, and specifically my targeting. Anyway, so that's why I always say Mariah Huck syndrome, especially when it pertains to that situation, but not even just that one, like every situation. I realize I can be as right as rain. I can provide as much evidence as I want. It's this subjective bias type of thing when you're targeted, and they're going off of personal feelings rather than objectivity on what's right and what's wrong. So that's what the problem is, and I kind of came to peace with that in terms with that. So I'm not talking about that thing anymore with that guy from the old neighborhood. I deleted the video that I made, and I don't talk about it anymore. No matter how much they try to, with the technology, reignite it, because they know that's one of the things that pissed off the people on Island, one of the many things. They keep trying to reignite the thing. I don't talk about it. They send all kind of bullshit, false narratives. I ignore it. I don't talk about it because I caught on to what they're doing. But it got so bad that they now actually sent me this man's name yesterday, and then they also sent me a song from Kurt Cobain that kind of created something that happened yesterday that I want to talk about and document. And it kind of just ties into what I was saying at the beginning of the clip about them kind of amping up on me when certain things are happening in my life that seems progressive. And so, you know, them sending that, you know, and trying to reignite that narrative, the people that run the technology, I think is just another way to buck back at me and create friction for me. So anyway, let me tell you what's going on. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on, y'all. So anyway, so getting off of last year though, y'all, just know that I was trying everything. I created a whole portfolio. They were doing a bunch of noise campaign. They kept taking the current. And eventually that was what led to me getting so mad one night, because not only were they taking the current, but then with the shadow networking technology, they were sending me really heinous, horrible, almost threat-like things. Like I would, you know, whenever they would take the current, I would take a break from my computer where I was sitting there literally actively coding. And if you look into coding, you'll see that it's very difficult to learn and to do. You're literally creating web pages, you're creating different websites, you're creating different projects, and you're using code to do it. It's not easy, it's difficult, and I was teaching myself how to do it. And so from morning to night, I was on the computer teaching myself and actually creating projects. And every time they would take the current, it was like such a setback, but it was also irritating because then they're staring at me and doing noise campaign. So imagine I'm sitting in a hot room because I didn't have AC, I had a fan, I'm in the islands. Not to say we don't have AC down here, we do, but not all of the houses have AC, and I'm in one of the houses that doesn't. And the house I was in when I was doing the coding did not have AC. They're taking the current, so my fan is off. It's hot as hell. And then they're outside doing a bunch of noise campaigns and staring at me while I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs with nothing to do. Meanwhile, I'm now realizing I'm a target, and I'm dealing with the anger of all the things that I've incurred over sending a text message. So anyways, that's what's going on. And whenever they're taking a current, sometimes I go on my phone and I play pool because I had the app for the pool game. So I'm going on and I'm playing pool, and they're using the shadow networking technology. Again, don't start at this video, y'all. Some of the terms I use will sound like targeted individual jargon. If you haven't checked out some of my prior videos, check out my story so you can be familiar with some of the things I'm referencing as it pertains to my story. check out the links in the description box and the comment section, because like I said, I put together a comprehensive set of links that lead to videos that share information about the program and the technology used on targets, including the shadow networking AI software technology that they use to hack all of your technological devices. Sorry, y'all. I ate something a little while ago. With this, not to go off on a tangent, I'm trying not to, but y'all know I'm eating in a surplus. I said this in my last video. I'm bulking right now. Y'all know I work out, I'm into bodybuilding. So, trying to fit in all these meals, I'm having to eat in the wee hours of the morning to fit everything in. And so I had like food in the back of my mouth there. Sorry that I paused. But yeah, in the comment section and the description box, I put together a comprehensive set of links that lead to videos that share info about this program, including some of the things they use on targets. The technology, like the shadow networking software technology that they use to hack all of your technological devices. And they can first of all, they see everything that you're doing. That's first of all. This is how they were contacting a lot of the companies that were reaching out to me on Indeed. But not only that, they can send you things with subliminal messaging in it to psychologically malign you. Also to paint false narratives, because remember, everybody around is watching you, and they also have access to whatever it is that's going on your phone. It's like with this thing, they're not only projecting like this live feed of you, right? They're using insect drones. It's a lot of complicated high science technology, y'all. Talked about this in several videos. They're using insect drones to surveil you 24/7. Insect drones that look like real insects. A lot of them are real insects. That info is there as well. They're taking these insects when they're in the pupa stage, in the developmental stage, and they're using probes to insert whatever into the insect and create a drone out of it. But these drones have microchips on them, cameras on them, and in the case of the mosquito drones, syringes on them. So they can inject you with just about anything that they want. But mainly what they typically tend to do is inject you with nano, right, and the RFID chip. And this is how they are able to neuromonitor you. So this is how they hook up to your nervous system, because the nano is microscopic. It's actually nano size. This is why it's called nano. And it can cross the blood-brain barrier, hook up to your nervous system, and from there they can hook you up to a computer interface and hear your thoughts. They can push thoughts into your head if they want. They can control your body if they want. But it's just completely all-out surveillance. It's a complete invasion of human rights and privacy, because they're not just watching you externally with these drones, but they're inside your body without your consent, and they're listening to your personal thoughts. You understand how dystopian it really is? And I don't care if this sounds anti-anything. I'm never anti-government. I never have been, but I'm anti this program and I'm anti this technology. And I will say that to the very last. I'm anti this program, I'm anti this technology, and I'm anti the use of it on civilians. They're literally using this technology, inserting it into your body without your consent, and neuromonitoring and listening to your thoughts. And if they want, they could control your body. It's literally a dystopian type technology. This is like the start of dystopia. Anyway, so it seems to be like some live feed that they have. I'm sure you figured this out by now if you're targeted, if you've been targeted long enough. It took me about a year to realize I was being surveilled. It took me about a year. When I was in my apartment was when I realized. In 2021, when I had my apartment, that was when I realized I was being surveilled. I didn't know I was a target. I didn't know how they were doing it. I ordered camera finders. I couldn't find the cameras. Of course I couldn't, because they were flying around and I didn't know that. But with these insect drones that they're surveilling you on, they're actually somehow sending out a live feed to everybody around you. In my case, since my targeting is unique and I'm on a small island where, to my knowledge, no targeting has ever happened before, you can imagine the type of poppy show, freak show, shit show it is. This is like some sort of new thing here on island, and it's almost like so fascinating. Everybody's getting involved, whether they're a gang stalker or just watching in awe. You can imagine how I feel. Everybody around is watching me 24/7 and has access to these cameras that are on me. And that's how it is with all targets. Typically, it's not as invasive as what's happening to me. Like I said, I have a unique case. But I have seen other targets that talked about like they were in states and it felt like everywhere they went in the state, everyone was involved, and that was what was happening to me. when I tried to relocate in 2022 because of the reactions I had in my targeting going viral. So there are other targets that have experienced what I experienced, but they're hard to find. I've only found a few. The others I've found, it seems to be like only a few gang stalkers following them and having access to the cameras that are on them. So it really just depends on whatever your threat level is. And I use that very loosely and with air quotes because most targets aren't even really threats. This is just what they call the program, and this is what they call targets, but it's really not anything like what it seems. It's really not about threat containment. It's not. They're not really threatening. They're not really targeting people that are threats. Typically the people they target are harmless, have never been in trouble before. Most of the targets I find are similar to me, have never been in trouble before. It's some stupid, foolish, frivolous reason why they got targeted. Some of them random, just woke up targeted. And I explained why that happens too. I'm not going to go into the details about it right now. I learned a lot of stuff last year, y'all, about this targeting and the true motive behind it. And I'm not really going to go into the details. But they're not really targeting threats. Just understand that. So really, if you have a higher threat level, it really just means higher piss off level. So if you have a higher threat level, you pissed more people off is typically what it means. Anyway, so they're all watching you, right? They have this live feed going on, and like I said, in my case, if it's like a high level targeting, a lot of people have access to the cameras that are on you. Man, I might have to stop the video, y'all. It's late, I'm tired, and I lost my train of thought. I'm gonna stop, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna listen to what I just said and come back and get back on point. I'm gonna try to speed through too because there's a lot I want to talk about and I don't want this to be like a super long video. All right, y'all. I said a lot of important things in the last two clips, and in this clip I'm gonna try to move in a more cohesive manner. Not to say it wasn't cohesive the prior clips, but again, tangents and going all over the place. I said a lot of the things that I needed to say, but long-winded. That's the main issue with me in my videos. And again, check out the banner, Living with Asperger's and ADD. That's one of the main features, or you could say signs that you have ADD, is if you're like somebody that goes off on tangents, long-winded things, taking forever to get to the main point. It's something I've struggled with my whole life, and it's worse now that I'm targeted and I have, all of these things going on that I want to talk about all at once. It's like my mind is going in all these different directions when I make these videos, and it's so hard to rein it in and stay on course. Anyway, so let me just try to, in this video, really wrap things up because there's so much I want to talk about, y'all. I even sent, how I do that sometimes, notes to myself in my text messages so I can get through the points quickly. So long story short, right, to finish up what I was saying in the last clip, I was trying to tell you all what took place at the beginning of last year, where I started noticing this pattern with the gang stalking, that it would amp up anytime I was doing something productive, whether it was career-based, a hobby, anything productive pertaining to my life. I would notice that there would be an amp up in gang stalking. And so I was telling you all about last year when I was trying to salvage my career, and I had just gotten back on island from trying to relocate. I got back at the end of 2022, and 2022 was also when I found out, the end of 2022 was when I found out that I was a target. So 2 years into my targeting was when I found out, started doing research, started making videos, etc. So 2023 was the year when I I did face backlash for all of the reactions that I had in 2022 when I tried to relocate off island. I had reactions, the targeting went viral, etc., etc. So that's what I was talking about in the last clip. I was just talking about the things that I was doing at the beginning of the year to try to salvage my career, and what was happening with the gang stalking to impede me. So I was going off on a tangent about the drones, and I've talked about the drones in so many videos, y'all. So I know if you've been subscribed, you know the info about the drones. And if you're new, you shouldn't be starting at this video. So anyways, long story short, they were watching me and continuously trying to impede what I was doing last year when I was trying to become a developer. They kept taking the current. I was dealing with noise campaigns in the neighborhood as well as in the house that I was living in. Meanwhile, I'm in this little small room, no AC. The fan's off, so it's hot. So I just want you to like envision the scene. If you're a target, I'm sure you may have experienced what I'm talking about or something similar. The whole program is about discomfort and humiliation. But imagine sitting in a room that's hot. Remember, I'm in the islands with nothing to do and knowing a lot of people are staring at you. And it's not like you just have the knowledge that these people are staring at you, but they're making noises to remind you that they're staring at you. And you're possibly even having anxious reactions, like maybe you start breathing in a labored way or acting awkward because you can feel them staring at you and they're making noises outside. And then they make more noises to antagonize you. Ref campaign in the neighborhood, slamming, making noises, when you move or shift in the bed. Like, this is how extreme it was last year, at the beginning of last year. So anyways, whenever they would take the current, that was a major setback for me because, again, coding is difficult and I was teaching myself. So I put the computer to the side. I wasn't cussing or freaking out. I would start to say nasty things in my head, because at this time I was dealing with the anger of realizing I had become a target over sending a text message to the people in my close circle 2 years prior, right? So I was dealing with the anger of that. And then also to some of the things that followed, even if we take it as far as talking about some of the things I shared in my car in Florida, a lot of that stuff I shared in my car I learned in my household growing up, to be honest with you. It wasn't like we were tyrannical Hebrews like those people in purple. No disrespect, I'm not trying to make more enemies. Because if I say stuff about the people in purple, then now they're going to have pitchforks coming after me too. It's a very comprehensive program and it's very easy to make enemies. But nonetheless, we were not those type of Hebrews, right? So I told you already, and I feel like I need to keep saying this. I don't subscribe as Hebrew anymore. I don't describe myself as Hebrew. After this experience, I don't know, it was an eye-opener for me. I just believe in the Most High. I don't care about any of the other stuff. But anyways, at the time, this was my understanding. I grew up in a household where all of us, my siblings and myself, identified as Hebrew. This is how we were raised, not from childhood. It was something that started when I was in high school. So growing up, it was like this free, you could say, type of household where I wouldn't say we were allowed to believe anything that we wanted. We did have a main understanding. We believed in the Bible. But my mom was more so Christian, if you will, and my father was Rastafari. So it was that kind of household, right? This one love type household. Imagine growing up in that kind of household and even having a background where you went to private school, which is a diverse setting, and then getting to high school and having a parent come home and teach you a whole different ideology and kind of just shake up your world. That was my reality. That was our reality. My father came home. I don't want to go off and see what's happening. I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going to get to the Hebrew thing because I actually took notes. And I want to talk about the race sensitization too because it's not fair what happened to me. Especially, I just keep saying, it feels like they threw me under the bus. I can't believe it. I keep saying that. So I'm going to get back to that in a minute because I'm going off on a tangent. I want to stay focused. So anyways, back to where I was. So last year, when I was trying to become a developer, they took the current, right? And I used to go on my phone and I would play pool. I had the pool app. And those of you that have been subscribed since 2022, I know you saw those videos that I had posted that got deleted. I had so many videos, y'all, where I was actually on camera and videos where I showed evidence of some of the things that took place as far as the shadow networking technology goes. Y'all, my voice is shaking. I believe they might be using the hum on me. I'm not sure. But I can feel that straining feeling in my vocal cords when I'm making a video, and it feels like it's this weird thing that happens when they use the hum. I was talking about it at the beginning of the video in the first clip. It's like it strains, it does something to your vocal cords. It messes with your throat. I don't know if it's the thyroid that it's messing with. It also can cause sleep apnea. So it's something within your throat that it's messing with. But I'm feeling that right now. So I don't know if I'm not hearing it in my ear. I'm not hearing the hum. But I'm feeling that happens sometimes with my vocal cords. So I don't know if they're using it on me or not. So I do apologize if my voice sounds shaky. Anyway, so when they would take the current last year, I would go on my phone and play pool. At this time, I was just learning about the technology and the high science element to the targeting, right? So I wasn't familiar like I am now with all of the different types of technology that they use. And I was starting to notice something strange with my phone, like they were hacking it. But I wasn't 100% sure how they were doing it, and I didn't know what the terminology was, and I didn't know how far-reaching it was, but I did start to realize that they had some sort of technology that allowed them to hack my phone. And so I would play the pool game just so I could have something to do. So I'm not sitting in this room with nothing to do while they're staring at me and doing noise campaigns and it's hot. So I play the pool game. Every time I go and put the pool game on to play pool, they're playing against me with avatars alluding to death. One time they played against me with this black bowl. The black bowl signifies death, just as the pink bowl signifies breast cancer. You have the different color bowls, right? That mean different things. They played against me with the black bowl. And I'm hearing noise campaign in the house and ref campaign in the neighborhood. Then they play against me with something else, the dove, under the rest in peace sign. Then I'm hearing the noise campaign again. So I got livid. I got pissed. Because I'm like, you took it this far, right? I sent the text message or whatever. It went this far. All these people are against me now. I'm sitting in here not doing anything. I'm not messing with anyone. I'm still trying to be productive and salvage what I can of my life. I'm not out there being a nuisance or a bitch or raging and ranting because of the things that took place when I tried to relocate. And now even this is a problem. You're taking the current because I'm trying to become a developer. You're sending me death threats via the pool game, whoever was sending it, with the technology, but you're helping because I'm hearing noise campaigns all around me. And so this is what led to the anger that I started to feel. I started to feel really angry and wrathful, which is understandable. But that's how the targeting works. It's like all of this heinous treatment, and then you get wrathful and you have these wrathful responses, and then you get gaslit about it. So anyway, I was getting wrathful and I was thinking all these nasty thoughts in my head. And I remembered one night I got so mad, I said, I can't believe y'all did all of this to me. You would even wish death on me. I would have never wished death on y'all. Or something like that, something along those lines. And then for some reason, I still can't explain it. I have explained it. I've shown you all the technology and what they can do with the technology. I've also shown you all that there's a lot of weird stuff as it pertains to this targeting. I've done research last year. I found out a lot of information and I started getting backlash for that too. But all of a sudden, I get so mad this one night when they took the current. They had been doing it incessantly. This wasn't the first night that it happened and I did the symbol. It was like nights, weeks and weeks of them doing this while I'm trying to, create projects. I'm trying to code. Like, look at YouTube. You see this page right here? This is a website. This is an app. That's what coding is. That's what developers do. We create apps. You create video games. You create websites. All of this is code. So all of this right now, if we were to put it to the back end, right, and look at the back page, you would see coding created all of this. All of this that you're seeing on the screen is coding. It's not easy. It's computer language, and it's hard. And they kept stopping it. You know how annoying that is? If you're trying to learn something difficult, you're teaching yourself. You're already dealing with this annoying and unjust situation, and then they keep taking the current and then sending you death threats. So I remember just getting so pissed off with them and just so pissed. I just said, man, I can't believe y'all. Like, you did all this to me already and now you wishing death on me? I would have never wished death on y'all. And then I threw my hand up in that symbol and I can't explain why I did it. I never did that in my life before. I just remember I was so mad. I was seething that night when I did it. And I threw my hand up in the symbol and I cannot to this day, I can show y'all the technology. I can show y'all that prior to my targeting going viral, prior to me being microchipped, I had never done that symbol. They had never seen me on camera doing that. Then I relocate, I piss off all these powerful people. I come back to Ireland, I get microchipped. All of these strange, weird things are happening. And then this one night I throw my hand up in that symbol randomly. It's just not adding up. But nonetheless, I can show you the technology that shows that they can control your body and they can control your mind. But I can't really concretely prove that they were the reason I did that. But it's suspicious to me. I can't explain why I did it. I just can tell you I was really angry. So let me show y'all something. I don't want to keep doing this. Like, every time I talk about this thing, I feel like I have to prove it, and it's exhausting. I've shown this evidence in several videos pertaining to this damn symbol because they ran with that thing. And to this day, they still low-key try to use it to create false narratives and to discredit me about things I've been doing my whole life. It's really frustrating. Anyways, I was playing this video earlier, actually, y'all, because earlier I had what I suspect to have been dream manipulation, but I don't even want to talk about that subject. I don't even want to talk about what happened in that dream. I'm just gonna let that one go under the rug. This video, y'all, this is one of the videos I have linked in the description box and comment section. This is more info about the technology utilized on targets. It's called Evidence of Mind Control Technology Used on Targets. Check out the whole video if you have time, y'all. I'm just going to play a small clip for you of the video to show y'all something. So before I share his video where he's talking, I'm going to share so as you can see, y'all, it says targeted individuals, dream manipulation, right? This guy posted it. His name is Cool World. He's a target. But the post that he actually posted came from a reputable YouTube website. These guys share information, right? Valid information. So it's not false, fictitious things that they share on their channel. They have many subscribers. They're showing you the capability of the technology. There are patents for this technology. Again, check out the links in the description box in the comment section, y'all. I'm not about to go to every video on my channel and show you the evidence that this technology exists. I did my due diligence and I put together a comprehensive set of links for y'all to check out. So do your work now and check it out. I'm just showing you this part here, this video here. But if you check out the links, you'll see that I have a video where I showed you the patent for the technology. I've shown you another target that's been targeted longer than me, Michael Barden. I think I mentioned him in the last clip. Actually, I can't remember now, y'all. I made that quite a few days ago. But anyways, he was talking about the capability of the technology, right? And the fact that they can push thoughts into your head. They can control your body movements. You're going to see that in the clip I'm about to share. I have a diagram from DARPA that was released at a freedom of speech press conference where they're telling you the capability of the technology. They can actually control you with the technology if they want to. They can push thoughts in your head if they want to. It's really high science invasive technology and it's scary. And also the reason why I said this is the start of dystopia. Because if they actually amp up this technology and use it on everyone and they microchip everyone, nobody will have freedom of thought anymore. And actually, no one will. I'm starting to hear noise campaign, y'all. Because it's dangerous territory. Because when you start discussing this type of stuff, like this could possibly make my threat level go up. Remember what I said, it's not really any physical threat. It's more so about your mentality and who you piss off, but really your mentality too. They actually might consider you more of a threat based off the way you think rather than anything that you're physically doing. But anyway, this is just from research I did last year. I found out a lot of stuff about this technology, y'all. Scary stuff. But anyways, let me just go ahead and share the clip with y'all. 17-second video that he has on his page that talks about this technology.
Something called psychoelectric weapons. Now you guys might be thinking, psycho what? And what can these weapons actually do? Well, this is where it gets super scary. They can do everything from controlling your dreams, controlling body movements, induce changes to your hearing.
Y'all heard that? Y'all, you see it even said changes in hearing because remember I told y'all there's also an energy weapon that they use that's called, I don't know what the name of the energy weapon is. I don't know if it's called active denial or what it's called. I'm not sure, but the syndrome that's created from it is called Havana syndrome. And that's what I'm talking about when I tell y'all I'm hearing the hum in my ear. It can cause ringing of the ears as well, ear tinnitus. And that was the last thing that they mentioned. You can see they have a picture of an ear on the screen. But anyway, so this technology can do a lot of stuff, y'all. Check out the links in the description box and comment section and educate yourself. Even if you're not targeted, it's imperative that you learn about this technology and what's existing in the world that you live in, because it has the potential to change the world. And actually that's what I think the intent is from the research that I did. But anyways, so that's what was going on, that I did that stupid thing with my hand that one night, that one time, and they ran with that and they used that to their advantage. And that was something that was used against me for all of last year and even well into this year. It's not as bad this year, the use of that, I guess you could say, incident that occurred, but they still kind of use it and push false narratives and try to discredit me for doing things like I said that I've done my whole life. Like, for instance, writing poetry, creating false narratives from that, playing basketball. To me, that's the most ludicrous one of all. You could come with the fake stuff about everything else, but anybody that truly knows me knows that basketball in Sharifa is like peanut butter and jelly. Like, I used to play basketball well into, like, I was a child when I started playing basketball. Like, third grade was when I started. And I used to be on the slab in the hot sun. Recess, I was playing basketball with the big kids. After school, I was playing basketball with kids my age and older kids, usually boys. You know, I was one of the only girls on the court. There were a few other girls there with me sometimes. I was one of the only girls on the court, and I used to be on that court. If I could stay on that court until, until it was time to leave school, I would do that. And that's what I did. You know, sometimes my mom would have to come and peel me off of the court because I was there playing basketball. So it's just like weird to me now that I started playing again, and they even tried to create a false narrative with that. It's just like the weirdest thing ever. Where it's like now it's like this new reality where I feel like I have to validate everything that I do, and everything I do is being discredited and analyzed, and it's just this weird thing. It's like a nightmare. Anyways, guys, so that's what I was talking about, what took place last year. Just giving you an example of me realizing the pattern that anytime I would try to start to do something productive, they would amp up with the gang stalking. So I was giving you an example of last year when I lived in the old neighborhood. And amp up was them taking the current incessantly, sending death threats to my pool game. That was just one example. And all throughout last year, I noticed anytime there was something that I was doing that would seem productive, you know, certain gang stalking tactics, not necessarily the ones I just mentioned, would be used. So now let's fast forward to now, this year. What happened 2 weeks ago? Let me go over to my notes now, y'all. Y'all, I want to stop the video and listen back because I have a tendency to go off on tangents. Like I said, I'm tired. I sometimes make clips that I like most of it, but like maybe the beginning part I didn't like that. And I'm like, I wish I had stopped and listened so I could have just started over if I don't like it, right? So I just want to stop and listen to what I have made so far. And then I'm going to come back with the last clip and really finish up the video. Okay, y'all, so I listened back to the clip, and although I do feel like I went off on tangents and I rambled a little bit, I'm okay with what I said. I'm okay with that clip. So let's finish up the video now, y'all. I have quite a few points to cover, and I'm trying to make this video under an hour and a half, if possible. I don't want it to be any longer than an hour and a half, so that's the goal. I'm going to try not to talk too fast, but I am going to try to speed through these points, if possible. So 2 weeks ago, y'all, I just noticed an amp up in the targeting. So in the gym that I go to, these are the notes, y'all. These are the notes that I took for the points that I want to discuss. So just disregard, you know, as I go through the points, obviously I'll read them to you. Excuse me, but 10 days ago, y'all can see the last video that I posted 10 days ago was a video about this guy in the gym. And this was around the time when I had changed my regimen and I started doing more in the gym. So what happened is, prior to making that video where that guy was doing odd gang stalking activity, prior to making that video, I had a conversation with some guys in the gym. These are guys that have been going to the gym, or faces that I've seen in the gym since I first started. Remember, y'all, I started working out again at the end of last year, right? I started for about 3 months working out at home and building up my strength, taking protein, taking creatine, changed up my diet, just trying to bounce back from the massive weight loss that I experienced last year when I suspect I was hit with energy weapons. And not just any old energy weapons, like microwave energy weapons. You know, if you check out my prior videos, you'll hear me talking about that. They were even telling me that that's what was being done via the shadow networking technology. By the way, I have some screenshots, y'all, that I'm going to share with you, showing you examples of them using the shadow networking software on me. Again, you know, I have so many example videos where I've shown y'all them using the technology on me. They've gotten so blatant with it now because I've made videos about it and I've shown examples of how they use it. They're just like so blatant. They're actually sending me names now of people that I know. Like, they're just so blatant with the use of this thing now. And when I get a little further down in this list of points that I want to discuss, I'm actually going to show you a screenshot of some things they sent me with the shadow networking software. Anyway, so last year when whatever was happening towards the beginning of the year and somewhat towards the middle of last year, when I suspect I was being hit with those energy weapons, microwave, they were via the technology sending me videos in my recommended on YouTube and on different apps that I went on, hinting at radiation poisoning and burning and things of that nature. And I was actually feeling a burning sensation and all of the symptoms that they described that you would feel if you were being hit with that type of energy weapon. And I lost a lot of weight. I had a massive weight loss. I had black rings under my eyes. This was the skinniest I had ever been. Like, even in my early 20s, when I was somewhat, you could say, vegan, not technically, I was eating meat, but we had, my sister and I we kind of had, it wasn't a vegetarian diet, but it was almost the same way that vegans eat. We were even friends with vegans. We wouldn't eat certain ingredients. If it had ingredients we couldn't pronounce, we weren't eating it. It had to be non-GMO organic, that type of stuff, going to Whole Foods and, trying to eat like that. And we weren't eating a lot of meat. And so around that time was prior to what happened last year, when I suspect I was hit with energy weapons. Prior to that weight loss, the skinniest I had ever been was in my early 20s, when my sister and I were basically vegan. We were eating meat, but we had somewhat of a vegan-like diet. We weren't even consuming dairy. We were doing almond milk and things like that. Anyway, I was even skinnier than I had been in that time in my life, where I was basically vegan, when I suspect they were hitting me with the energy weapon. Super skinny, looked like I had some sort of illness. I had black rings around my eyes. I could feel the burning sensation whenever, I suspect I was being hit. And so when they finally, if they were using it, again, I don't want to bear false witness, but I strongly suspect that's what was happening. When I stopped feeling those symptoms, I made the videos advocating for myself, and I did stop feeling what felt like energy weapon attacks in that way. I started to work on healing my body, because I am into holistic health and stuff. I have been for many years. And I knew part of that would be working out, because working out oxygenates the body. It repairs DNA, it repairs cells. At this time I had started doing research on nano and seeing that it can alter your DNA. And I was doing research on radiation. I'm already familiar with it. Again, into holistic health. Also, I have a brother that had cancer back in the day, years ago, about a decade ago, when I was in my early 20s. One of my younger brothers had cancer. We healed him. We did a mix of therapies. We were using holistic therapy as well as conventional medicine, chemo. And so the mix of those two things is what healed him. The doctor was shocked at how quick he bounced back. Because what happens with radiation, and the reason I want to say this is because I want you to understand one of the false narratives that they're pushing that doesn't make sense. So this is going to tie into something else I'm going to talk about on the list. You can see sending shadow networking about HIV again. I know that sounds random, but I just want to knock that down too. Because if Yah forbid or God forbid something like that does pop up, I want you to understand that was some sort of man-made manipulation. That wasn't anything that I had prior to. Because it just freaks me out. I think they're just fucking with me, to be honest. I don't think that they would actually go that far. But with the things, they keep, like, off and on sending me that thing, and it freaks me out, and what it's like you're at their disposal, basically. They can do anything with the technology. Really, I've pissed a lot of people off, so it freaks me out when they send that shadow networking. It does freak me out. I think, again, they're just trolling me, but it freaks me out. But the reason I'm kind of trying to tie that into what I'm saying about the radiation is because I want you to understand, I know about radiation poisoning and I know about bouncing back and how to heal the body, but I also know how it desecrates the cells and it kills healthy cells as well as cancerous cells. And so that's why I was saying we were using combination therapy. So with my brother, he had the cancer that he had back then, and it wasn't hereditary. I like to be careful with the things I say, because I keep saying stuff in these videos and then somehow it gets used against me, and I don't want them to now start shadow networking and sending, things about cancer like, well, it's in your family already. Like, no, it wasn't. The cancer my brother had was not hereditary, and that's also why we were looking into what was going on around us. Like, had he been exposed to some sort of pollutant? Because that cancer that he had wasn't something that was hereditary, and it could have come from many different things. It could have came from Roundup that was being used. There was this thing on TV a while ago, where they were talking about people that were coming up with cancer that had been exposed to this Roundup that was being used to fertilize the soil. And then also, too, my father, for many years, was a welder at this popular, factory here on island that's not open anymore. And a lot of pollutants, obviously, there as well, coming home with it on his clothes and stuff. So any of those things could have caused what my brother, but it wasn't hereditary. So anyways, that was really when my sister and I got into the holistic health in my early 20s. I'm trying not to go on a tangent. I'm just, I talked about some of these things in prior videos too, but I just want you to understand what led to me working out again, because I get so much backlash about everything. It's like I have to validate everything. Anyway, so about a decade ago, when my brother got the cancer, was also around the time when my sister and I were kind of having issues with this roommate that we were living with. I'm not going to talk too much about her. I got backlash for that too. That's one of the many things I got backlash for. But this was around the time when my sister and I were in our early 20s and we were living with this roommate of mine that we were having issues with. And so while we were living with her, this was more so towards the end of my brother having cancer. So he was in recovery at this point when things had started getting weird with this roommate and us, right? But we had already started looking into holistic health because of the cancer situation with my brother. So we were already interested in that and looking into ways to heal the body naturally. And I kind of grew up in that kind of household anyway. Like I told y'all in the last clip, my father was Rastafari, like a bushman, so into natural things. And so that was kind of how we grew up anyways. But then, my brother got sick and we really started getting into, holistic health and how to heal the body naturally. And then my sister got sick, while we're living in the house with this roommate. Some weird stuff started happening. I don't want to talk about it too much because I got a lot of backlash for it. But just understand, my sister started getting like this mysterious illness that we couldn't figure out. And she started losing a lot of weight, diarrhea, vomit. She wasn't pregnant. She had my niece at the time, my first niece. And we couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. And then we moved out from the roommate and we started to really look into holistic health. Even more so than what we were doing with my brother. We started to look into how to heal the body because we couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. We took her to the doctor and we could not find out what was wrong with her. They couldn't find anything. And they even started saying maybe it's anxiety or stress or, and she's losing all this weight and it was strange. So anyways, we started looking into holistic health and we also had at this time made new friends and they were into holistic health as well. And so that was what led to that journey, learning about holistic health, etc., etc. So I know about how it can heal the body and I know how it can reverse damage with cells, especially if you're dealing with radiation poisoning. Chemotherapy, like I said a few moments ago, it kills all cells. So it's not just killing cancer cells, it's also killing healthy cells. So that's why it's so important that you replenish the body when you're dealing with that type of thing. And that was why my brother was able to bounce back so quickly. So when I was dealing with what I was dealing with last year, where I suspect I was hit with radiation, they it seems like stopped using it on me. I went into survival mode and I said, I know what I need to do to heal myself. I said, I know that I need to replenish the cells. I know I need to take nutrients, natural nutrients into my body to regenerate my cells. And I need to work out so that I could rebuild my body. This is what I was thinking in my head. I already knew this. And so that's why I started doing some of the things that I was doing. I purchased moringa powder. That's a superfood. That's one of the best herbs on earth. If you're into the Bible, I'm not pushing the Bible. I learned my lesson about doing that, and I never did that prior to my targeting. But if you're into the Bible or if you believe in the Bible, you'll see that several times in the Bible, the use of herbs to heal the body is mentioned. There's even a verse at the beginning of the Bible that talks about the herb yielding fruit. So these fruits and these natural herbs on earth can actually heal the body, and it's even talked about, if you believe in the Bible, it's talked about in the Bible. Some people believe that the Bible is an acronym for basic instructions before leaving earth. That's what some people say the Bible is an acronym for, because there's so much info in there, even if you're not listening or taking it literal, right? Because there are different people that have different understandings of the Bible. There are different things in the world that people have different understandings of. It's really just a matter of perception, what your perception is, right? Some people look at the Bible allegorically. they're not taking it literal. They're not taking the things that you see in there literally. They're looking at it allegorically, and then they're also looking at it as a point of reference, because there are good examples in there of examples that you can be, ways you can be to live, right? And then there are people that take it literally, like they feel like it's a history book, and like things actually occurred in real life here on earth that's documented in the Bible. So really it's a matter of perception and what your understanding is. But in that Bible, they have so many different verses and so many different places where they talk about healing your body with the herbs from the earth. And so the fact that you can back up what was said there scientifically, and you have people in the holistic health community that have done diligent research and have proven that you can heal the body naturally with herbs of the earth, that's a big deal. Dr. Sebi, for instance, apparently, not only was he healing people, but he was healing people of, he was taken to court for healing people apparently of HIV, right? So the government, I think, I don't want to sound like I'm anti-government, I'm not. I'm just talking about what I heard from the research I've done. The government or some sort of entity took him to court, right? I don't know specifically what entity it was. It was some sort of corporation underneath the government. I'm not sure what it was, and I'm not speaking against the government. I'm literally just telling you something I've known for years. So apparently they took Dr. Sebi to court because he was claiming that he was healing people of HIV. That's a big claim, and you can get in trouble for making that type of claim if it's not true. So they took him to court and he won the case. So he was using natural medicine to heal people of something that they say is incurable. So anyways, I'm into holistic health. That's all I'm trying to say. I went off on a tangent because, of course, I'm hearing loud, stupid noises in the background. Somebody nearby the facility where I'm at stalking me as usual, turning up music to try to deter me from making the video. It's not deterring me, but it did successfully distract me. That's why I started going off on a tangent. Anyway, so I'm familiar with the fact that you can heal the body with herbs. Not only am I familiar with that from doing research, but I've seen it. I saw it with my brother. The doctors were shocked at how quick he bounced back because of the things that we were doing for him. I've seen different stories, success stories of people who had like stage 4 cancer that bounced back because they healed their body with things from the earth, right? So anyways, that was my mentality last year. Once they stopped, I suspect, using the microwave energy weapon on me, I was in survival mode, and so I started taking things like moringa, which is a natural herb similar to wheatgrass that can regenerate and repair cells, repair DNA, etc. Started taking that type of stuff, and I started working out. I knew I had to rebuild my muscles because I was even experiencing muscle atrophy from laying in bed. After a while last year, when they started doing what they were doing, or it's not suspect, they were doing this when they were taking the current and doing the noise campaigns on me. And then eventually I did that stupid symbol with my hand. Shortly after that was when they started using, I suspect, the radiation on me. So eventually I put aside the coding. They successfully deterred me from trying to become, that's what I want to correct myself with too, y'all. In the last clip, when I was showing y'all the YouTube app, and I was saying this is an example of what developers do. Not to be technical, but there are different types of career fields in the tech industry, and technically, actually, that's what programmers do. With the YouTube, the developer would create the web page that you saw. The programmer creates the functionality. So it's all coding, and it's all using computer language, but they have different parts that they play and different roles that they play, right? So with the technology, I said the wrong thing. When I said, you see how this is moving? And I was moving to YouTube, and I said, that's what a developer does. Yeah, that front page is what the developer does, creating the aesthetic. But the functionality of the app is what the programmer does. And I was trying to do both. Anyway, so, oh my God, where was I? My brain went blank. So I was trying to heal my body, y'all. Whoa. I was trying to heal my body. I knew that I needed to. Oh, that's what I was saying. I lost so much weight. I was so skinny. I had never seen myself so skinny that I couldn't see my muscle tone. Like, not to sound, because they love to say the stupidness about me being narcissistic or whatever. But in my family, on my dad's side, genetically, we're naturally muscular. It's just something that runs in our family, especially, like I said, on my dad's side. So we don't really even have to do workouts for you to see muscle tone, because that's just how we're built. It's like I think it's would be described as a mesomorphic body type. But I've always seen my muscle tone. I've always been able to see some sort of tone, even if I'm out of shape and I'm not in a phase of working out. I've always seen some sort of muscle tone in my body, and the thing was so bad, it decimated my body so bad I wasn't even seeing muscle tone. It seemed like my muscles started to atrophy. And so that's when I was like, nah, you ain't doing this. Like, I was laying in that bed depressed, right? I had started doing the poetry after they did whatever. I suspect they started to use the energy weapons on me. I totally put the coding to the side, closed up the computer. I stopped borrowing the computer. The app, the portfolio that I created is still there. I still have it on my LinkedIn. It's on my YouTube. If you scroll down, you can see that I posted the portfolio that I started creating. It still needs more work. I still want to create more projects. But I have other career fields in mind now. I keep hopping to different things. Y'all know how it is when you're targeted. You seem like a free-spirited teen that can't get it together and decide what they want to do with their life when you're targeted, because things are so freaking complicated. Before I had it all planned and mapped out, I'm that type of personality. You know how they say, like, Capricorns, not to get into that, because then they threw astrology at me too, and I'm not even into astrology like that. But most people are familiar with their birth sign, at least, and the characteristics that come along with it. I'm your classic Capricorn, organized, everything together, planning, writing lists, ambitious, etc., etc. Like, I have the whole thing mapped out, and now that I'm targeted and things are so complicated, I feel like a free, spirited teen that doesn't know what the hell they want to do with themselves, that one day they're saying they're going to do this, the next day they're saying they're going to do this. That's kind of what it feels like. But with the coding, I'm interested in visiting it again, but right now I think I'm trying to become a pilot. That's where my mind is at for several reasons, and I'm not going to go into the details about it right now, y'all. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. I'm going off on a tangent. So my muscles were atrophying. My body was super skinny. I just needed to rebuild myself. And so that was what led to me starting working out. It wasn't like a start as if, that wasn't something I had done in the past. I have a history of being into athletics, and not just athletics, but working out specifically. I even showed you all. It was either the last video or one of the recent videos. Several videos. I've shown y'all pictures from my early 20s of the shape that I was in. I have been working out off and on throughout the years. And in high school and elementary, I played sports. I was like one of those all-star type of kids. I like athletics. It's just me. Everybody has different characteristics or things that make them them. That's just me. I like sports. That's just how I'm built. That's what makes me happy. That's me, right? So anyways, I started working out again. So this wasn't the first time in life that I had worked out, but I was getting back to it, getting in shape. And also too, there was motive too. Like, it's not just me doing it because I enjoy it, but I'm doing it because I'm trying to survive. My body was desecrated, and I had been lying in bed after, it felt like the coding thing got sabotaged as well. For a good few months last year, I couldn't get a job, and it felt like everything was being impeded. And so I was laying in the bed depressed, making depressing poems, having false narratives slung at me. And then again, like I said, what felt like energy weapon attacks taking place. So my body was just in a horrible state. So I started working out, slowly building my body. I started doing like different regimens and slowly building a routine for myself. And after a few months of working out and, eating healthy, taking herbs, taking supplements, taking creatine, taking protein, I started to build muscle, and I started to build my body back. You guys know those pictures. I showed y'all a video of what it looked like before I actually got into the gym. Hold on. This was what I started looking like. This was the weight I had put on prior to me getting back into that's in the gym. Prior to me getting back in the gym, did that update. At that point, I had been working out for about 3 months, and I was working out at home. I hadn't even touched any heavy weights, not to use that terminology, but I hadn't even gone in the gym and used any heavy weights yet. At the beginning of this year was when I actually got into the gym, and I was like, okay, I need to start working out in the gym now. The things I'm doing at home don't feel like they're challenging me enough. I want to get in the gym. And so despite the targeting, I went out there and I found a gym that I could go to, because I'm like, I don't even like this staying home all day thing either. Yeah, I found something productive that I can do, but at the same time, I'm still going stir crazy staying in the house. Let me find something I can do. At this time I started working again. I was able to get a job with the security company I worked with in the past, as you all know. So I started working the night shift. But there was still this thing of, having my days free. I'm not used to that. I'm used to being busy during the daytime. And so, of course, I naturally tried to fill in the day with my workouts. And so that was when I found a gym. I was like, nah, I need to get to the gym and I need to start working out in the gym. And I need to start using weights now and challenging my body because I'm getting stronger. And so I went to the gym at the beginning of the year, and that was when I started meeting some people in the gym and learning some of the faces, etc. So now back to where I was, because I went off on a major tangent. Some of the guys that I've been seeing in the gym since the beginning of the year, I had a conversation with them about a month ago. And what I was talking to them about was the fact that my results kind of had reached like a plateau. You saw that weight gain that I had in that picture I just showed you. After working out in the gym for a while, I noticed that I wasn't gaining any more weight. I know what one of the problems was. So it wasn't just what they told me. It was also my diet. I stopped eating in a surplus. Back then, when I gained all that weight at the end of the year, I was in the 160s. Would y'all believe I'm 185 now because of what I've been doing these last 2 weeks? But anyways, at the end of the year, last year, I had started eating in a surplus. So I started eating more meals and I was taking creatine. Continued to do so when I was working out in the gym. A few months ago, I started getting lazy with the diet. I stopped eating as much. I was just laziness. I kept putting it off, like, okay, I know I need to go shopping for this and that, but I will when I get paid. I kept putting it off. So I'm going to the gym and I'm staying consistent with that aspect of the bodybuilding, working my ass off, but no longer eating in a surplus. And then to make matters worse, my creatine ran out and I never went back and got more. So I never went back and got more. And I stopped taking the protein powder because I was doing this thing where I was making the protein powder, the protein shake. I was trying to add all these ingredients in it to compensate for the food that I wasn't eating. And it was becoming so nauseating that I didn't want to drink the stuff anymore. So I stopped drinking it. And so I was eating maybe 1 or 2 meals a day and then expecting to see results. And so I started to really see the difference in my physique. Like I started to look really slender. And I wasn't really seeing the results that I had started seeing at the end of last year. And then in addition to that, I think my muscles grew accustomed to the routine that I was doing in the gym. I thought I was doing enough and I wasn't. And so that was the conversation I had about a month ago with some of the guys in the gym. They started talking to me. The guy was telling me about some supplement he was taking. And I said, well, can you give me some advice? And I started telling him what was going on. It felt like I had reached a plateau and I wasn't seeing results. And I said, I think it's, how I'm eating. I know I'm not eating enough. And he was telling me, yeah, it's that, but it's also the workouts you're doing. And he was explaining to me that the leg muscles are some of the strongest muscles in the body, right? And so it can take a lot. And if you're already somebody that's strong in your legs and you've grown accustomed to whatever weight level you're at and the routine you're doing, you need to do more. You're supposed to be feeling like that burn in your legs and stuff. And so I realized that's what the problem was. It was like I kind of got complacent in my workout. And whenever I would feel the burn, I would run from it, if that makes sense. Like I know the burn is actually what means that you're tearing the muscle. That's what bodybuilding is. You're tearing the muscle in order for it to rebuild bigger. So all of these workouts that you're doing is an effort to tear the muscle up in order for it to regenerate and repair and grow back bigger and fuller. And so if you run from that burn that you feel when you're doing your reps and stuff, like if you're doing the reps and you feel like, oh, it's getting too hard, the burn is happening, and you're like, okay, I did enough, I feel the burn, and you stop, then you're kind of just wasting your time. You want to push through the burn. You want to feel the burn and you want to feel it for a while. And so I was like, okay, they're right. Like when they were telling me that stuff, I was like, duh, like I know that's what the problem is. And so I just upped the ante with everything. Like for instance, on the leg extension machine, before I was doing 50 leg extensions. I think I was doing 30 at 100 pounds and then 20 at 50 pounds. Now I'm doing 2 sets of 70. So I went from doing 30 leg extensions to doing 2 sets of 70, right? And I'm doing 20 at 100 pounds and then I'm doing 50 at 50 pounds. Just doing way more with everything. Went up with the reps and the lunges, the Smith machine specifically, where I'm squatting. I went up with that. I was only doing 20 squats on the Smith machine. Now I'm doing 70. Well, on Wednesdays, I'm doing 50. Wednesdays, I call it my modified leg day and I go a little easier on myself. But Monday and Friday, I'm doing 70 squats on the Smith machine. And then there's another squat machine I use that I'm doing 30 squats on. So in total, on Mondays and Fridays, I'm doing 100 squats in the gym, and I'm using heavy weight too. Not for all of the squats. That's what I also realized, another change that I made in my routine. You know, I was doing this thing where it's like, I have to do heavy, that's going to grow you, you know? And so I was trying to do heavy for most of my reps, but that just also fatigues the muscle, and then you're not able to really push the muscle to the limit that you can push it to if you're just staying in the heavy range. So what I also realized is that I needed to mix up moderate, not necessarily light, but moderate weight with heavy weight. So I started doing this thing where 20 of my squats are heavy, so like 270 pounds, 230 pounds, 180 pounds. I do 20 squats at that weight. And then 50 of my squats I do at 140 pounds. So that's, for me, that's moderate weight. You know, it's not super light, but it's not heavy either. 140 feels kind of light on my back. And so I do 50 squats at that, and that's been causing a real burn in my leg. So doing that in combination has worked, and I've gained about 20 pounds within the last 2 weeks. Not 20. I was at 172. I'm saying stupidness, y'all. Not 2. I wish 20. Not 20. I was at 173, and now I'm at 185. But I think like 3 of those pounds are water weight. So my real weight is probably about 182 right now. So I gained about 10 pounds in the last 2 weeks. But anyway, so that's what changed. That's what changed within the last 2 weeks, was I got, about a month ago, some advice from those guys in the gym. And then I also took what I already knew about weightlifting, and I applied it, changed my diet and stuff, and been, more consistent with pushing myself harder. And I noticed that I'm seeing results. But then I also saw an amp up in gang stalking. So here is an examples. Now I'm looking at my notes, y'all. Examples of targeting amping up as soon as gym regimen changed. So let me show you an example now. These are the notes. Now I'm getting to the notes, y'all. Finally, an example of things changing. Sending shadow networking about my looks incessantly again. So last year, this is something that they were doing. I actually created a video. I don't feel like going over to YouTube right now. I don't want to hop back and forth between the apps. But if you've been subscribed, I'm sure you've seen my video with the thumbnail that's titled Narcissism. Let me go over there. I feel like I need to go over there. There. Okay, so you guys can see 10 months ago, right? And oddly enough, look at when it happened 10 months ago. What month are we in right now? We're in October, right? What did I just tell you happened at the beginning of the year? What was 10 months ago? Wasn't 10 months ago January? That was when I first started working out in the gym. They were hardcore going in on my looks then too. They started sending stuff with the shadow networking. Now again, I'm in the gym. I've been in the gym, but something has changed. They're attacking my looks again. But around this time, 10 months ago, when I first started working out in the gym, I just made that connection, y'all. I literally just made that connection. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Like, I can't make this up. If I didn't document, I wouldn't even be able to validate the things I'm saying. But 10 months ago, you can see I made 2 videos. One was titled Attack on the Self-Esteem and Psyche of the Target. And then the next one was titled The Universal Use of the Moniker, which is name, a synonym for name, the name narcissist. Because that's what it's kind of like this gaslighting thing where they come for you with the shadow networking technology. I've shown y'all this in several videos. Oftentimes they use it to paint false narratives, but also to tear down your self-esteem. They'll roast you in different ways. It's not always necessarily about your looks. It might be about your character. Like I said, creating false narratives, making you feel like you're not worth anything. Like, this is the things that do. They'll send you things about hate, hating you, just all of the things, the recipe that would create depression within a human. That's what it's designed to do. They're literally trying to attack your psyche. It's psychological warfare. That's really what it's called. It's psychological warfare. So anyways, you can see that I have those 2 videos, Attack on the Self-Esteem and Psyche of the Target, and the universal use of the moniker narcissist. And in both videos, if you listen to them, you'll hear me talking about how they were coming for me hardcore 10 months ago about my looks. Like, for instance, back then, they stopped doing it now. When I made these videos, they stopped doing this tactic. But whenever I would get dressed up, right? Like, at the time, I was still putting on lipstick back then. Y'all haven't put on lipstick in months. When I was teaching and before my targeting, I used to dress nice. I used to have jewelry. I used to have nice clothes. I had heels. My hair was always done. My nails were always done. I used to wear lipstick. I've never really been a makeup person like that. I never had foundation and, mascara and all that type of stuff. The most I would ever do is shade in my eyebrows with a brown eyebrow pencil like most girls do, and either put on a little lip liner with lip gloss or put on, I have this thing where I like to wear burgundy or red lipstick. That was what I used to do. I don't really wear lipstick like that anymore. There's no motive to do it. I'm not working, a day job. I'm not going out to look good. I'm targeted at the moment. So I don't really feel the motivation to wear lipstick. I don't wear it anymore like that. But back then, there were a few times where I left the house and I would put the lipstick on or whatever, and I'd get myself together. I'm one of those people, I keep saying this, that saying, you clean up nice? Like, I'm one of those people, like, you might see me on an off day and be like, oh shit, what happened to her? And then the next day I get myself together and it's like, whoa, okay, she cleans up nice. Like, I'm one of those people, literally. And so I would have one of those moments where, I was dragging around in the house depressed, whatever was going on. At this time, it wasn't as bad, the depression and dragging around the house, because I decided to get up and survive. I wasn't laying around and letting what they were doing deter me anymore. I wasn't laying there in my bed wasting away. I started getting up and working out and doing the things I love and getting myself in shape. And so that depressed feeling was not really a thing as much anymore 10 months ago. But I still had those moments where I was dragging around the house looking like, who shot John, right? They used to come for me hard in those moments, sending me stuff about my looks and just insulting me, calling me ugly, calling me this, calling me that. There's horrible stuff coming from my self-esteem. So I clean up nice the next day, I get myself together and I leave the house, and I can look in the mirror, I can see I'm not blind. It's not like I'm Halle Berry, I'm not the prettiest thing walking on earth, but I'm attractive when I get myself together. I get in the vehicle, they on the radio with the shadow networking, because remember, all the corporations get involved when you're targeted. So everything that you can think of, every entity on earth, every corporation, it's like this gridlock system. And when you're targeted, they all work together collaboratively. It sounds crazy. It's like, am I the president? Who am I? Why all this effort towards this one individual? But that's just how the thing works. And so I'm getting in the car, and on the radio, they will purposely start playing songs about girls that only look good with makeup on, or, you need makeup to look good. Stuff like horrible stuff. You're pretty when you wake up, like stuff like that. This is the type of songs, I kid you not, that they were playing on the radio at the time. So I'm dealing with that when I go in the vehicle. Then in the house, I'm looking at videos on YouTube. They're sending the same type of stimuli, the same type of shadow networking, trying to get in my head, trying to mess with me. Right? And so this is why I made these two videos, where I made the video talking about the use of the moniker narcissist, because I'm like, so now I'm acting like this cocky bitch, because that's what started to happen. It started to create this narcissistic disposition. So that means I was acting like how a narcissist would act, my persona, but that's not my personality. It doesn't even match up, and I proved it in that video. I even showed y'all a video, a short clip in that narcissism video from a doctor, a psychologist, that was talking about the characteristics of a narcissist. And it doesn't match with me at all. But you saw that persona created from what they were doing. It's reactive abuse. That's what's going to happen. That's a natural reaction when you keep coming for somebody's self-esteem. Especially in the way that they were doing it, where I know I look nice and then I'm sitting in the car and you're putting a song on telling me I only look good with makeup on. The natural reaction is to feel like, man, they're hating. They're haters. They're haters. That's a natural reaction. And I see a lot of targets having that reaction. What I'm saying is real. Anytime I start saying something real, they're turning the music up real loud. Anytime I'm making sense, that's what they do. They'll start to turn the music up real loud. It's so weird that they're doing that, and somebody's sitting on me doing that, right? But anyways, that lets me know I'm on the right track. But so that's the mentality that starts happening in the persona. You start feeling like, man, they're haters. You start saying that, and they already all have a problem with you. Not everyone. Again, I keep making sure to say this. I already realize not everyone's involved, but a lot of people are involved, and enough people to tear a person down. So anyways, all these people are involved, and they have this problem with you. So everything you do is annoying to them. And so even if what you're saying is real, they purposely, again, Mariah Huck syndrome, won't acknowledge that. So you're just like, man, they're hating. And so they get more annoyed with you because they're sending you all these subs and coming for your self-esteem. And so you start acting like a cocky bitch, like, man, they're hating on me. I know I look good. And then they start getting mad and painting it like you're this show off narcissistic bitch, when it's like, you're coming for my self-esteem. I know I look good. Like, you're a hater. Then they gaslight you about it and call you a narcissist for having that persona that they created. It's all a part of the thing, man. It's gaslighting. Even the monstrous persona that they create out of you as well. Because then there are moments where you're angry and you act like a bitch. And they'll also gaslight you about that when that's something that they created. It's reactive abuse, all of it. Even acting narcissistic or cocky or like a show off. Anyway, so that was what was happening a few months ago. They're just coming for me like crazy, and I made a video about it where I talked about it. Please check that video out, y'all. I don't think I put the link in the description box, but it's a good video. And if they're throwing the word narcissist at you too, you could use this video as a reference. Like, please check it out. Anyway, so that was a good thing I went to that video. That was just like another example of, when they amped up with the gang stalking. That was one of the tactics that they use, is hardcore coming for my looks and trying to get in my head and make me feel insecure. And so that's what they were doing back then when I first got in the gym. And now that I started gaining weight, I noticed they started doing it again, sending that stimuli again. They haven't sent it in months. All of a sudden, incessantly, they're sending the ugly thing and, sending the this, just coming for my looks, attacking me. I was even watching this podcast with, this popular YouTuber, Tasha K. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She says a lot of problematic stuff, so please know I'm not recommending her. I'm just letting you know that she's a YouTuber I was watching. She does a lot of celebrity gossip type videos. And she's similar to Wendy Williams. People are calling her like the modern day Wendy Williams. Anyway, so sometimes I watch her stuff because she's covering celebrity gossip. Again, I don't support anything she's saying, but sometimes I do listen just to get the scoop, especially now that I don't have much going on. I am more so into celebrity gossip now. Anyway, so, one time they used her video. This wasn't recently when they amped up with the targeting and trying to come for my self-esteem. I'm going to talk about what they used her video for recently, but it's just reminding me that they used her videos to troll me before. One time they put a video for her in my newsfeed about Jada Pinkett Smith, trying to compare me to Jada, talking about the fact that she's some hoe. Another false narrative that they try to paint. There's so many false, fake things that they keep throwing at me. I guarantee you, I'm not trying to give a TMI. I'm a 32-year-old woman. I'm about to be 33 in December if the most I spares my life. I guarantee you my body count is probably lower than most of the females that are younger than me. I'm not somebody that gets around, and I never have been. And I'm not judging anybody that's sexually liberal either, because it's like I make these videos, again, to advocate for myself, and then somehow, they have like a PhD in misconstruing the things I said. It's going to be that I'm coming for people that sleep around or something. Like, I'm not. Like, if you're somebody that wants to sleep with a different guy every night, I don't care. That's you. The Most High put us on this earth, gave us free will. I don't care what you're doing in your bedroom. I'm just letting you know that I, at 32, have probably a lower body count than females younger than me, right? So I haven't had many partners. I've had partners, but not many. So them coming with this whole thing, again, it's another thing that's just like freaking hilarious to me. It's the funniest thing ever, but it's another false narrative to make me feel insecure, like to make me feel like the working out is thirsty, and I'm looking for a man, and I sleep around, and, or I'm a hoe, I'm a homewrecker. Like, all these fake false narratives they're throwing at me to be spiteful, and I think even they know that it's not true, but they're trying to spite me. So anyways, with the Jada Pinkett thing, throwing that video at me, and Tasha Kid was going in on the girl, but you could tell they were shadow networking, talking about how she was a hoe, and she's a closeted lesbian, and that's really what the problem was. She was hopping in and out of relationships because she really didn't like men, and that's why all the men she dates end up turning out that they're gay, and she likes pretty boys because she needs a guy that looks kind of pretty, and just weird, creepy stuff they were saying in that video. And all while they're saying this bullshit, ref campaign in the background. They're doing ref campaign in the background. And it's just, this is the stuff they do. Paint the false narrative with the shadow networking to humiliate you. You can tell that they're inadvertently roasting you, even if the roast is completely inaccurate. And you have all these people staring at you and doing noise campaigns in the background. So it's like a humiliation thing. But videos like that, I can more so laugh off. Like, it's funny to me. It was humiliating because I can't even remember everything that was being said. But it was just the way they do it, man. They're so good. Even if it's not true, like, you'd be sitting there feeling bad, And so I was sitting there feeling kind of like, ugh, about it. But it was still more so like something you could laugh off. But then when they start getting lower, and start really trying to come for you, they came for me now about a week ago, right? Wednesday, actually. Last Wednesday was when they came for me. And this is, again, an example of them amping up with the targeting and using a tactic when they see something progressive happening with me. So they did this video about, look, they flew the fly there now. This is what I'm telling you. It's like this collaborative effort to psychologically malign you. I'm telling you, look, if I had the camera on, I would show you that they landed the fly right there on the wall now to be spiteful because they know what I'm about to talk about. So they did this video about Hazel E. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with Hazel E. But if you watch Love and Hip Hop, then you should know, you should have come across at least her name. Even if you haven't come across her as a person, I'm sure the name sounds familiar. Anyway, she's one of the characters from Love and Hip Hop. And for many years, Hazel E was bullied for how she looks. And I think the reason they started going in on me too was because a comment I made in response to Ref campaign. Because she was talking about the fact that, she got a notion. She was talking about the friends that she had on the show. She got some of those girls on the show, on Love and Hip Hop. And all of the friends that she got on the show backstabbed her in one way or the other. One girl named Mosquito, if y'all are familiar with her, actually stole her boyfriend from her. So she was basically just talking about that and how that girl was coming for her. And a lot of them were going in on her looks and talking about the fact that she got a nose job. And they thought that she got the nose job because of the bullying that she was receiving because of her nose. When in all actuality, she got the nose job because of a car accident that she was in. So as they're talking about the nose job, Ref campaign in the background trying to create stuff. So when they're doing the Ref campaign in the background about the nose job, I, in response, now this is how comprehensive the program is, because they would take my response and paint it as me being bad, a bad person or a bully, when they're the real bullies and they were bullying me. I responded absent-mindedly, not even realizing that my response might have been offensive. And so that's when they really started going in with the shadow networking and trying to insult my looks. But I think that was the intention anyways. Anyway, so they were talking about the nose job, right? And I hear Rough campaign in the background. So I paused the video and I said, y'all do know that she's biracial, right? I said Hazel E is half Jewish and half black. And I said, so she does have a big nose, similar to me, because I know that's why you're rubbing by. But the type of nose that she has is different to mine. The bullying that she received and the reason she got, she's saying it's a car accident, but people are going in and saying it was really, that was an excuse. It was really because of bullying. And if that's the case, I would never judge her for it. I'm a different kind of person. I don't believe in surgery. And I believe the Most High does everything for a reason. So even if what they were saying were true and I was the ugliest thing walking on earth, I would never sit on a table and let them cut me because, again, I've said this in prior videos, looks are subjective. It's opinion-based. So there's no right or wrong. So even if there's a room full of people that say, hey, that girl is ugly as hell, there's going to be another room full of people that might find me aesthetically pleasing. For instance, in different ethnic groups, right, or in different places around the world, they have different standards of beauty. If I go over to Africa, they might find a big nose to be attractive. If I go up to Europe, they might find a more dainty nose to be attractive. There are different places that find heavy-set women to be attractive, and they think skinny women look ew. And then in other places, they find heavy-set women to be ew and skinny women to be attractive. So it's really just a matter of opinion. It's subjectivity. That's what it is. And so if you feel that way, I don't care. The Most High made me this way for a reason. And I'm going to be around the people I need to be around. That's how I feel. So I'm not going to sit on the table and let them cut me up because you said that you felt like you didn't like what you saw. That's you. That's how I feel about it. So I'm not judging Hazel for getting the nose job if it was because they bullied her, because I know what it feels like to be bullied. It's a horrible feeling and you feel like terrible. And, I'm not judging her for it. But at the same time, that would never be me. So them doing the Ref campaign for that was already stupid. But then again, also her nose is different to mine. I do have a big nose. I've talked about this in prior videos, y'all. It's not something that's hereditary. Pug noses do run in my family. But if you look at all my siblings, there's 5 of us. I'm the only one that has like this really big bulbous pug nose. We all have pug noses in my family, but mine's is fuller. And I believe it's actually medical. Something I was told from the doctor when I was younger, that I have like extra cartilage, not cartilage. I think the cartilage is on the outside. He was saying I had extra cartilage. My nose had extra cartilage, but then he was saying the inside had extra tissue with the turbine. So like the whole nose is like extra tissue. It's something that happened, I guess. Deformity, whatever. And so he was saying that's the reason my nose is so stuffy all the time, why I'm always blowing my nose all the time. So I do believe it might be like some sort of deformity. It's not so bad that it's like, oh my God, like you double take, but I do think, I don't think it's something that's hereditary. If you look at my parents, my mom has a pug nose, but it's not as full as mine. My dad has a straight nose. My siblings have pug noses, but they're small. So anyways, so it's different, it's different to what Hazel E has going on, where she has like a nose bridge, a big, huge nose bridge. And I believe hers is hereditary. And so I made that comment. And I think that's what made them start going in on me more with the shadow networking. They were already coming for me. They were already trying to tear me down and come for my looks. But then I made that comment. And again, this is how the targeting works. They'll come for you and attack you, right? Like basically, let's use figurative language. Take a big stone and throw it at your head, right? And you fall down, right? And you bleed, and you get up, and you pick up a bat to defend yourself, and you take the bat and you get a good hit in, and then they'll freak out like, oh, you hit me with a bat? Like they didn't just throw a stone and bust your head. Like this is how the thing works. It's a gaslighting program. So for me, they're coming for the girl, right? About her nose, and she's talking about the fact that she got a nose job because they kept calling her big nose. Well, she's saying it was because of a car accident, but she was saying they were going in on her online because, they felt like she did it because they were bullying her about her nose. And so I paused the video when they did the Rev campaign in the background to insinuate that this was shadow networking for me. Because at this point now, the gang stalkers, they're keeping up with me play by play. They know everything that's going on with me. Like it's a freaking movie show for them. And so they know about the shadow networking technology. So they felt like that was for me, and it might have been. You know how they do with the technology, like I said. And so I paused it and I said, yeah, she has a big nose and so do I. And I said, but her nose is a different kind of big nose to mine. I said, I wouldn't get plastic surgery for mine. I said, she got plastic surgery because she's half Jewish and she has a huge nose bridge. And it's a known fact that many Jewish people, not all of them, every ethnicity has a different type of whatever, different looks or whatever. But then you have common features for different ethnicities. Like for instance, African Americans, a common feature is a wide pug nose. That's a common feature, or big full lips. With Jewish people, and I have to be careful with what I'm saying because I've already said offensive things about Jewish people in my car in Florida. But again, I'm just trying to explain what took place that morning and how I was absent-mindedly responding to them trying to bully me. And then they took that response and then tried to further punish me. It was crazy. I just absent-mindedly said, well, she's half Jewish, right? And I said, so her nose is big and my nose is big, but it's a different kind of big. I said, she has a huge nose bridge. And I said, many Jewish people have wider nose bridges. And so that's what they were teasing. She says that. If you look up Hazel E talking about her nose, she'll talk about the fact that she's half Jewish and that's why her nose is the way that it is, or was the way that it was. So anyway, I made that comment. I noticed I pressed play on the video, and they can change videos in real time. They started to really go in, right? And talk about this, how when she was getting bullied, they were calling her light skinned and ugly, and how she light skinned and ugly and she have everything that should make somebody pretty, but she just wasn't pretty, and just going in on the girl, and like it was obvious at that point that it was shadow networking, because then Tasha K then puts the dark shades on and over her eyes, and she said, when they're roasting, when they're going in on you like that, you gotta put your shade blockers on. She put the big black shades on. And they know I wear the big black shades at work because I feel uncomfortable with all the people staring at me. So meanwhile, while they going out on this girl, going in on her and calling her ugly, bunch of Rev campaign in the road and stuff, right? So again, the amp up of the attack of my looks and trying to get in my head and get me to feel low about myself. So I notice I'm leaving, right? I left work that morning after that happened. I'm driving in the road. We pass the main shopping center that's near the neighborhood that I live in. One of these guys that, be in the streets all the time, he's not homeless. I would say he's maybe a few steps above being homeless, and I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way, but that's really what it is. It's like one of these guys that you see in the streets all the time. He's not necessarily homeless. I'm pretty sure he's not homeless, but he's one of them dudes that you see on the side of the street all the time. He's walking across the road, in scruffy clothes, and I'm in scruffy clothes too, mind you, because I'm struggling. I'm targeted. But my thing is, don't come for me if you're having stuff going on yourself, because then obviously I'm going to bully you back, and then you can't gaslight me about it. So he's walking across the street looking scruffy duffy, and purposely, they do this sometimes. They'll time it. They know exactly where I'm at all times. It's so creepy with the targeting. They'll purposely set up theater sometimes knowing that I'm coming by. He purposely walks out in front of our car as I'm driving by, and I say our car because at the time I had my brother in the car. He does security at night too, and I had to pick him up. So we're driving across the street. He purposely walks across the street as we're driving by, drinking from this big bottle of water. So I had made this video about that. I started making a video about how they had started to go in on my looks and do certain things, and I never finished the video. This was last Wednesday. I ended up deleting the video. But I went in on the dude in that video because I was like, some of the people that come for me in this targeting look a hot mess. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not even a bully. They keep trying to gaslight and say I'm a bully. I'm not. I'm just reactive. I'm reactive to being bullied, right? And I realized, all of these people get together collaboratively, and it's like this mob-like mentality, and so they can knock you down, all of them together, with the bullying tactics. But a tactic that I learned was that they're human, just like I am. They feel just like I do. They bleed just like I do. I can isolate one of them. I can't knock them all down at one time, and I'm not trying to knock them down like it seems like they're trying to knock me down. But if you're coming at me, I can come at you too, right? So I can isolate you. I might not be able to get everyone at one point, but I can isolate you. You're doing a tactic right now. I can isolate you and look at you and see what you got going on and start to buck back. And it works. I've been doing that recently, and it works because a lot of them, it's just like they're feeling this kind of bold, pompous way because they know all these people are against me. And they feel like I'm not going to say something. I'm not going to stand up for myself. I'm like, let me isolate you because you look a hot mess right now. And you're doing the most trying to tear me down. I'm like, really? And so I start going in on this one person, and then the person gets bassety. They get flustered, and then I'm getting called a bully when I'm just defending myself. So I went in on the dude, man, because he was crossing the street looking scruffy. That looked like his last bottle of water. I'm like, you drinking the water trying to do what? Like trying to, pound in the humiliation because everybody is always watching. Not always. Not everybody is always watching. But everybody always has access to the cameras that saw me. And at any given time, there are always multiple people watching me at one time. So when something happens, they all learn about it, and then they all start to simulate and move with whatever it is that just took place. It's such an irritating thing. It's such an irritating program. So immediately, this is what's going on. I went home and I made the video about it, and I started going in on the dude, man. I started going in on him. And then when we drove by Sunny L's, the shopping center, I saw him again. He looked very, very flustered. And this is what happens. It's like I go in and turn into quote unquote monster bitch in response to what's taking place. And then they gaslight me about it and make it seem like I'm a monster. It's just, that's how the targeting works. It's a gaslighting program. Anyways, y'all, I don't want this video to be too long. Let me go over and see how long I've been going. See, that's bad. Let me try to speed through the next points now. I'm just trying to let y'all know that they've amped up with the targeting. Simply because I started doing more in the gym and I changed my diet and I put on 10 pounds. I did notice a change in the targeting. And one of those changes was them coming for my self-esteem again. Hardcore. Coming for my looks. Another one. Sending shadow networking about HIV again. Ugh. I'm trying not to stay on these topics too long, y'all, because I see how long the video is getting. So I'm going to try to get through this real quickly. I've covered this in several videos. I don't even feel like I need to cover it again. But it's more so for my protection at this point now than anything else. Again, I don't think they would take it that far to where they would inject, that, God forbid, I don't think they would do that, right? I'm not accusing them. But they do keep sending with the shadow networking software, off and on, this sensitization about HIV. And it's, I'm a hypochondriac. I've already said that in prior videos. They know that too, so that might be why they do it. And they heard in my full story me talking about getting raped in my early 20s and my fear that that was something that could have happened to me. So that could be why they're sending it, just to troll me. But it still freaks me out. This flew to fly by. It still freaks me out. I'm a hypochondriac and I've dealt with a lot of stuff in this targeting. So I still just, still document, right? Still documenting it. So anyway, last year, similar to how I showed you 10 months ago when they were coming for my self-esteem and then they stopped, they do it off and on. Same thing with the HIV thing. It's typically anytime, again, something progressive is happening, specifically workout. When it comes to the HIV thing, I notice this when it comes to something with my physical. Like if they see me gaining weight or, doing something like that, they try to throw the HIV or the disabled thing at me or the getting sick thing at me. I don't know why they do that. But it's just a tactic. So anyways, with the shadow networking, in addition to these last 2 weeks coming for my self-esteem, they've also been incessantly sending me HIV ads and just sending me stuff about HIV to freak me out, like incessantly. And so I was like, wait a minute, I gotta write a note about this and talk about this, because they're doing it again and it's freaking me out. I'm like, they're doing it so bad. Like, on Hulu, every time I'm watching a movie, like every other ad is about HIV. They even in my news feed was sending me, videos about people that got HIV, So I was just like, what? It started to freak me out. Excuse me. So again, let me just knock down that narrative real quickly, right? I just told you all a little while ago, they'd like to come with the whole thing. That's another false narrative. I haven't had many partners. I've had partners. I have experience. Yes, I'm a big grown 30-something-year-old woman. I haven't had many partners. I've probably had less partners than females younger than me. Many females younger than me. I'll say that. I'm going to stop it there. Every partner that I've ever had intercourse with consensually, I used a condom with. There's only one person that I ever had intercourse with that a condom wasn't used, and that was when this rape occurred. So I don't even know what, and I'm not trying to, this is a TMI, but they're all in my business anyway, and they're sending all these false narratives, so now I'm actually painting the correct one. I don't even know what unprotected sex is like. I don't even know that feeling, because I'm so paranoid, right? My sisters are different to me a little bit. I'm not trying to judge them or anything like that. I'm not different, like they're reckless. It's not that they're reckless, but they're not paranoid the way that I am. Like, I'm so paranoid, and that's been the joke about me. They always laugh at me for that. And so I even remember my older sister kind of telling me, like, it's better without the, like, it's telling me that, and I didn't care what she was saying. I'm like, when I get married, maybe, but like, I'm so paranoid. I've always used protection with every partner that I've ever had. And so when this rape thing happened in my early 20s, and I wasn't able to make the decision, I wake up and this guy's doing whatever, and he wasn't using protection, it freaked me out. And it wasn't even something that I knew right away. It was this weird thing that happened, and this is why they try to paint the false narrative of getting drunk and blacking out. And so I had to, in the prior videos that I made, I had to be very clear about the fact that I was never a blackout drunk when I was around my nieces, or living with my sister, because they started trying to paint this narrative about my past as an alcoholic and how something might have happened when I was black. That was never the case. That's another false narrative. I didn't become a blackout drunk until I moved back home in my early 20s. So back home from living in Tallahassee with my sister and my niece and my brother-in-law and my roommate. I moved back home at, I want to say, like age 23. And that was when I became a blackout drunk. And still, it was never this thing where I blacked out to the point where something scary might have happened and I couldn't remember. I was always blacking out around people I trusted. And never once in my mind was I fearful that I might have experienced, whatever it is that happened to me. That was never a fear of mine. And so at the time, in my early 20s, like I said, things were it was a rough patch in my life. Obviously, I was a drunk. I wasn't in school anymore. I explained this in prior videos. In my early 20s, my older sister and I, we were in community college. She and I have ADD, all of my siblings. And so we decided that starting in a smaller university or college, just for our first 2 years, just to knock out the general studies, would be a good idea. And then for the latter 2 years, we would get our BA at like whatever university we wanted to go to. And also too, my older sister had experienced the university life, and she realized that the best idea would really be to start in a smaller school setting. My older sister was in the School of Pharmacy at FAMU for her first year, and it was too difficult trying to navigate by herself in such a big school. And so after having that experience, when I came up there to be with her, she decided to transfer over to community college, and I said, let me just start there at community college. So she and I were there, and we're doing our work or whatever, and getting through the classes pretty well. My sister started to struggle a little bit more because she got pregnant. For me, I was doing well. I had a 2.7 GPA, which is a B grade point average. It's not like amazing, but it's okay. You're doing okay. But what happened is, the reason it wasn't an A grade point average was because of this math course that I kept failing. That was where the ADD came into play. And at the time, my mother didn't know that she could use that as a disability for us in school. She didn't learn that until later on down the line with my younger siblings. So there was this math class that I failed 3 times in a row. And I never thought it would be something that would make me lose my financial aid because I had a passing GPA. The first time, the concepts were just boring to me. I could not focus. I tried, I sat there the first few classes. It was boring. I missed homework. I said, I'll catch up. And then once you start falling behind, especially if you're somebody that has a disability, you know, it's just like after a while it piles up and you start feeling like it doesn't make sense. So I started just skipping the class like crazy. I said, okay, I'll just do it again. Took it the second time, same thing happened. Took it the third time, same thing happened. And so then I realized that I didn't have financial aid, and I realized that they were blocking me from registering for classes. And they were blocking my sister and I at the same time, both of us. And so when we went into the office, we realized that they had started this new policy where they were doing this thing called completion rate. And so it really didn't matter what your GPA was. If you had failed a class a certain amount of times, you were losing your financial aid. And my sister, similar to me, had several, like I think a couple classes for her that she failed. It wasn't just like a math class. And again, she was pregnant. So she was dealing with ADD and the pregnancy of my niece. So we both lost our financial aid. And my mom came in and tried to advocate for us. But again, she didn't know that she could use the ADD as a disability. And so we lost our financial aid. And they said basically if we want to get back in school, we have to pay for the course that we failed multiple times out of pocket. And at the time we were struggling. We both had an apartment. You know, we both had bills to pay. I was in this super high car note, you know, because the car that I had went kaput. So it was just a lot was going on at the time, and I ended up coming back home. I was one class away from getting my associate's degree, and I ended up having to come back home because I could not pay for that one class out of pocket. And things were going bad up there too. You know, like I had this roommate, things went wrong. When I talked about her in my full story, definitely not talking about her in this video. I got backlash for that. But just a lot of stuff was going on. I ended up coming home, you know, and so that was when I got home where the drunkenness began. You know, I started drinking in Florida, but when I came home was when I became a blackout drunk, like vodka, the brown liquor, you know, just anything you could think, wine, beer, like anything you could think of. I was drinking everything. And so I remember I was hanging out with this cousin of mine, and he was somebody that some people in the family might, you know, like I think he felt this way about himself. I think he felt like he was the black sheep of the family. I mean, at this point now, I guess they're calling me the black sheep. I think, you know, for some of those people in my family, I feel like that felt that way. I feel like now, you know, for them, it's probably like a relief to see someone else in that seat. And the only reason I'm saying that is because some of the stuff I've experienced with certain family members, not him in particular, but I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff I experienced, I realized that might be what it is. But anyways, with him in particular, he always used to say that. He used to call himself the black sheep. And really what it was, I don't want to talk his business too much. I'm not saying who he is, right? But, you know, it's a small island. I'm sure, like, some of the people know who I'm talking about. A lot of them don't, thank goodness. But some of them do, the people that know us. So I don't really want to talk his business too much. But I just want you to understand, you know, where he was in life and, you know, why that might not have been a safe environment for me at the time, right? So here they go turning up the music with their craziness again. Anyways, so basically he grew up with my grandparents. In that same house that I'm living in right now, he grew up with my grandparents. And what it is he has a half sister, right? So my cousin, my other cousin, is his sister. And they share the same mom, but they have a different dad. And so my aunt, his mom, had him really young. And so I remember, you know, things I think wasn't working out with her and the father. I don't know the particulars exactly, and I don't want to say stupidness that's not true. But I think things weren't working out with the father. I think the father had a really hot temper, similar to my cousin. That's what I heard, at least. And so I remember my grandparents, from what I heard of the story, told my aunt, let us keep him. You know, they were trying to help her out because she was young when she had him. And so they kept him, you know, and they raised him up in their house. It's not like he grew up in a bad environment. It's not like he grew up in like some downtrodden. This is why, you know, it kind of turned into this thing where we're like, well, you had a good upbringing, even if it wasn't with your parents, you know. And so this was kind of the argument we used to have with him. And then I think that used to irritate him because we don't know what he feels like, I guess. And in this moment now, I can empathize because it's like, it's easy to make judgment and say something about somebody and not really know what they feel like or walk in their shoes. But at the time, we used to just look at it like, man, you spoiled, man. You grew up in Strawberry. You know, that's a neighborhood down here. It's not the suburbs. By no stretch of the imagination is Strawberry the suburbs. But it is a good neighborhood and it's a safe neighborhood. If you grow up in Strawberry, like, they'll laugh at you if you try to act like you're some sort of bad boy, right? And he grew up in that neighborhood, you know, but still trying to act like this bad man type of mentality, act like he grew up, you know, in a rough environment and just trying to act like that. No disrespect to him. This is something that we used to laugh at him about. Not laugh at him like we're clowning him or anything, but like laugh with him type of thing, because he's going out like this little bad man, and he didn't even have that type of upbringing. Anyway, so he just had like this really hot maniacal temper. And again, I think it's hereditary, because I heard his father was like that. And he kind of had a chip on his shoulder because he felt like resentment towards the fact that I think my aunt let him live with my grandparents, but then kept his sister, his younger sister, got married later on down the line to his younger sister's father, and obviously had her in the house and raised her up in the house. And he grew up with my grandparents. So even though he didn't have a bad life, he always says this, he still felt some sort of resentment about the fact that she didn't keep him. It was like some sort of abandonment issue in him, like some sort of childhood trauma it created within him, and some sort of anger within him. And then he naturally has this hot maniacal temper that I believe is hereditary. So anyways, that's led to him getting in and out of trouble throughout his whole life, like really just getting in trouble. It was really sad, because he had a lot of potential, but just getting in a lot of trouble in and out of his life. And so he was in that seat of life. That's where he was at when I got down there, and so that's what was going on with him. And I was in my own bubble of depression, because at this time when I got back on island, like I said, I felt like a failure in the moment, because I was like, damn, you were one class away from graduating, and, you let yourself mess up like that. Now you can't even get back in school until you pay this class off. So that was going on, and then I had, there's certain things that started happening that I don't want to rehash. I was too transparent in my full story, and they used things against me. But there were several things that took place when I got home. I talked about it in my full story. So if you want to get the understanding, you'll have to listen to my full story. But in addition to being out of school and kind of feeling like a failure in the moment, then there were other elements to it that took place when I got home that led to me just like getting really depressed and like turning into a blackout drunk and hanging around this cousin that at the time, was not necessarily in the best shape either, in this kind of state where he kind of in and out of trouble. I was hanging around him and his friends and his baby mama in the back of my grandfather's house. And so we used to hang out all the time. Sometimes I picked them up in my mom's car, and, because at the time I was teaching too, you have to understand, no, not yet. No, when it happened, that was right before I started teaching. That was right before I became a paraeducator. Because my first job, that wasn't my first teaching job, but my first teaching job here on island, I was a special ed paraeducator, which is basically like a substitute teacher / teacher's aide, where you help kids that are in need. So kids that have IEPs, similar to like myself. Remember I told you I have ADD? I had an IEP growing up. I had a SPED paraeducator working with me. I wasn't in special ed classes, but I did have an IEP. So that's labeled as disability, and I did have a teacher that worked with me, what you would call a SPED paraeducator that used to sit with me and work with me on math. So anyways, that's what I was for those kids. But that was before then, now that I'm thinking about it. I didn't start doing that job until after, when I cleaned myself up. So I'm mixing the timeline up a little bit. This was right before then. So anyways, I was working though. This was when I was working at the hotels and stuff. When I was a blackout drunk, I was working at the hotels and stuff. So I used to sometimes get my mom's car, and I had gas, and I had, a little money in my pocket, and they had a little money too. Like my cousin's baby mama, I think she was getting some sort of money from the government. I don't remember what it was, but we were all hanging out, and not necessarily getting in trouble. I've never been a bad girl, so I've never gotten into trouble, but not necessarily doing anything productive either. Drinking, smoking, I'm getting pissy drunk, that's not productive. So anyways, I remember we were in the back of my grandfather's house by the hut where my cousin lived, because he used to stay in this little outhouse in the back of my grandparents' house, and we were hanging out back there. And it was me, him, his girlfriend, several of his friends were there. And I had just come back from the rehab center, because at this time my drunkenness was so bad that I was going to rehab, because I was hanging out with this cousin all the time and getting blackout drunk. Nothing bad had happened to the point of rape or anything like that, but it was still just like you're living this kind of risque lifestyle. Never thought that I was in jeopardy of getting raped, because I completely trusted my cousin. Despite whatever with him, like I never felt like anything would happen to me once he was around. And I'm not blaming him for it either. I was a grown woman at the time. I was 23. I was grown. So I made my own decisions, and he wasn't putting the bottle to my head and making me drink. If anything, we were both going through whatever and just hanging out. It was like a mess of despair, just hanging out together. Anyway, So this day, it was just like another day for me getting drunk. I had left the rehab, because something happened at the rehab that I'm trying to remember what it was that happened at the rehab. Oh, I remember what it was. I was, this is the irony of it all, right? I was at the rehab, and, that's the funny thing. This thing is viral right now, so I'm sure the lady for the rehab, I'm not going to say her name, she's probably hearing this story and like, damn, all that happened that day? Because she will remember this too. I had to take an HIV test at the rehab. They tested all of us. And the reason being is when you're somebody that's addicted, typically you live a promiscuous lifestyle. So that's why it's funny when them throwing this whole thing at me. That's never been me. As much as I had a past as an alcoholic, those 2 years where I was a blackout drunk, I was never promiscuous. I wasn't somebody that was waking up and I'm not judging women that happens to, because that can easily happen when you're drunk. You're blacking out. Anything can happen. And there are a lot of, they like to throw the false narrative at me, but there are truly a lot of predators out there. And so you get blackout drunk, you might wake up anywhere, really, anywhere. And so that's the case with a lot of addicts. They get taken advantage of and they wake up in strange places and, promiscuous lifestyle and anything happening, that type of thing like that. Hold on, y'all. It's so irritating. I don't know somebody's demented tonight. Somebody's there sitting on top of me, turning the music up, off and on, obsessively. Go home. Say your prayers and go home and leave me alone. Get the hence. Anyways, so like I was saying though, some people that are addicted, they live a promiscuous lifestyle. Thank the Most High, that was never me. I had a promiscuous moment. And the reason I say promiscuous is because I was blacked out and I allowed anything to happen to myself. And that's kind of, you could say, a promiscuous moment, because that's a risque lifestyle. When you live in that blackout life, you don't have, anything can happen. Anything can happen to you. So anyways, this was to me another day. I was in the back out with my with my cousin, his baby mama, and his friends. And I had went there because I didn't want to take the HIV test. What happened was I was there at the rehab center and they were testing all of us because, from what the therapist was telling me, she was telling me a lot of addicts deal with STDs because they're living a risque lifestyle. And so for me, my paranoia wasn't that I was living a risque lifestyle. It was that I had just come back. That's also what it was. Now I remember. That's also what was part of the reason why I was a drunk. How could I forget? That was the main catalyst that caused it all. When I was in the States, still in Florida, my ex, my first, the guy that took my virginity. And that's to tell you I'm not promiscuous, because I actually held on to my virginity until age 22. Not to give y'all a TMI, I dated a lot of dudes in high school. Many dudes, my sister will tell you, right? We were both dating a lot of guys back then. I never had sex with any of them. I had plenty of opportunity. I kept telling them no. I wanted to wait. I had this stupid, rose-colored mindset back then. I had, these rose-colored glasses on. And my mindset was that I was gonna, give it to the person that I was gonna get married to. That was my mindset back then. I had a very immature mindset. And then too, my parents, the way, this fluffy fairy tale lifestyle, I grew up in a close-knit family. That's why the targeting was such a betrayal to me. They try to paint this false narrative like I was always this black sheep and I had this rough upbringing. That's not the case. And then sometimes they're painting it like I'm this snooty tooty spoiled person. But it's all false narratives. We were close-knit, the family I grew up in. And I grew up in a household where, I was taught to respect my body. And not just that, this fairy tale image of what love looked like. And my parents told me that they met when they were in this is true. I'm not saying it sarcastically like it didn't happen, but I'm just saying I want you to understand the unrealistic expectation I had for myself. They're telling me they met in their teens and, it was like this, just like a movie. Apparently in that same neighborhood we're living in now, my dad was living there with his parents. And then my mom's mom moved back to the island because she's Crucian, but she moved to New York for school. And things didn't work out with her and my mom's dad. They were married. They had 5 kids. Ended up getting divorced. Things didn't work out. And so she ended up coming back to the island with my mom. My mom grew up in New York. So even though my mom is from this island and she's a Crucian, my mom grew up in New York. She didn't come to this island until age 14. They moved here. And so they moved into that same neighborhood where my dad was. And similar to my dad, it's a little bit different though. My dad is actually from a whole different island. My mom is from this island. Well, she was born in New York, but her blood is from this island. But still she was seen, kind of foreign to the island. My dad, truly foreign to the island, moved here at age 7, and his family's from Trinidad. Both of his parents from Trinidad. They decided to move over here. I don't really know what the full story is or what led to them migrating down here to this island. I don't know what led to that. But they ended up here on this island. And my grandfather was a firefighter. And so that's where they ended up living next to each other. And kind of, I guess, connecting on that level of being foreign in a way. So they met, and they had this big love story or whatever. They used to tell us the story when we were growing up, and we thought it was so sweet. And so I had this mindset that, okay, I'm going to meet my Prince Charming too, and he's going to be my first and my last, and blah, 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 whatever I thought. And so I waited till age 22 and give it to this ex. It was stupid how I threw it away too. It's a long story. I'm not even trying to go into the details. Ended up giving it to this ex that it seemed like wanted revenge because of the way that I broke up with him. When I ended up giving him my virginity, him and I were not together. And he used it against me and ended up kind of just using me for a year, leading me on and using me for about a year. And so that led to depression too. I can't believe I forgot that part of the story. So anyways, that was part of why I was depressed when I got back on island. It was the school thing that didn't work out. It was the ex that used me. A lot of stuff was going on. And then other things that took place when I got on island, I'm not going to go into the details about. And that was what led to the drunkenness. So anyways, at the time I had only had one partner, that ex. But because he was playing the games he was playing, and I knew he was talking to other girls, I was being nosy and snooping on his page, and I saw that he was actually actively talking to other girls. I was paranoid. Even though him and I used protection, there was no sign of him being sick. He actually was ambitious just like me. That's just an ignorant comment. Let me not say that. People get STDs from all walks of life. I don't even know why I said that ignorant comment. But he was safe like me. Him and I used protection. But the fact that he was it seemed like messing around, and I'm a hypochondriac and I'm so paranoid. Even though him and I used protection, I was still paranoid. I was so paranoid to take the HIV test because I'm such a paranoid person. I don't know. I was like, what if the condom tore and, he was messing with different girls? All this crazy, dumb, paranoid shit in my head. And I didn't want to get tested. And so I remember when I told the lady at the rehab why I didn't want to get tested, and I told her I had only had one partner and we used condoms, she was laughing at me. And she was like, why don't you want to get tested? She's like, it was so stupid, man. It was dumb and stupid. And it's so ironic that my fear of getting tested is what led to me possibly really getting infected. So anyways, I sat there with her. Finally, she talked me into taking the test. And she did the swab in my mouth. And we're waiting for the results. And right as she's going to open the results, I said, I can't do this. And I hopped about the seat and I slapped the test results down. And I ran to the car. And I remember speeding to my cousin's house. And my cousin and his girlfriend were there. And a bunch of them were there in the outhouse where we used to hang out. And I was telling them I was freaking out. I said, yo, I just took an HIV test. I'm freaking out. This time, I didn't have money. I had spent all my check, this day. So I didn't have any money on me. And I wasn't really saving my money back then either. I was drinking a lot and I was eating a bunch of junk food. So the money wasn't being spent properly. So the money was being spent very quickly, and I was only working at a hotel. I wasn't making much to begin with. So I remember saying, I need one of y'all to buy me some liquor. I said, I need to drink. I said, oh my God, what if the test comes back positive? I was freaking out, stupid shit. And so I remembered his baby mama and my cousin hopping in the car and said, okay, let's go to the shopping center. We went right there to Kmart. And his baby mama went in and she used her card and she bought a cheap bottle of white vodka. She brought it out to the car. And so I remember as soon as she brought it, I grabbed it from her. And this time I was like a raging alcoholic too. I grabbed the thing from her and I opened it and started guzzling the thing down. I'm guzzling it down. I'm starting to get wasted real quick. And, they drove. We made it over to Strawberry. And I get out the car and, at this point now I'm really wasted. And I remember wobbling to the back house, wasted at this point. I had already drank half the bottle. I don't know how I got through that thing so quick. It was one of those big ass bottles of white vodka. So we got to the house and I was blacked out. I don't remember what happened. I blacked out. And I remembered waking up. And actually, I didn't remember this the next day. By the way, I've said this in the full story. I didn't actually remember what happened with this guy until years later. He ratted on himself. This is truly someone who ratted on themselves. They like to make this joke, I ratted on myself, but they know I didn't. But they like to try and make that joke with the text message thing and with the Walmart thing and several of the things I said in transparency. This guy is the true definition of somebody who ratted on themselves. It's like he couldn't keep the secret of what he did to himself and he wanted to brag about it. So I remember the next day, I couldn't remember what happened. For me, the whole thing was a blur, a blackout. I can remember being at the rehab I can remember taking the HIV test. I can remember freaking out and slapping it down and running to the car. I can remember driving, speeding to my cousin's house, freaking out, them buying me the liquor and guzzling like half the bottle. That's what I could remember, and I couldn't remember anything else. I woke up the next day home and my body was aching. Everything hurt. Everything hurt. I couldn't even pinpoint which part of my body was hurting more. Everything was hurting. And so, of course, I'm freaking out. You know, I'm never thinking sexual assault because it's like my cousin was there. And I'm like, he would never let that happen to me. So I'm not thinking that way. But I'm just like, you know, things aren't feeling right. Everything's feeling horrible. My back was hurting. My arm was hurting. My jaw, like somebody had punched me in my jaw. That lower area felt weird. It felt strange. You know, as a woman, you know when something happened down there. And I hadn't had many partners at the time. Like I told you, I had only been with my ex. But I still knew what it felt like when down there was tampered with. And it was feeling weird. And so I remember freaking out about it. Like, what the hell happened? What happened? And so I'm asking my mom. I'm like, what happened? How did I get home? How did I get home? She said, your cousin brought you home. She said, you can't remember anything? I said, no, I can't remember anything. I'm going to try and get the details from her. So then we both called the house trying to get details. You know, everybody kind of tight-lipped, you know, not to use that word. But not really trying to tell us, you know, too much info. Like, oh, you were acting crazy, you got drunk, and, you know, your cousin had to wrestle the bottle of alcohol from you, and then we took you home. Nobody really giving me the particulars. And then oddly enough, the guy that did it, the guy that, look at him landing the fly there now. Anyway, oddly enough, the guy that did whatever he did, he called. I didn't call him. He called me. Hold on a second, y'all. Give me a second. I'm going to go spit. Spit here. Anyway, so the guy calls, you know, and it's just this weird, creepy call. And he's talking to me, he spoke to my mom, and he spoke to me, and he just kept asking, you don't remember what happened? You don't remember what happened? I said, no. I said, could you tell me what happened? And he said, so you don't remember anything? He kept saying that. I said, no. I said, did something happen? You know, I was getting a weird feeling from him. I said, did something happen? He was like, no, you were really drunk. And, you know, I was trying to get you the liquor. He said, your cousin was trying to take it from you, and I was trying to get it for you. You know, he was saying that like that was going to feel like, I don't know if he thought I was stupid or something. And like, that's something that was going to make me feel good about him. But to me, that made me look at him like a sleazeball, because I'm not a stupid girl. Yeah, I may have been a drunk, but I'm not stupid. And so you telling me that you were trying to get me the bottle, that made me side-eye him more than anything else. And so the conversation just took a weird turn where he started telling me he had feelings for me, and he think he loved me and this and that. I'm just like, what? I even told my mom about the conversation. I was just weirded out by the whole thing. And I kept asking him, did something happen? I even asked my cousin. They're all swearing up and down. Nothing happened. You just got really drunk. Nothing happened. You just fighting with us for the bottle. Nothing happened. Da-da-da-da. So now I just put it in the back of my mind. I had this inkling that something happened. I didn't feel right. I felt like something happened. I was feeling nasty and weird. But I was just like, I just put it in the back of my mind. And I remember my mom kind of telling me too, you would know, trust me. She said, you haven't even been with that many people. Trust me, you would know. If somebody raped you, you would feel it. And she kept telling me, mom kept telling me that. So I'm like, okay, what she's saying is true. I would feel it if someone raped me. You know, down there feels funny, but maybe it's just because I drank. You know, this is what I was telling myself, trying to convince myself. I was just freaked out. I had already heard scary stuff about that dude too. I'm not really trying to say too much. I don't really know too much about if what was said was true or not. But prior to the incident happening, I remember my cousin's girlfriend telling me that he was messing with her older sister that had a lot of kids. And that girl lived in a rough area. But she was telling me that that sister for sure had, you know what, the scary, right? That same thing that they keep sending to me. She was telling me her sister had that. And she was telling me that he was messing with her. And so she was just like, does he have it? I remember she kept asking my cousin if that guy had that because he was messing with her sister, right? And so this is what freaks me out. You don't understand. I'm even stammering now because you don't understand how freaked out I was when I found out he actually raped me. Like, it was something that really, like, scared. I can't even, that was the scared, aside from being targeted. If there's any moment in my life that I can think of, there's two moments in my life where I've been really scared. One time where I had a gun in my back when someone was holding us up when we were out in the town. That time where I found out this dude raped me and I knew he for sure had messed with somebody that had HIV. And then recently in my targeting. Anyway, so, you know, this weird thing though that I've heard. And I've heard doctors say this, I've heard nurses say this, I've heard many people say this. I heard that the transmission rate from female to male is extremely low. Like, there have been men that have been in relationships with females that have HIV for years, and the female wasn't undetectable, so that means she was contagious, and the male didn't catch it. So this is all the stuff I was thinking in my head. I was doing research and I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, what if this man has HIV? I was freaking out. You know, I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, freaking out when I found out he raped me. I'm gonna talk about it in a second, right? But I learned that men that have it, typically it's through anal transmission. So typically they said if a man has HIV, if it's not from intravenous drug use, he was likely participating in down low activity. This is not me saying ignorant comments. You can look this up. They said the transmission rate from female to male is extremely low. And they said likely if a man has it, he was participating in down low activity. So I don't know if the dude has it or not. I don't know if he used condoms with her. I don't know. What I do know for sure, you know, I'm not trying to spread rumors. I'm trying to think if I ever said who he was. I never did, but he kept adding me on Facebook when I made my full story. The dude kept adding me on Facebook. And so I remember I just kept ignoring it, not trying to lambaste who he was. And then one day when he did, I said, why does this dude keep adding me? I said, one of these days I'm going to blast who he is if he adds me again. So I don't think they saw who he was. I'm just trying to, because I don't want to say all of this info here and then really expose whatever about him. I don't even know if the dude has it or not. I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying I hit my cousin's girlfriend back then at the time. She was saying her older sister had HIV, and she was saying he had been messing with her older sister. That's what I was told at the time. I don't know if that man has it, and I'm not spreading rumors. I'm just trying to say that I had legitimate fear when I found out he raped me and didn't use a condom. I was terrified. So anyways, so this, you know, like I said, the next day I was feeling weird or whatever, and he had that weird convo with him. But my mom was telling me, you know, like, you would know, like, you would be feeling pain and stuff if somebody raped you. Trust me, you would know, blah, 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 whatever she was telling me. So I just listened to her, you know, and I brushed it off. I was 23 at the time. I was really young. So fast forward now, about 4 years later, it was like age, it was about 3 years later, like age 26. It was about 3 years later, I think. Age 26, I think, is when it happened. I'm pretty sure. It was age 26? Yeah, I think it was age 26 when I found out. Y'all, this was such a long time ago. But it was about 3 years later when I found it. It was about 4 years later. I remember it being a large amount of time that had passed. It was about 4 years later. So I think the rape happened at age 22, or when I had just made 23. And then when I found out it happened was when I had just made 26. It was about 4 years that had passed between the time when it happened. I remember, walking in the street for Hurricane Irma. I don't remember what year that happened. That was, I think, in 2017. You know, we were hanging out in the streets because we didn't have electricity here on island. I'm sitting here talking for way too long, y'all, and I don't want this video to be too long. I'm just trying to knock down the HIV thing so that it's very clear that, y'all, forbid if something happens, you know, that was something that was done, and I'm praying that doesn't happen. It scares me, but I just want to advocate for myself because my fear is, like, I don't think they would do that to me. I really don't. I don't think they would take it that far. But my fear is now that they have this legitimate thing from the past that could have been a thing, and they try to use that as an excuse to do something. You know, I just want to make it very clear that I've been tested since then. And not only that, the thing happened more than a decade ago. So at this point, with all of the things that happened, if I had that, I would have been deathly ill by now. And so this is what I'm trying to knock down so that, you know, not to say they would do anything. I'm not saying they would, but it's like I'm paranoid and they keep sending me this freaking stimuli, sensitization. So anyways, so I just brushed it under the rug. You know, that weird feeling I was feeling about the whole thing. Sorry, my brain is ticking. So I remember a few years later now, quite a few years later, Hurricane Irma happens. And it really hit this island hard. You know, a lot of the trees were knocked down. A lot of the power lines were knocked down. We didn't have electricity. So we were living in that neighborhood that I live in now. But we were living on the other side. And this was when my younger sister and I were still close. And my older sister and I were still close. And things were normal with our relationship. And so we used to be out in the streets rampant. You know, at this time, my sister had come back on island to live for a little bit with my nieces and my nephews and my brother-in-law. They were here for a good while, you know, like about a year, I think, something like that. And my sister was here on island. I was here on island. We were all here on island, you know. And so it was the first time we had all been together again for a long time, in years. So it was the first time. And so the current was gone, yes, but it felt good to be together. And so we used to just ramp the streets. A lot of people were doing that. There was no current, so everybody was outside just hanging out in the streets. And so I remember my sisters and I, we used to get dressed up or whatever. I was just walking through the neighborhood, looking mad. That's what it was. You know, it's a hot mess, but that's what we were doing. We were hanging out with dudes in the neighborhood because there was nothing else to do. We were bored. There was nothing to do in the house. So we're going in the neighborhood and we're talking to different dudes and a bunch of dudes in the street. And, you know, I remember my younger sister started dating this dude in the neighborhood. And my older sister and I, my older sister was married at the time, so she wasn't really, you know, talking to any of those dudes. It was just like play, fun stuff, but she wasn't talking to any of them. I started talking to a few of the guys there, but I didn't like any of them like that. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. They like to say I'm bougie, stuck up, all that. It was nothing like that. It was just literally like either the guy was too young or, you know, circumstances that just really didn't work for me. It wasn't like me being bougie or pissy tail or anything like that. It wasn't like that. It was just more so like a fun thing for me out there. That my sister did make this connection with this guy that she actually really liked. And so I remember we were hanging out with those dudes at their house all the time. And one day my sister was walking with the dude that she started dating, walking through the neighborhood, and I wasn't with them this day. I was home. And so she walked on the other side of the neighborhood, and apparently they walked by this guy's house. And so he looked out the window and he saw my sister walking with her dude, and he thought she was me. That's not the first time this has happened. It's weird because my younger sister and I, we resemble, but not so much that you would mistake us. But I think because we have a similar aesthetic, we are sisters, similar complexion. I think when you see us walking from far, you can mistake us for one another. And then also too, you know, this happened with another dude in the neighborhood too, where he thought that I was my sister. It's this weird thing. I think it's just because we do have a similar aesthetic, but we don't look that much alike. But anyway, so she's walking in the street with this dude, and he looks at the window and thinks he's seeing me walking with the dude, and he knows the dude. So he ends up going to the dude on a side note whenever he saw the dude again and said, hey, you with that girl? You know, he started bragging about the things that he did to me. He thought my sister was me, and started running his mouth about the things he had done to me. Just completely bragging about all this stuff that took place apparently while I was blacked out. Excuse me. It's just disturbing when I think about it, man. Anyways, so he came back to my mom. My sister's boyfriend at the time came back to her and said, yo, you know, I thought you said you were a good girl. Blah, 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 blah. You know, this guy's saying this and that about you. And so she freaks out. She said, no, that's not me. That dude. She said, that's the dude that used to hang around my sister. Oh my God, he did do something. Blah, 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 blah. And so she came back to me and she told me everything. And it was the weirdest thing I had ever experienced in my life. It was like, I've never experienced anything like that in my life where I blacked out. I can't remember anything. I don't know if you've ever had that experience. Not everyone has that experience with drinking. Even if you've never been an alcoholic, many people have gone out and had a party night where you drank a little too much and you get a little blackout moment. It's happened to many people, even people that weren't drugs. But it was just one of those things. I never experienced it in my life where I've completely blacked out, can't remember anything. And then somebody tells me what happened and then I start to remember. It's like they open a floodgate. It was like the moment she starts telling me what the dude was saying, I remembered everything. I couldn't remember everything. Like I couldn't remember when I got to the place. When I got the liquor and I got to the place, I can't remember that. I can't remember him getting on top of me. I can't remember any of it. But I remember waking up. As soon as she told me the story, I remembered this. I remembered him doing what he was doing on top of me. And I remembered him having these bloodshot eyes. I remember saying, hey, you're hurting me. Stop. I'm so drunk in a stupor. I'm not even really catching on that somebody's having sex with me. I just know that I'm feeling pain down there. And I'm seeing these bloodshot red eyes looking at me. So I remember saying, stop, hey, stop, it's hurting, hurry, hey. You know, I remember saying that and then him looking at me and then he continued until he finished. And I remember feeling that too because I had never felt that feeling before. Remember, I told you I've always used protection. So that feeling felt weird and different to me, especially when he finished. I never felt that feeling before. So I remember him getting up off of me. I remember sitting up and freaking out when I started to like come out of my stupor and realize what the fuck was going on. Excuse my language. I remember flipping out on the dude. Like, I remember I really started going, and you know I can be a bitch. I really started being a nasty bitch to him. I really started saying some nasty things to him. And I think I even started calling him nasty and all this type of stuff. And I said, I think I should have asked him if he had it. Because at this time, my cousin's baby mama had already, before he did that to me, had already been being nosy and trying to snoop. Because he was messing with her sister who had it. So I remember going in on him because I was already freaking out about this fucking HIV test that I took at the rehab. I come here and get drunk because I'm freaking out about it, and I wake up with you having sex with me. Like, you know, I just started to flip out with him. I flipped out. I said, do you have it? You know, I asked him if he had it. I said, look at you. You know, like, I said, you look like you might have some, like, I was saying some nasty stuff to this dude. I was drunk, and I was angry that he did what he did. And I started saying some nasty, so I can remember I was saying some very I can be a bitch. I was saying some nasty stuff. And I remember him looking at me and glaring at me, and then purposely saying some stuff to me. Like, I don't know if he was trying to scare me or if he really got the thing. I don't really know. To this day, I don't know. I don't know if he was trying to scare me because I was being a bitch to him, or if he really got the thing. I don't know. It's nothing funny about it. It's very scary. But I remember all of that, man. I remember all of it. Because at first he was telling me, no. And I started to go sick on the dude. I said, you sure you look like you know, I was saying some nasty stuff to him. And I remember him just looking at me and saying, you know what, this and that, like whatever he said. And I remember it just freaking me out. And so I grabbed the bottle of liquor that was already half drank, that was sitting on the dresser. I grabbed it, and I remember just being like, no, freaking out. And I remember like guzzling almost the rest of it. And you know, you can get alcohol poisoning from drinking that level of alcohol. You know, I think that's like 50 proof or something like that. That's some extreme stuff. And so I remember just guzzling that thing down because I was freaking out. You know, freaking out. I remember guzzling that shit down. And then I think he's the one who called my cousin. And my cousin came in and was trying to get the bottle for me. I don't know where the hell my cousin was. I don't know why that was able to happen to me to begin with. I'm not blaming him. But they were all around. So what led to them leaving me and me ended up there with him doing that to me is what I still can't figure out. Anyway, so my cousin came. He obviously wasn't too far. He came and was wrestling the bottle from me, right? Trying to get the bottle from me. I remember this too. And I'm just pulling it from him and freaking out and just pulling it from him. And obviously I started getting more drunk again because I drank more of it. And he's pulling it from me. And eventually he ripped it out of my hands and he threw it on the roof. And then he grabbed me up by my collar. My cousin has a really hot temper. So when he gets in that mode, like it's a dangerous thing. He's kind of short, but he's very strong, buck strong. And he was getting upset. And so he grabbed me by my collar and he pulled me out of the house, and I remember him flinging me into the wall. And then I was getting up and I was cussing him out too because I was already just pissed off at what I had just seen with that dude, and I was pissy drunk too. I remember cussing him, and the more I'm cussing him, the more he's getting mad, and the more he's picking me up and flinging me into the wall, and I realized why my body was hurting. And so the more I'm cussing him, he's just getting angrier and like turning red, like has that type of temper, he always has. And he's just picking me up and flinging me in the wall, and picking me up and flinging me in the wall. And the dude came out and he started trying to stop him. And he said, hey, stop. He said, get off her, stop. And so my cousin said, you fucking my cousin. And he punched the dude in the face. And he started punching the dude in the face, and the dude's mouth started bleeding. I remember all of this. And I remember just getting dizzy and sitting on the floor, and I started feeling like I was about to black out again. And my cousin said, hey, get the hose. So he started pouring hose water on me. And then he took his finger, he started sticking it down my throat. I remember throwing up, and I can't remember anything else. I remembered all of that in vivid detail. When my sister started telling me what the dude said, it was just like this thing unlocked in my brain. It was the weirdest thing ever. And the more I remembered, the more I started to freak out, because I'm like, oh my God, what if he has something? That's all I could think. You know, everything else, forget it. All I could think about was, what if he has something? You know, it's years later now, I feel fine, but whoa. You know, I was freaking out. Let me see how long this video is going. Long as, oh my God, I gotta end. Y'all, like, this one's supposed to be the song. It wasn't even supposed to be mainly focused on the HIV thing, but they've been throwing it at me a lot, and I just wanted to knock it down, because, you know, just in case, you know, I'm paranoid about that. And it's like they keep throwing it at me, and they have access to my body. Again, I don't think they would do that, but they literally keep throwing at me with the technology. So that's why I felt like I needed to talk about it again. Anyway, So yeah, so I remember all of that, man. I remember freaking out when I actually started remembering what happened and getting vexed too. And at this time, I was close with my sisters and my brothers at this time. It wasn't weird like it is now. And so we're all pissed off. I'm telling them what happened and what I remember. And so we all get dressed up, like, ready to beat this dude. And he was a skinny dude too, like tall, Rasta man, but, you know, slender dude. He was Trini too. Another Trini. That's why he was friends with my cousin. And he lived in the same neighborhood too. So I remember we pull up to his house, all of us, and we were ready to beat his ass. I was going to beat him. I said, y'all just cover me. I was going to beat him. So when we pull up to his house, he comes out with his mom, and he's telling us that that's not true. That didn't happen, and that dude's lying. And I'm like, how could he be lying? I remember everything that he said. I said, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how could he be lying? I remember everything that he said. And he's saying that dude's lying and da-da-da. I don't understand why they're landing the insect drone there. I'm so confused as to why they're landing the insect drone there. Everything that I'm saying, y'all, and this is what led to me making the receipt video about that other dude, about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. I don't mean to bring that into this. That's what led to me making that receipt video, you know, because they kept insinuating that I was lying. And then I got so much backlash for making the receipt video. This is what they do. They'll call you a liar, and then you do things like you show receipts to prove that you're telling the truth, and then you get backlash for telling the truth. It's crazy. Anyway, all of what I'm saying can be verified. I wouldn't say stuff that my family members are going to hear if I were lying about it. They can all hear this. They were all there. They can verify what I'm saying is true. So I don't really know why they're lying why they're landing that there, but they always insinuate that I'm a liar. I don't know if they're insinuating that about this specific situation or just in general. I really don't know. But let me finish what I'm saying though. So anyways, so he's saying that dude's a liar and talking about my sister's boyfriend, and that's not what he told him, and he didn't say that he did anything to me, and we never had sex, and this and that. This is what he was saying. And we're like, why would he lie? What would be the motive for him lying? How would he have even known about the incident? It's not making sense unless you told him those things. And so that's just getting me more vexed. The more he's lying to me, the more I'm getting mad and wanting to beat him. And so my brothers took over and they actually got in front of me and they were about to beat him. And so he ran inside and he went and grabbed a bat or a broomstick, some like wooden something. And he came outside to defend himself. And he starts swinging the wooden thing, right? Swinging it like just to kind of like deter us or scare us or whatever from coming to the porch. And he was getting so mad. His mom was trying to pull his arm. He said, "Get off me," to his mom, right? And he ended up swinging the bat back and hitting her in the head. And her head started bleeding. And I had already heard that he beats his mom. I heard that. I don't know if it's true or not. So let me not say rumors now. I don't know if it's true. These are all things I've heard. I'm making sure to say that. I don't have proof. I did see him hit his mom in the head with a bat accidentally in rage. But I had never actually seen him physically beat his mom. So I don't know if these things are true or not. But I heard he beats his mom. I heard that. So anyways, he's flipping out. And the bat hit her in the head and she starts bleeding. And he's just swearing up and down he didn't do the thing. And once we saw the lady bleeding, we decided to just leave. We left and we made a police report about it. We actually made a police report. So this is all verified stuff. We called the police. We made a police report. And they were trying to tell me that he's crazy. They said, don't listen to anything that dude says. He's crazy. Everybody knows he's on medication. He got in a bad car accident and his brain ain't good. This is the stuff they were telling me. Like, they already know about the dude, apparently. So anyways, I'm just like, okay, brain ain't good. His brain is good enough. Like, he has sense. That dude has common sense. And he's actually kind of smart, too. I've had conversations with him. He's not crazy. So anyways, whatever the case is, we just left it alone. But at the time, I'm still freaking out like, damn, there's this thing in the air now that I actually remember he did have sex with me. I'm like, does he have something? You know, because of course the HIV test I took that day prior to having sex with him came back negative. That's the irony of it all. You know, I remember the lady from rehab contacted me like, it's negative. You were freaking out for nothing. And I'm sitting there just shaking because at the time, you know, I hadn't had the confirmation that he had done anything. Again, this was around the time when it happened. I remember just thinking to myself, you dummy, because I was still feeling weird about what happened, but they were all swearing nothing had happened. But I was just like, you dummy, you should have just sat there, took the test, and just stayed there, man. It's like I actually, ironically enough, again, trying to run from my fear of whatever, hypochondria, I ended up putting myself in a position where I really could have gotten infected. So anyways, I need to blow my nose, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me hurry up and try and get past this part, y'all. I just, again, want to make it clear that I don't have, you know, whatever. You know, so them throwing that at me, it feels like a threat, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so that thing happened almost over a decade ago, y'all. Like I said, I was like 22 or 23 when it happened. I'm making 23 in December. So, you know, at this point now, this long after, with all of the things that I've incurred, including radiation poisoning, I would be deathly ill in the hospital if I had gotten infected back then. Just letting you know. So anyways, you know, the years later when I found out, I remember my mom taking me to Red Cross and we went to talk to a counselor about what happened. And she was telling me, with the way you were drinking, she said, trust me, if you had gotten infected with HIV, she said, I would know it right now. She said, I would see it in your eyes. She said, a lot of the people that have that, whatever, you know, and I'm not trying to make more enemies. You know, there are many people that have that in this day and age, right? And we're in a new age too, right? It's not what it was back in the day. So there's, you know, people that have it and they're living a regular life. You know, they get undetectable, they take the medication or whatever. And it's like they don't have the thing. So I'm not judging anybody. I'm not coming for anybody. But I'm just like, you know, I offend people with these videos unintentionally. I'm just literally telling you what the lady told me. She was like, if you had it, I would know. She said, I would see it in your eyes. She said, a lot of the people that have had it for a while, like how you would have been if you had it, their eyes, she said, you see it in their eyes. You see it around their eyes. She said the eyes look red. And she was talking about how underneath the eyes look too. And so I started looking into that, but I already in my head knew that too, because I was into holistic health since back, like my early 20s. I've been into holistic health, like I told y'all. And there's something called iridology in the holistic health community, where they basically use your eye to pinpoint what's going on in your body and if you have any illnesses. And a well-known fact in the holistic health community is that acidity shows in your eyes. So if your body is acidic or you're having some sort of immune problem, typically you have pink reddish eyes. That's a sign of acidity, and that's a sign of your immune system not doing well. Also, you might notice you have like dark smudges under your eyes. Similar to what happened to me when I suspect I was being hit with the radiation. I didn't have the red eyes, but I had started to get the little dark smudges under my eyes. And I noticed Michael Barden still has those under his eyes, and a lot of targets that are getting hit with the radiation, they get the little black smudges. But you get the black smudges and you have pink eyes, like your eyes look pink, this pinkish kind of color, and that's a sign of your immune system not doing well. So anyway, she was like, trust me. She said, I've dealt with enough patients that have HIV. She said, I would know if you had it. She said, just get tested. She was like, there's options. Just get tested. There's nothing to be scared of. I know you don't have it. Just get tested. All this stuff the lady was telling me, and none of it was working. As much as I knew what she was saying about the eye thing being true, I was too terrified to get tested. I was like, there's no way, now that I know for sure that this dude did stuff with me, and I know there's a possibility of him having that, there's no way I'm getting tested right now. So I'm not ready to deal with that right now. Like, I literally had just got my life back on track. This was, like I said, 3 or 4 years later. I was clean at this point. I was working as a paraeducator. It was just like, I'm not trying to deal with this. As a matter of fact, after getting clean from being a blackout drunk, I had a year of being a functioning alcoholic. So this was after even that. So I had those 2 years of being a blackout drunk where I got wasted and I got raped. And then I had a year after that of being a functioning alcoholic. So I wasn't getting blackout drunk anymore because I was too scared after getting raped. But I was still drinking off and on. I wasn't sober. So I had a year of being a functioning alcoholic where I was too scared to black out, but I was still drinking. And then I had that point where I was completely sober. So at this point, when I found out the information, I was completely sober. So I feel like I finally got my life back on track. I got my life together. And now here I'm getting kicked on my ass again. I might, this might be a thing now. I'm like, how the hell am I going to deal with this? I'm like, this is too much. I can't deal with this now. This is how I felt about it. I didn't want to find out. Like, I just felt like if that's happening, I don't want to deal with it right now. That's how I felt. It's not like I was sleeping with anyone at the time. I'm not the kind that would ever know that I had that or could have that and would sleep and purposely infect someone, because there are people out there that are wicked like that. Like, they'll know they have that and they'll purposely sleep with people and spread the thing. Like, for me, if I felt like I had that going on, I would never sleep with somebody unprotected and put them at risk. And so for me, I've always used protection, even after that, even without knowing, even with the risk of possibly having it and not knowing before I had gotten tested again. I was always adamant about using protection. In fact, what freaked me out was after the incident, there were a few guys, right? There was like 2 guys that I had intercourse with, not to give TMI, but I'm just trying to tell you how easy it is for STDs to spread. And I was like, oh my God, if I had something, I could have gave it to them easy. Like, this is how this thing be spreading like crazy. I remembered after messing with that dude and not knowing, and I was too scared to get tested, before I ever actually got tested again, there were 2 guys I had intercourse with. I used protection with them. They didn't want to use a condom. And I thought to myself, if I really do have that thing, I could have easily sat here and gave it to these dudes. Like, it's just like some people really don't care. I couldn't believe. Some people really don't care out there. Anyway, so I was safe though. I made sure to use protection. So back to what I was saying though. Eventually when I went to school for the second time, I started dating this Jamaican dude. And they started using him to gang stalk me too. I started dating this Jamaican dude and he was really rough around the edges. Good looking guy who's like a pretty boy, but really rough around the edges. And I just could tell, like, a man that's a player, you could just tell. I didn't even take him seriously at first. It took me 2 years to actually really date him. Anyway, I started dating him and stuff, and actually, like, we getting to the point where we're going to deal with each other on that level. I remember being adamant about taking him to get tested, right? So I actually looked up testing facilities. My sister and I, and we both got tested together. He came back negative and I came back negative. So I got tested, but then not only that, even if I hadn't gotten tested, This is a decade later. Yeah, HIV can lay dormant in your system. That's true. I've heard that before, especially if you have a really strong immune system or a really strong body. But it also is dependent on lifestyle. If you're somebody that has had a history of drinking off and on the way that I did, this is what the counselor was telling me too. She said, with the way you were drinking, she just said if you had HIV, you would know right now. With the history that I have from drinking off and on, the hardcore kind of drinking I was doing, in addition to what took place last year, where they actually desecrated my immune system. Well, I suspect, let me not bear false witness, with radiation, to the point where I got so skinny. I already told you, and I don't have to tell you, you can do your research, radiation destroys healthy cells as well as cancer cells. If I had such a long-standing infection and they did that to me last year, don't you think I'd be deathly ill in the hospital? You think I could have bounced back by simply just working out? This is what I'm saying. If something is taking place now, Yah forbid, that's not something that happened from a decade ago. That's something that was done. And I'm praying that's not the case, and I don't think they would do that. I'm just saying they keep sending with the technology, and it just freaks me out. So it's just kind of like this thing where I felt like I had to advocate for myself and talk about it and document. Just too, because they keep sending that thing to me. They really keep sending it to me. Anyway, that's it. I sat there and told this story again. I told it, y'all, check out my prior videos. Everything that I say, every story that I tell, it's the same. It never changes because I don't have to lie. I tell the truth. And that's why all of my stories, you can look at stories dating back from a year ago. I can sit here a whole year later and not even listen to the story. And I can retell the story verbatim and nothing will change because I'm telling you the story from my memory. Anyways, moving on to the next thing. So that's how they're attacking me too. That's the amp up with because long story short, this is how they're amping up with the targeting because I started gaining weight in these last 2 weeks. Coming for my self-esteem, trying to get in my head and make me feel ugly and whatever else. And then also coming for my my mental and making me feel paranoid because they know I'm a hypochondriac and throwing the HIV thing at me because of what I said in my full story about the rape. But also it kind of feels like a threat, even though I truly don't think they would do this to me. I've been through so much, you have to understand, and they keep throwing the thing at me. I felt like I had to document it. Next thing. Little girl was sent in the gym. This is the other thing that they did, y'all. In the gym, all of a sudden, I start seeing this little girl. Wasn't seeing her before. It's a little short. I'm saying little girl, but she looks like she's maybe like 19, 20, that age. Like early 20s, late teens type of age. You know how it is in that age range where you can even possibly be 23 and look like you're 19, especially if you're of a smaller stature. Still a little girl to me. I'm 32. I can tell she's a little girl to me. Somewhere in her early 20s, anywhere from her teens, late teens to early 20s, this girl is. Sending her in there, right? Now, I already know that sometimes they send people in there to gang stalk. But because I don't know for sure and I don't want to bear false witness, I try not to make accusations and I try not to make assumptions about people. But I noticed, like around the time when I started doing the 70 squats and doing more stuff in the gym, I noticed that I see this girl come in one morning, right? So she comes in and she, excuse me, y'all. She comes in and she's moving around the gym. She's in the back room. She's doing different stuff. I told y'all this already in prior videos. I noticed new faces in the gym because of my targeting and because gang stalking is used against me off and on. Even if it's a regular new face, it's not like I'm automatically like gang stalker, but I do notice new faces. Like I'm extra observant of everything around me now because of the targeting. And I already have that kind of personality anyways. So I noticed her this one morning, but I was like, okay, well, maybe it's just a new face, but I'm noticing she's wearing this little short pom-pom shorts, reminiscent of, that thing that they tried to create. Remember the video I showed you all with the short black pants? And I told y'all what happened in Florida and how they tried to use that to propel the narrative with the text message. Y'all got to check out my other videos, y'all. I'm not going to go into the details about that thing again right now. But basically, the short pants, the little black short pants, her being a new face, her being somebody that resembled a little girl, it was all triggering. And I was like, this is happening right as I start doing more squats. I wonder if this is a gang stalker. I do remember thinking that very briefly, but it's like, it just let it bounce out my head because I wasn't sure. And she wasn't doing anything too overt for me to really be accusatory. And then something else that was obvious gang stalking was taking place at the same time. So I didn't even have time to focus on her that first day that she was there. The guy in the last video that I talked about, the guy that looked like he's around my younger brother's age, another person that's in their early 20s, looks like at least. he was there doing whatever. You know, the same stuff I talked about in that last video that I created, where it's like he was doing the sound effects, and then, you know, he knew I was going to the other machine. They all know my regimen. They watch me every day. He knew what machine I was going to next. I was going to my next machine that I go to every time I go in the gym. And he goes over to the machine directly next to the machine that he knows I'm going to squat in, and puts the shirt over his nose and starts acting like I stink. So I started going off in the dude in my head. Y'all listen to the last video. I'm not going to talk about it again in this video. They're just going off on him, you know, talking about like, if you think I stink, why are you coming next to me, next to the machine you know I'm about to squat on? You know, because it was an obvious gang stalking tactic to make me uncomfortable about squatting. Yeah, I noticed certain things being done too after that. I just ignore it. It's all bullshit to me. It's stupidness. You know, I'm living a positive life. I'm not with the negative stuff. So I just try to ignore stupid stuff. You know, I try not to give too much stuff a reaction. But that time in particular was just like I had to respond, because he had also been making sound effects and doing all this extra stuff. And then he did that, and it's just like I went off on him in my head. Remember, they can hear your thoughts with the neural monitoring technology. High science technology, y'all. So I started going off on him, and I made that video about it. So she was irrelevant to me. I didn't really study her too much because I was focusing on him. But I do recall, before getting over to that machine and going in on that dude because of what he was doing, before I left the Smith machine, I remembered her tapping me, you know, while I was using it, and saying, "Hi, excuse me, are you almost done with the machine?" And so I was like, okay, so she's coming over, and, you know, I'm already seeing her in the short pants. She looks like a little girl, and she's going out of her way to now talk to me. My brain didn't tick when I saw her. So I wonder if they now made her tap me to try to get the tick to happen. Because remember, I told y'all what happens when I see the stimuli that they've sensitized me to. It's programming. Similar to, like I said, when you see an ad during the movies. They'll put the Coca-Cola on the screen, right? Maybe for a minute. And then shortly after, you're watching the movie and Coke pops in your head. And you don't even realize you were just programmed, and it's because you just saw that ad. That's similar to how this thing works. You know, similar to the false narrative about me being thirsty. You know, now a tick with this guy in the gym is happening that I talked about. I don't want to go off on a tangent, y'all. But this new tick that I talked about that in the last video as well, I think. And if not, the last video was the one before that. But there's another guy in there, and his name is ticking in my head, and it's sensitization. It's a lot of things going on with that. I don't really want to talk about him too much in my videos. I don't want to keep talking about the same people in my videos over and over again. But I was so freaking paranoid about that tick happening because they keep trying to paint this false narrative about me being thirsty because I'm working out. It's just another false narrative they're doing to make me feel insecure and get in my head. I know it's bullshit. They know it's bullshit, but it's just one of the stupid things that they do. But now whenever I'm in the gym, every time I'm taking a drink of my water, his name is ticking in my head because it's the reminder of thirst. You know, as I'm drinking the drink, his name is popping in my head because I'm thinking about the fact that, oh my God, his name ticking in my head, now they're going to push the thirsty narrative. It's programming. So every time I see a little girl or someone that looks like a little girl, my niece's name would pop in my head. It was happening to me a lot at the beginning of the year. It's actually not happening as bad right now, but it still happens. And so I think they realized they had her walking back and forth with the little short pants and the name wasn't popping in my head. So they had her up the ante, had her come and tap me and ask me if I'm done with the machine. It still didn't pop in my head. My mind was too busy on that dude that had been doing the sound effects. And then I walk over to the other machine, and then he's doing more stuff. And so that was when I started going off in my head about him. But anyway, so I wasn't even certain if she was a gang stalker, but I had a strong inkling that she was. So I go in the next day now. The next time I go to the gym. Of course, nothing else as far as gang stalking is happening other than her being there. You know, in addition to the other people that are there. So I notice now I'm over in the Smith machine again. Conveniently, while I'm over there in the Smith machine, she's in that area again. But it's as I started going heavier. It was when I started getting to the heavier weight. I think I was at the 250. That was when I noticed her make her way over there. And she starts blocking the mirror. You know, they know I like to look in the mirror when I'm squatting. And sometimes this thing I notice that they do, and I strongly believe it to be a tactic, is they'll block the mirror so I can't see myself. And I'm a long femur squatter. So unfortunately for me, naturally my body bends forward more than not when I'm squatting. And my squat form can get messed up easily that way. So I need to see myself in the mirror to make sure that my form is correct. But purposely to paint the false narrative because of what happened last year with the mirror sensitization. I'm not going to go into the details about it now, guys. Don't feel like it. It's another one of those false narratives, you know, about me doing something spiritually wicked. Something they heard me learn from another video and from something I read. Not anything that I did. But they still tried to sensitize me to it, just like many of the other false narratives. mirrors became a part of my sensitization, but more so last year than this year. But now recently, since I've been going heavier, another tactic being used amongst the other ones I just mentioned is I'm noticing like this constant thing where they're blocking the mirror when I'm trying to squat. It's this weird thing. And so I noticed her doing it. I'm like, okay, so they're really trying to get a reaction from me this time, you know, because it's like she's doing all this. She's doing all this bending over in the mirror and blocking the mirror. It's so irritating. You know, it's already annoying enough that you're pushing that narrative, and that one really pisses me off. But then you're blocking up the mirror and I'm trying to work out with it. That's when it really irks me to no end. You know, it's one thing if you're just putting it around me and that's already irritating enough. If you get the brain tick, oh well. You know, if my brain ticks, oh, you win. But then you're blocking the mirror while I'm trying to work out. That is what really irks me to no end. So I remember starting to get annoyed. You know, I'm starting to breathe hard and get annoyed, irritated with her. But I still didn't totally start to go off. It wasn't until she came next to the Smith machine and purposely looks at her watch and then does this big bend over. That was just like, you know, I start to go off on her in my head, but I wasn't really too harsh. You know, I'd really be going in on some of the gang stalkers in my head, and what they like to call monster bitch starts to come out. I didn't really go too in on her, but I said she should be ashamed of herself. I said she's hearing this little short pom-pom pants bending over. I said, this is irony. I said, you know, they're trying to supposedly push the false narrative from the text, but they're encouraging perversion by having this little girl bend over in this little short pants, because who is watching on these cameras? You don't know. All these people are watching. You might really have a pervert who's enjoying the show. You know, so this is how I'm feeling, and it's also just irking me because I don't want to see that shit. It's gross to me. So it irks me to no end. And I started going off in my head about it. I said she should be ashamed of herself. I didn't really cuss her out too much. I just said, you should be ashamed of yourself. And she could hear my thoughts. I just said, you should be ashamed of yourself. Your mother is looking probably. I said, this is horrible. I said, this is embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself. And then she walked off and I didn't see her again. She was gone. And I was like, yes. You know, I didn't see her again. But that was just another example, you know, because I noticed this new thing too, for real. Like where it's like, even after her, I'm squatting and it's like they're doing this thing where like there's all this space in front in the area and it's coming directly in front of the Smith machine. This happened just yesterday. Yesterday I'm squatting. The girl is right in front of the Smith machine, bending over, her backside in my face. I was like, what the fuck is this? You know, she's wearing this little short pants, but I purposely did not have a reaction because I realized, I said, let me not have a reaction. Just keep doing your thing, girl. So anyways, that's another thing. Let me keep going because I want to hurry up and finish the video. This is getting too long now. I need to blow my nose too. Because I know how it is with these videos and I try not to make super long videos. Let me see if I can just hurry up and finish up. Let me see how long the video is. My God. And then there's still 20 something minutes that need to be added to it. This is crazy. Let me stop the video and blow my nose, y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna make a part 2. Okay, y'all. Wait, hold on. Okay, it's still go. I just wanted to make sure that the microphone is on. Let me finish up the video, y'all. This is gonna be a super long video. Let me try to wrap everything up now. Whoa, and there's so much more to talk about. My God, I hate videos like this where it's like so long and I wanted to just get to the point. But that really was that HIV thing. I stood there and retold that story and that took hours, like literally. Anyway, discuss post from dude. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about. Let me go over to my pictures. My God. All right, so this is dude I went to school with back in the day. He graduated with me, right? He added me on Facebook recently. I was like, okay, I know him. Him and I talked off and on back in the day. We were never together, friends, right? Another one of those people that I was just friends with. I was never in a relationship with this dude. Several times he was in my inbox, asked him to link up and stuff. I never took him serious because I had kind of heard that and I don't want to spread rumors, I'm just saying what I heard and why I didn't take it serious. I heard he was a runaround. That's what I heard about him. And then one of the times or one of those periods where he was, you know, I'm trying to be careful about what I'm saying because I got so much backlash with the cyberstalking, cyberbullying dude. He's no longer with this female, so I can say this. Back in our early 20s, there was a time where he was trying to talk to me actively and I realized he had a girlfriend. And so I remembered blocking him. You know, several times throughout the years where he was in my life, in my inbox, but we were never, ever anything. Never together or anything like that, just friends. But always this thing where he's reaching out and I was not taking it serious because I had already heard about him. And then experienced that he was trying to talk to me while he had a girlfriend. So that was the thing with him. That's the past we have. I never said anything bad about the dude. I never had a history of saying, you know, it wasn't like with the cyberstalking, cyberbullying dude where I actually went in on him and dissed him up in reaction to something he said to me. That wasn't the case with this guy. I just noticed the dude add me, right? This was recently he added me. This was about maybe 3 weeks ago. I'm not good with the timeline. Very recent, like within the month, he added me. I'm like, okay, I add him. You know, I'm at this point used to people adding me that I know from the past. Most of them don't gang stalk. Most of the people that add me, you know, that I know from the past, they might have their personal feelings about it, but I don't see it, right? They're not gang stalking or doing stuff like that. I've seen a couple. It's happened with a couple, but not really. Most of the people that I know, they're not gang stalking like that, at least not for me to see. They might be saying a little thing to the side, not for me to see. He adds me, right? And then I notice this post. I see this post here. It says, VI people need to leave me alone and go buy their own drone. Crack up face. Lowballing. Stealing content. The list goes on. Thank Jah, my visions is worldwide and not on a small rock filled with bad mind people. I do this for fun. Ranking out. Then he puts the eagle. And you can see that there's ha-has. So you see I ha-ha'd it too. Right? This is all sensitization. First of all, they manipulate the technology. I realize this already. They do it to Instagram. They do it to YouTube. I was just telling y'all what they do with the shadow networking technology. I'm actually after this about to show y'all some examples of them using the shadow networking technology to actually sensitize me and send things with sensitization. But the way this post was written, this looks like a Crucian wrote this. This doesn't look like sensitization. This looks like he genuinely wrote this. And one thing I've experienced with guys that I've dealt with in the past, I've had this happen like 2-3 times now. I even made a video about it in the past where I talked about it. This guy from another island that's in the Virgin Islands that I talked to back in the day. He's from St. Thomas. I'm from St. Croix. Talked to him too back in the day, right? And then after conversing with him for a while, I realized that he was short. And I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. Again, I make these videos that end up offending people, making enemies. Back then, and even now, I want to say, because I'm a real person and I'm honest, I'm not a liar, I was extremely picky when it came to height. And the reason being, I keep saying it's not about me being stuck up, it's not about me being a bitch, it actually stems from insecurity. Because I've always been a taller female, I'm 5'8", I'm athletic, I'm built, that's how I am, I've always been that way, my siblings and I are that way. I always felt like I needed a guy bigger than me, so that I can feel feminine in the relationship. I don't want to be with a dude that I feel like I can beat up or that I can handle and rag around. I don't like that. That's unattractive to me. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. Again, it's an insecurity within myself because I felt like I needed a man that was bigger than me that would make me feel feminine. And so that's where that comes from, where I don't want to date a shorter dude. It's not anything to do with, you know, disrespecting a guy that's shorter, because there are a lot of guys out there that are short that are, I'm sure, good mates or good partners or whatever the case is, and attractive, all that, you know. It's just an insecurity within me and a preference. More than anything else, when it comes to the physical, that's like one of the main requirements. I'm really not as picky as, you know, it might seem. I'm really not. You know, I'm not the cat's meow either. But it's like, specifically with that, I don't like to date shorter dudes. It's just something that really turned me off more than anything else. No disrespect. And so there was this guy from St. Thomas that I was talking to back in the day. We were just talking to like friends again, another friend situation, just getting to know each other. He was a cool guy. And then when I come to realize, you know, I call him video call, we're talking video call, I realized the guy was short. And so I realized he was short, you know, I kind of tried to end the friendship. I tried to kind of dwindle away, and then I ended up ghosting him, which is bad. I can admit that, but we weren't together. We were just friends. I was young too. I was in my early 20s. But I remember I ended up ghosting him. What they call ghosting, you know, when you block somebody and you just disappear. I ended up ghosting him. And so years later now, when this targeting thing happened, he added me. This was at the beginning of the year, he added me. So I was like, oh my God, him. I remember him from back in the day. This is what I thought in my head. I was like, wow, this is embarrassing. He probably knows about this targeting, but I'm not thinking in my head he's holding a grudge and about to now gang stalk because I'm in this low position. So I add the dude. You know, I accepted the friend request. Instantly, he starts sending me video messages full of sensitization. And he sounded pissed too. Like, it was mean. The way he was saying the stuff he was saying. Like, you could tell this dude been holding a grudge for years. I was like, oh my God. You know, it was just like, you know, kicking me when I'm down. And then this other guy I used to talk to too. I worked with him. I don't even want to talk about where I worked with him, or else I'm going to reveal who he is. I worked with him back in the day. He wrote me too. I noticed him using sensitization. He wasn't as harsh as that dude from St. Thomas. But he was kind of using sensitization too. I was like, damn, another one kicking me while I'm down. I'm like, shit. It's like, there's a lot of people holding grudges on me I didn't know about until this moment here. But anyways, with him, it's like nothing bad happened with us. Yeah, I did ghost him, but I had good reason to. When I ghosted him, I had found out he had a girlfriend back in the day. Him and I were just friends, talking off and on. But it's like, you writing me like this kind of way and you have a girlfriend? I'm like, what? You know, and again, too, like I had already heard about him, too, so I never took him serious. There wasn't anything where I ever dissed the dude or anything negative like that ever happened between him and I. For him to go out of his way to add me just to put a post up to sensitize me and kind of kick me when I'm down. I'm like, what the hell is your issue? But then I remembered, and that's the only reason I didn't put his name in the post, you know. Also, I'm trying to be careful because I get backlash. You know, I've gotten a lot of backlash for making these videos and, as they say, talking about people. But, you know, you doing stuff like this, you asking to get talked about. But I was like, should I put his name? Should I be spiteful and put his name? But then I remembered last year when my younger sister and I were laying on the bed. We were, you know, it should have been a private moment. Remember, everybody's watching us. I remember she and I were talking about these dudes from the past that we used to date. We were just shooting the shit, like, you know, talking about the past. Even though I knew everyone was watching and it felt unnatural and disingenuous, I still tried to lay there and have a natural conversation with my sister last year. So she and I started talking about, excuse me, guys that we dated from the past. And we started talking about guys that my older sister dated from the past. You know, we were just talking about different people. And somehow his name came up. Actually, this was how I ended up talking about that cop that my sister dated very briefly. And then they started sending him in the gym to sensitize me. So I think it didn't go over well with some of these guys when their names got mentioned. And so I think that's what happened with him. I actually didn't bring him up. My younger sister did. Because she was saying, what about the dudes you used to talk to? And she started naming them out. And she named his name out. And then she said, oh my God, remember so-and-so? And she was bringing his name up. I said, yes, I remember. We started talking about him. And then she was talking about the fact that she went to the university down here with him. And she said she was on the bus with him. And she said he was staring at her. And she said he had these light-colored eyes that made her feel uncomfortable. And she don't like guys with light-colored eyes. My younger sister, she always said that. She always felt like guys with light-colored eyes. No disrespect, because then again, I might offend people. She always felt like guys with light-colored eyes freak her out, like it reminds her of cat eyes or whatever. I remember my ex, James, the Colombian. He had like these like unique colored eyes. I'd never seen nothing like it in my life. The guy I told y'all that I dated when I was staying in the Airbnbs and all that weird stuff was happening. He had like these greenish, it was weird. It was like this hazel, and when I say weird, it was beautiful though, but it was just different. I had never seen anything like it, but apparently it freaked my younger sister out. But he had like these greenish, hazelish eyes, but it almost had like a yellowish color to it too. I had never seen eyes that color before. But anyway, so my sister doesn't like that type of stuff. And this dude, he has brown eyes, but it's like this light brown kind of color, and she didn't like that. Anyway, she said he was staring at her on the bus, and it was just like, no, like this is how she was going on about it. But she didn't really diss him or anything like that, other than saying that. I didn't diss him. We were just talking about the fact that he used to write me in my inbox, and we didn't really go in on him like that, really. We didn't, from what I can recall. But I think maybe that might be what the tiff is. It might not necessarily be the blocking from the past. It might have been just the fact that his name was brought up. Maybe that's why, but like so long after? Like this was the beginning of last year when this conversation took place. Why come now randomly and do this? But anyways, I wanted to address some of the things he was saying. You know, he's trying to imitate me and act like these are the things that I say. First of all, the stealing content is trying to be funny because remember they're pushing the stealing thing at me because of what I said about my roommate in my full story. So he's trying to tease me in that way. But then also saying that my visions are worldwide, you know, trying to make it sound like I'm this pompous, you know, pig-headed person and like I feel like I'm better than the island and I'm on a rock, you know, filled with small bad-minded people, a small rock filled with bad-minded people. You know, like, where's the crab in the bucket thing? He also said something about crabs in a bucket. Is that gone? Did he delete that out of his post? VI people need to leave me alone and go buy their own drone. Lowballing, stealing content, the list go on. Oh no, the crab in a bucket, here it is. The comment said bunch of crab in a barrel, a lot of them is. You know, and then you see the Target sign. You see that? So you have people in the comments engaged in the post and getting along, playing along with the fun. You know, and somebody puts the Target and then someone said bunch of crab in a barrel, right? So I just wanted to address this. I never said that the island was small and full of bad-minded people and making it seem like I'm better than the island. What I did say was that it felt like everyone was ganging up against me And I said with the program, I never said the island, I never made it specific, and I never specified that it was the island in general. I said this program feels like crabs in the barrel. I never said the island. I said when you're targeted, and this was one of my videos from last year, I actually believe the video got deleted. I said when you're targeted, it almost feels like a crab in the barrel mentality, because it's like you're getting pulled down, you keep getting pulled down, and when you're trying to progress, you keep getting pulled down. I never specified that that was the island. He's making it about the island. I never specified it to the island. I never said that. And I never said it's a bunch of a small rock filled with bad-minded people. Like, these people, some of them, are making up stuff. It's to the point where they're actually, like, Delulu making up stuff at this point. I didn't say any of this. I did say the bad-minded thing. He's correct with that. I did say the bad-minded thing. I did say that. I definitely said that. I said a lot of them are bad-minded. I have said that many times. I still say that to this day. I never specified it to the island. I never said nothing about lowballing and small rock filled with, like, I never said that type of stuff. Like, people at this point are just spinning the narrative and making shit up. I didn't say none of this. And then he puts the eagle. And y'all know that's major sensitization. That's iconic. That is a symbol when it comes to me and my targeting, because of what I said in my car in Florida when I was going through whatever, and I was sharing all that controversial stupidness in reaction to what was happening to me. You could even call it temporary insanity. He's using the eagle as sensitization. So I'm like, what is this? And like I said, you have people in the comments engaging. Someone put the target sign. Someone else said, way to go. It wasn't many people that answered. It was like 3 people. And at the time when I looked at the post, it only had like 20 likes, but eventually it got 44, so I ha-ha'd it. But it wasn't much engagement, but enough to annoy me and enough to make me address it, especially since it's coming from him. I'm like, why did you even add me? Really? What is the beef, or what's the tiff? But I just want to address that, because it's like, again, another false narrative that it seems like they're running with. It's like they're actually creating stuff at this point that I didn't even say. It's like crazy to me. Anyway, the next thing I want to show y'all. I need to hurry up. The video's getting too long. Okay, my God. All right, so also on that same day, y'all, oh my God. All right, so now I want to talk about what happened on Thursday, right? It's just so much, y'all. I'm thinking about making a part 2 video, to be honest with you. I actually think I'm going to make a part 2 video, because this video is way too long. This is crazy. But I'm just thinking it's just, same difference. I may as well just finish the video. My throat is hoarse too from talking so much. Oh boy. Anyway, so on Thursday, this weird thing started happening in the household. This is, again, just amping up with the targeting. I don't know what was going on. On Wednesday, on Tuesday, last Tuesday, I've been doing more in the gym, as I told you all. I've upped the ante with all of the workouts that I've been doing way more reps. I'm eating more. I've actually gained 10 pounds. They started amping up with the targeting, sending the stuff I just talked about. I discussed with you all. Tuesday, I actually decided I was going to do something even more intense in the gym. I wrote a note to myself, of course they're all watching, that I'm going to try to squat 270 pounds on the Smith machine, because I've been squatting, 250 was my personal record on the Smith. On the other squat machine, I've talked about this in prior videos, y'all. That machine provides more support for your body, so it's easier to squat heavier. You still need the strength to do it, so you have to have the muscle strength to do it, but it doesn't require as much balance or stability, so it is a little easier to go heavier on the other machine. On the other machine, I'm squatting 320 pounds. On the Smith, I was only able to do 250 pounds and actually get, into a full squat. So I said, I'm doing all of this now. I'm feeling stronger. Let me see if I can do 270. I want to try 270. So I remember texting that to myself on Tuesday. I got to work Tuesday night. They had a whole skit set up for me Tuesday night. I'm talking fire trucks. I'm talking about what seemed like a fake fire. I don't want to bear false witness, but the only reason I'm realizing that was likely what it was is because then I kept seeing this one fire truck the whole night, and they even drove by with the fire truck and beeped me when something was playing on my phone. Like, it really seemed like it was a whole theater skit. But they had, like, when I went to work, 5 fire trucks drive by. And then when I looked past the light, I saw, like, smoke rising up. Like, there was this, like, they set this fire or something. I don't want to bear false witness. Excuse me. And all the fire trucks were over there, and then I noticed, that one fire truck kept driving back and forth up and down, on this road. that was right by the school that I was doing security at. And it's this kind of like road that's, not many people pass on it at night. So it's just like, what the heck is going on? I was like, is this because I'm going to squat the 270 tomorrow? Or is this because I cried? Because there was a movie that same day. There was two things that happened that could have caused it. There was a movie I had watched that same day, Planet of the Apes. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the franchise. They have different series, movie series for that theme and that concept. But I was watching the main one from recently, from 2014, 2017, that series with Caesar. I was watching that one. And I remembered when I got to part 3, Caesar died. And he was a good ape. If you watch the show, it's, the concept is basically about these apes. This guy was a scientist, right? And so he was trying to create this medication for Alzheimer's because his father had Alzheimer's, a progressive form of it. So he was in the lab experimenting on apes. And he created this serum that made the apes intelligent. They became intelligent, actually somewhat smarter than humans. By the way, y'all, just side note, not to go off on a tangent, they discovered, and there's research out there, you can look this up yourself, they discovered that coconut oil, the MCTs in coconut oil, so the medium chain triglycerides in coconut oil, it creates this ketone in the brain that reverses Alzheimer's. I learned this years ago. I remember being amazed by it. They actually have research to back it up. So it's like a special type of oil with coconut oil. Like the thing that makes vegetable oil unhealthy is it's not only is it hydrogenated, but it's not a medium chain oil. The type of oil it is, it's bad for you, but with coconut oil, it's actually really good for you because it's a medium chain oil. And so it creates ketones in the brain that can actually reverse Alzheimer's. It's also an antibacterial and an antimicrobial. So it's good for viral infections. It's good for if you have any immune health issues. It's really good, coconut oil. That stuff is like, it's a superfood. So that is something that people can use for Alzheimer's. I'm just saying that. But anyway, so he was trying to create something for his dad in the lab for the Alzheimer's and ended up making these super smart monkeys. And then the monkeys ended up, escaping basically and living out in the forest. And the same serum that he created turned into like this virus for humans, and it wiped out like a large, chunk of the population. And so, it turned into this thing where it ended up being a war between the apes and the humans. But it wasn't something that Caesar started, and Caesar was actually really good. And so if you watch the story, you'll get into it and you'll see what happened. But he ended up dying in part 3, and it was just so unfair. Some of the things he went through, and it was just reminding me of the targeted individual program. And so I wasn't crying out of sadness. I mean, I was sad about it, but I'm not really an emotional person like that. It was more so out of anger because it just reminded me so much of the injustice that targets face. And then sadness too, yes, because I kind of grow like this attachment to his character. And he was such a genuinely good, not person, I almost want to say person because he was like a human, but ape. So I cried, and I was pissed that I cried too, because anytime I cry, they run with it and, stupidness can happen. And I don't like to show too much emotion, but also I'm not even an emotional person anyways. It's not even like just put up a tough front, to protect yourself. It's partially that because I realize how this thing works. But it's also too, I'm really not even that emotional. I'm just naturally strong anyways. So I was just like mad that I was crying. I couldn't stop it. It was like just pouring out of my eyes. I could not stop it. It was pissing me off. I couldn't stop it. And so then now I get to work that night and they did all that stuff with the fire truck. And so I'm like, are they doing this because I cried, or are they doing this because I said I'm going to squat 270 in the gym tomorrow? Because I noticed even before the 8 thing, all this extra stuff happening with the targeting since I've been doing more in the gym and since I've been gaining weight. So I'm like, I'm leaning more towards the 270 thing, but is it because of the 8 thing? I remember wondering that. So anyways, let me show you guys video. The video quality, I'm pissed off. It's super low. You couldn't even hear me good. So I'm not going to bother recording the whole thing. But what you could hear good, even though you couldn't hear my talking good, was you could hear the fire trucks. I didn't catch them on camera, but I was able to catch a police car that drove by after. Like, it seemed like major theater. So let me go ahead and play that video I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just gonna play the beginning for y'all. These are all things that's taken place within the course of the last 2 weeks. That's made me feel like amp up into targeting because of what's going on in the gym. That's what it feels like. Y'all, I'm at work tonight and they're doing the absolute most. Like 3 3 different fire trucks already done passed by, right? Another one's about to pass, y'all, look. Like 2 of them already just drove by. Look at all these fire trucks, look. Look, it's beeping, look. Look, it's beeping. As soon as it drove by. So y'all, I did actually catch some of the fire trucks. I couldn't remember, but then also you're gonna see. So you can't hear what I'm saying good. So I'm gonna kind of try to fast forward it, and you're gonna even see that a police car drove by. Y'all, can you hear the plane flying by right now? The noise campaign plane is flying by right now too. Anyway, let me see if I can get with the police. That's going on. Look, the light came on. Look, you see? That's the police. This is all, y'all can see them. So y'all can see what was going on. It's a whole 12-minute video. Didn't hear me good. So, it's just wild, man. It's crazy what's happening. But anyways, that was like literally the night of, the night of when it was Wednesday morning. Remember I worked the night shift. So I went in Tuesday night and I was working Wednesday morning all the way up until 6 in the morning. And then right after that, I went to the gym, and that was when I was planning to squat to 270. So I'm like, all of this, this just seems like more gang stalking in addition to the other things that was taking place. So that happened right on Wednesday. Then Thursday wasn't a gym day for me. On Thursdays, I've shown y'all my schedule in the past. I ride my bike to the basketball court and I play basketball for about 30 to 40 minutes. That's, one of the forms of cardio. I do that. And then on 20 minutes, I jog. I mean, not 20 minutes. On Sundays, I jog for 20 minutes. So Thursday, all day long I was procrastinating. I'm like, I know I'm going to get out there. The sun is hot right now. Let me wait till it goes a little down in the sky. So I'm laying in bed, and I wasn't leaving. I was laying in bed. And I noticed that day, I was just looking at the squat that I did. Let me show y'all the squat I did. I did several. I'm just going to show you one of the videos. Because on Wednesday, I attempted the 270 and I did it, but I wasn't able to get all the way down into the squat. And then on Friday, I did it again, multiple times, but I only recorded myself 3 times. I'm just going to show you the recording from Friday rather than the one from Wednesday. But it's like I'm doing the squat, but it's like I'm getting right above parallel. It's like I'm not strong enough. I wouldn't even say strong enough because like I said, I'm squatting 320 on the other machine, but I'm not strong enough and balanced enough on the Smith machine to get all the way into a deep squat with the 270. At least not yet. I'm going to try another method on Monday. I don't know what's going to happen. But right now I'm getting right above parallel. But just as for something positive, I want to show y'all that squat.
Keep going, keep going. I gotta keep going. 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 Keep going.
All right, so y'all can see I'm getting pretty close. Excuse me. Y'all can see I'm getting pretty close. Like I'm right above parallel. So I basically can do it, but it's like I'm not able to get all the way down into it and I get back up. It's too hard right now. Anyway, so that was the day after doing the squat though. I was actually able to do it even if I couldn't get all the way down with it. And I noticed like in the house, I'm trying to be careful. Like you're trying to make these kind of videos about the people in my close circle or the people I live with because, that could lead to me being homeless or in the streets and stuff. But this really happens. I noticed this thing with someone in my close circle. I made a video about him last year. I try not to do those things because I get in trouble. But I noticed something with him. It's like this hazing thing or something with him. Like every few months. And I don't, it's not even specific to something positive happening. Because all this amp up in the gang stalking is taking place. But he's done it at random sometimes. Like random. Like nothing's happening in my life necessarily. And he just randomly will do this. But I think it might have been triggered by the squat, because he literally, this is what happened. Like, he'll just pick a day to just randomly do noise campaigns all day on me. This person in my close circle, and I don't know what causes it. But this time here, I had squatted the 270 on Wednesday. And so I'm here in the house on Thursday, and I'm just looking at the video. You know, I'm feeling myself. Like, not in a way like, oh, I'm all that. No, it's just like anybody that works out, if you're not targeted and you're a normal human and you reach a PR, which is an acronym for personal record, you keep looking at it if you made a video about it. Because you're proud. You're like, dang, I squatted that much. Oh, I'm proud of myself. Like, that's a normal human reaction. So I just kept looking at the video because I was feeling like a panty about it. That's like, sorry to use that term, yeah. That's something we say down here. That just means I was feeling myself. I was feeling big about it. So I just kept looking at the video. I didn't even land the squat all the way, but I was still feeling good about myself. And so I'm just watching the video. I didn't even realize he was sitting outside. Remember, I told you my room is like right next to the porch. Sorry, I've been talking so long, y'all. My throat is feeling dry. My room is right next to the porch. So if somebody's sitting outside, or outside making noises, I can hear everything that's going on out there. So I'm sitting there in my room and I'm just watching the video over and over again. And I hear, you know, something came on, some part of it happened. And I think I went to lick my lip or something happened. And remember I told you sometimes they'll make noise campaigns when my mouth moves or twitches. You know, just this thing again to psychologically malign me. I explained why that started happening. It had something to do with the false narratives they were creating last year. And so they started like purposely doing this thing whenever my mouth would twitch, you know, to try and like make me feel uncomfortable about my mouth. It's to the point where I wear a mask over my mouth if I'm in public. Like, it's just, I'm so sensitized. But my mouth, I think I went to lick my lip or something, and I heard, achoo! You know, outside, it was him. You know, and it was like this disingenuous sounding sneeze too. It's like, I'm not a nut. You know, they thought it painted like I'm just sitting here taking every little noise and creating stuff from it. And even if that were the case, you couldn't blame me with what I've incurred for the last 4 years due to the targeting. I'm now sensitized. So even if I were to take a noise that wasn't what I thought it was, you couldn't blame me for that. But that really sounded like a noise campaign. It did not. I know him. I've been dealing with this thing long enough. It was right when it happened, and it's the way it sounded. It did not sound like an authentic sneeze. It didn't. It sounded like a noise campaign sneeze. It was the way it was done. And so I remember getting mad about it and saying, oh, are you serious? I said, why are we doing noise campaigns now? You know, I remember thinking something like that. Something simple. I didn't even really go off like that. You know, I just remember thinking an annoyed thought about it. Who told me to think that thought? That triggered all day long noise campaigns. He was purposely going on the porch and doing noises, like doing noise campaigns on me, like this weird thing that he does sometimes. And it's like, you know, you can't get away from it because my room is right there by the porch. So it's not like I have anywhere to go. I don't have a car. So I'm forced to sit there and deal with it, you know, unless I put my earphones in. So all day long he was doing these noise campaigns on me. And I remember I started complaining about it. You know, I'm like, man, this is why I made the video last year and they gave me backlash. I said, I know they see what's happening. And they did, because they started to do noise campaign in the background when he was doing what he was doing. They did. They started barking the dogs when they noticed what he was doing. So anyways, I'm just like, what the heck? So I want to talk about that, you know, and just how that is, you know, when he does it random. I don't know what causes it. This time I believe it was the gym thing, but he like just randomly, he be like every other month it's like a hazing. Like he just does it. Like he'll just start doing noise campaigns on me all day long for no reason. It's not like it's sporadic, you know, it's not like this constant thing. Like before I left Island, prior to me leaving, you know, part of the tiff between this person and I, and why they've sensitized me to the relationship, was because of PTSD and trauma. You know, a lot of the times it used to be him and I in the house together, and he was doing that, you know, a lot of noise campaigns and stuff like that on top of me in the house. Like it was real bad before I left Island. Things have toned down a lot since then, but now it's like this thing where it's like every few months it's like he does it. And then I have these horrible reactions and I get gaslit about it. So it's like I'm realizing this is a thing. I think he's trying to get me in trouble. He knows I'm going to freak out and have this reaction and they're going to turn on me. Or they're going to mob on me. I thought that in my head on Thursday. I'm like, why else? Why is this being done? Anyway, moving on. I don't want to stay on that too long. I want to document it again. That's all I'm doing is documenting at this point. Things that are happening. Things that are abnormal or unusual. Like I said, I had a very normal, healthy relationship with this person growing up. You know, they like to, another false narrative painted like I have, if I say that, I'm going to say the person I'm talking about, but so-and-so issues. You know, this is a thing they like to say, like I have so-and-so issues. I never had an issue with this person growing up. I had a very healthy, normal relationship with him. Things turned very weird after the targeting. And that was when I started, you know, the relationship got really bad. And I started seeing him in a different way. I guess he started seeing me in a different way too. The relationship turned real bad. Anyway, Talk about gang stalking on Thursday and awkward interaction when I went to pick up my uniform shirt. Okay, the next thing. All right. I'm trying to speed through now, y'all. The video's too long. That same day, I got up eventually. I was supposed to go, like I said, ride my bike to play basketball. All day long, I'm in bed dealing with the noise campaigns. I put my earphones in, but off and on, I could still hear him doing the noise campaigns on me. Especially when the video would come to a point where there was no noise, he would do noise. Like, it's just stuff that was happening. But eventually, after school came, and I had to go pick up a new uniform shirt for work. I try not to do these videos about work, but I really want to talk about this because I just felt bad about the awkward interaction, and I think it was, I just think there was I think they what's the word I'm looking for? I think they interpret my awkwardness the wrong way, and I think they take it as me being a bitch sometimes, and it's not. It's really just I'm uncomfortable, and I'm aware of the fact that everybody's staring at me 24/7, and I'm already not somebody that's good at being social. So I remember going into the office to pick up the shirt, and the secretary was there, but also two of the supervisors. So immediately I just kind of felt this anxious way, not anxious as in like it's a problem or, I have an issue with them. It's nothing like that. It's just like, oh my God, 3 people, and they're all watching outside, and I have to stand here. I'm feeling awkward. Please, brain, don't embarrass me. Brain, don't tick. I said like things pop in my head and I can't control it. A lot of it's psychological, knowing that they can hear your thoughts, and then you're being programmed with different shit all day long with the shadow networking software. When you get around people, it's like this thing, like you're fearful that something's going to pop in your head. And, it's this weird psychological thing that I can't really explain. You couldn't understand it unless you experienced it. This definitely takes empathy. You couldn't understand it unless you really felt it. But it's like when I'm around people now, it's like this like shit might pop in my head, and it really starts happening. My brain starts ticking like crazy. So when I first got in there, my brain was okay, and they were being nice. They weren't doing any, sensitization. They weren't doing any directed combo. They were acting jovial and nice and laughing and joking like regular people. But of course, I'm aware of the fact that they're aware of my situation. I'm aware of the fact that right now, this is another movie scene for everyone on island. So I'm walking in with that feeling, and I'm trying to talk to them. I'm already shy too. Throughout the years, I worked through it. I learned how to be social enough to get by. But it's like I'm regressing now that I'm targeted. So I get in there and I'm kind of talking to them, and, they're laughing and making jokes. And, the secretary, I think, was telling me a family member's in town and she really needs a break. And, then the supervisor was like, well, I'm not coming in on this day. Just making jokes and laughing. And at first I was talking to them good, and I was kind of trying to joke back with them. But I always seem a little bit more reserved. I'm not as outgoing as, your regular person, and then I'm targeted. But then my brain ticked. When the secretary was telling me something, my brain ticked just a little bit. Not too bad, but a little bit. And I know she heard it. And then I heard a slight rev in the road. And that made me go into myself. And so they kept joking and saying the stuff they were saying. And I stopped responding. I got quiet and I just wanted to get out of there. And it wasn't this me being bougie or I don't want to talk to you thing. It was more like, oh my God. My brain's starting to tick. I need to get out of here. Like panic mode. And so I've read the room. I'm very good at reading the room. And I'm very intuitive. And I realized when they realized that I was no longer responding to the things they were saying. So I saw them all get this kind of weird, kind of awkward way. And then the supervisor behind me, I kind of heard her sniff. I'm not trying to, I don't want to create stuff. I learned my lesson about, listen, I'm telling you, I almost lost my job. I learned my lesson about not making these videos about work. But I just, the reason I'm making it is because I just wanted to be clear. It's not that I didn't want to speak with them and I'm not stuck up. It's really just that I'm dealing with this really intense, extreme situation. And if I go into myself, it's not me being stuck up. It's me feeling anxious about what's going on right now. And it's like, okay, this is too much. I want to get home now. That's what the feeling is. So the supervisor behind me sniffs. And then I notice the other one gets stiff too. And she moves by her cup and then she pinches her nose and they both get quiet. And so then the secretary walked in and she said, okay, she got a little weird too, but she tried to keep the situation normal. And she handed me my shirt. She let me sign the paper and she said, I might give you an extra day this week. She said, because I'm really swamped. I said, please, I would like that. I really need that. And she said, okay, I'm good, whatever. And I left. And then when I left and I'm walking away, I heard like this loud yell. And I believe it was the one that was standing up, the supervisor that was standing up. She yelled something. I couldn't hear what she said. I almost felt like they were calling me back, but I realized it wasn't me. They weren't calling me back, but I think she yelled something. Oh, shoot, it's morning time. Y'all have been talking my head off. It's to the point where people are coming into the gate now. Like, that's how much I've been talking. Like, give me a minute, y'all. Remember, I'm at work right now. That's burrows, yeah. CHL 471. CHL 471. CHL 471 employee. 5:07 a.m. Okay, guys, sorry about that. You know, I'm at work. I've been talking for hours. That's crazy. Like, the shift is almost over. That's how long I've been talking. I really need to try to get through this now. It's crazy. Like, this is gonna be like a almost 4 hour. I haven't made a video this long in a very long time. My throat even feels raw, and I have so much food I need to eat too, y'all. That's what's going on with the bulking. It's to the point where I'm having to fit meals into the wee hours of the morning, and I should have been eating instead of running my mouth. But I've been putting this video. I kept saying I need to make this video. I need to make this video, and so I just said let me do it tonight, or this morning. Anyway, my God, where was I? I was talking about this interaction when I went to get a uniform shirt. So then when I left, you know, I heard that and I just felt like they were probably like joking on me and probably thinking that my voice is shaking, not for anything bad, y'all. It's like I'm literally going hoarse now because I've been talking for hours. I'm trying to wrap the video up. And it was, I just remember just leaving feeling bad, and that kind of just made the whole day turn bad because it was already a rotten day. You know, I had already been dealing with the gang stalking in the house from this person in my close circle, so I was already in some sort of a kind of like a negative kind of feeling. And then that happened, that interaction that I felt like went bad, and I was beating myself up for it. And then we drive, and, you know, I remember that I needed to stop to get some t-shirts. I wanted to get some more t-shirts. You know, I'm broke right now, y'all. I'm trying to get back on my feet. But I wanted to get some t-shirts for the gym. It's not like I have fancy clothes to wear, but I want to at least have different outfits so I'm not cycling the same shirts over and over again like what I've been doing. So I remember asking the person in my close circle that gave me the ride. This was not the person that was making noise campaigns on me in the house. This is another person in my close circle. I remember asking her, you know, can you please just stop at the shopping center before we get home and let me get some shirts? I said, I need to get some shirts. She said, okay. You know, I'm already hearing activity in the road because of the awkward, you know, interaction that happened in the office. So I'm already feeling like, oh, this is going to be bad. You know, they're already revving by. I'm seeing smirks on some people's faces as we drive by. I always do that. Every time I have an interaction that doesn't go too well, I look around at the faces in the cars around me. And a lot of them are really good at doing the poker face, but some of them can't hide it. Like, they'll have a smirk on their face. Some of them do it on purpose for me to see. And then some of them are really good at putting the poker face on. Like, I would not even know they knew what was going on. Some of them are real good about it. But I saw some smirks. And so it just made me discouraged. And I was like, do I really want to come out right now? Like, I need t-shirts, but I don't really feel like... Up to now, I haven't gotten the t-shirts, y'all. Up to now. But, you know, my mom already had... The person in my close circle had already turned off of the main road to go into the shopping center. And I saw a bunch of people piling into the shopping center and had just announced to her the store that I wanted to go to. And I saw a bunch of them going up the stairs into the store. And so I was like, oh my God, I don't know if this is going to be gang stalking or not. But after that awkward interaction, I don't want another, you know, I'm not in the mood. And I had a bad day at the house too. I'm just like, let me do this another time. You know, it's all on the way home. You know, it's just like, even if you turned in there, it wouldn't be a big deal to come out and just drive home. It wasn't that serious. This person in my close circle starts flipping out at me. She knows my situation too. This is why I say, like, certain things I just can't believe, you know, how you know, the movements. You know, so I said, yo, I just saw a bunch of people going into the store that I just said I'm going into. I said, you know what, never mind, I'll get it another time. She's like, you are going in the store. Excuse me, sorry. She's like, you are going in there. You're going in that store. You already made me turn off the road. You know, she started going ham on me. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Mind you, that's one of the words they sensitized me to. So this is how I know it's like it felt like I'm being spited, because then you're using that word too. You know what's going on. You know I likely saw what I'm telling you I saw. You know, you are going in there. Get out my car and walk home. I'm like, really? I said, I'm not going in there. I said, I'm not going in there. No, I'm not. She's going in on me, going off, you know, flipping out. So I just sat there and let her go off. I wasn't about to argue with her. She pulls up in front of the store and she sits there and she said, well, we're going to sit here in the car until you decide to go in the store. And then she gets mad and grabs her purse and walks into the store. So I'm like, okay, you know, I sat there. I wasn't coming out. I opened the door to get some air. And as I'm getting air, I smelled a cigarette. And so I look up. The tick almost happened. I look up And the reason I'm saying this, I'm not saying this in an offensive way, but I have to specify the race for you to understand that this was sensitization and likely a gang stalker. I look up and I saw a white guy sitting there. I just feel weird about even saying it because I just feel, the whole thing is sensitization. Oh, look, they're flying the plane by. Look, listen, y'all, listen. Yo, they flew the plane by so close when I said that, y'all. And I wanted to revisit that whole thing too because I started talking about that earlier in the video. Some of the things I learned in my house, and it's just a lot, y'all. I could get problems with these videos too. But anyways, so focus, Sharifa. That threw me off. Y'all know it doesn't take much to throw me off, and I'm tired. I've been talking for hours. Anyway, so I see this white guy that looked older. He looked like he was maybe in his mid-50s, late 50s, sitting there. He looked like he could have been homeless or having a rough life. If not homeless, living maybe somewhat of a rough life. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way, but you can look at someone and see if, possibly, shit, at this point, with the way I'm struggling, you might think I'm on the verge of homelessness too. So I'm not judging anybody, but I'm just saying he really looked like, they hire homeless people. I already told you this. Oftentimes the gang stalk me because of one of the reactions I had. If you listen to my story, you know what I'm talking about. When I tried to relocate off island. So I truly believe he was a homeless guy and he was smoking a cigarette, which is sensitization. And when I saw him, immediately I knew it was likely gang stalking, and I couldn't control it. I didn't mean it. I wasn't thinking it in a way like to say, I'm calling you that. This is what happens. It's programming. Similar to what I said earlier in the video when I'm in the gym and I take a sip of my drink and the dude's name is popping in my head because I'm associating the drink to the thirsty narrative. Or when I see a young girl and my niece's name pops in my head, when I can tell it's gang stalking because I'm associating it to the programming with that narrative. So when they do the race sensitization, I associate it to the things that I said in my car in Florida, the offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda I shared. And so oftentimes it's so horrible. It's not like it's become a derogatory term because of the narrative that's being shared amongst some Hebrews. But the term that they call that race, some Hebrews, that term that begins with an E, will pop into my head sometimes, and I'm trying to stop it because that out of everything, I'm so terrified of that shit popping in my head. But because I know that that's why that's being put there, because of what I shared in my car in Florida, that will pop in my head sometimes. And so I'm fighting it like hell, like tooth and nail. I'm warring with my brain. And I lost that day. The word slipped into my head a little bit. I think they heard it. I'm not sure. And so when it slipped into my brain, I remember hearing ref campaign. I'm like, damn, I didn't mean to. Like, I can't help it. It's programming. And so I'm just sitting there like, this thing that was happening to me really bad at the beginning of the year. Anytime I see somebody that was of that race, that thing would pop in my head. Sensitization. I tried so hard to stop it. I couldn't stop it. It was popping in my head. And it still happens sometimes, but not as bad, but off and on, especially when I know it's gang stalking, pertaining to that situation. So I smelled the cigarette first, and I looked up and I saw him, the shit popped in my head. I'm like, fuck. I couldn't stop it. And so then it was just like, they're just revving up and engaging with me on the road after that, man. And I start looking at videos about Africa again. I start looking at videos about Burundi, because I know Burundi is one of those countries in Africa that has a low internet penetration. Hold on, the plane has been flying by for quite a while now, y'all. Hold on a minute. Let me blow my nose, y'all. Sorry, sanitizing my hands now, y'all. Anyway, so I've been looking into Africa, and it's not this thing like, oh, I want to be around only black people. First of all, I'm not ignorant enough to think that Africa only has black people in it. I'm not as ignorant as they think. I shared some offensive content in my car out of anger. So it's not this ignorant mentality where, oh, Africa only has black people. It's really not that. First of all, I know that Africa, out of all of the nations in the world and out of all of the continents in the world, has the most the lowest internet penetration, certain areas, right? I did my research. There are other areas around the world, but few far and in between. Like, for instance, Papua New Guinea. How am I gonna get out there? Papua New Guinea is a small location, right? And I think you have to know people to live out there. I think similar to Hawaii, it might be expensive. Whereas in Africa, it's a bigger area where I think I could probably slip in and maybe try to, do something over there. It's like these few places, sparse places around the world, but mainly from the research I've done, the main place that I see that has areas that has the lowest internet penetration is Africa. Because although it's extremely industrialized in certain areas, there are a lot of areas that are rural where they don't have the technology that we have in other parts of the world. And so with the RFID chip and with the neuromonitoring, how they track you, a lot of it has to do with the cell towers. They're paying it off of cell towers and stuff. But then also I'm aware that they use satellites. But it still won't be as efficient if you're in an area where they can't use the technology to gang stalk. Like a lot of, the gang stalking takes place via cell phone and cell tower and, those type of things like that. And so that's number one reason why I was looking at Africa. But number two, I'm not a liar. Although they like to gaslight and say that, it's again just a way to buck back at me for not trusting people. But Africa does have, I feel like, less people that I offended, if that makes sense. So although I know it's diverse, I'm not stupid. I have the understanding that Africa and everywhere in the world is diverse. I feel like there'll be less people that I offended over there. If you look at the demographics, I do feel like there might be a chance for revival over there, more so than over here. That's just me being honest and real with you. I feel like there'll be less people that I offended over there. That's the honest truth. It's not like this thing where I just want to be around black people. No, it's not that. That's what they want to try and paint. It's not that. It's more so like, okay, over there has less people likely that I've offended. I might stand more of a chance over there. That's more so what it is, in addition to the low internet penetration rate. And then also too, Africa's beautiful, man. I was looking at a lot of continents before my targeting. It wasn't just Africa, believe it or not. I was looking at Switzerland. That's one of the most beautiful places in the world. So all these places I was looking at, Papua New Guinea, like I just said. All these places, and Africa was always one of the places that I wanted to visit. My sisters and I were always talking about buying houses and land in Africa, because they do have houses that are inexpensive, that are really nice, and big plots of land out there that are inexpensive. That's why a lot of Americans of any race you see relocating to Africa, because they're catching on. So all of that's playing a part in why I was looking at Africa, man. Just feeling like there might be more of a chance to get it together and get out of this thing if I go over there. So anyway, I'm sitting there and I'm starting to look at it. I'm looking at videos about Africa, and it was like it was enraging the gang stalkers. They started to rev up on me even more. I was just like, what the heck is going on? And then I smelled the cigarette smoke. And I look up and I see the gang stalker sitting there. And then of all things, that shit pops in my head. So I'm like, oh my God, great. And so they start to rev up even more on top of me. And so I remember getting mad. And I said, y'all, that's when I started, so it was just a bad day. I had a bad day. And at that point, I started cussing in my head. It was one of those everyone is bitches moments where it's like you're just thinking out of anger and then you get punished for the thought. I was just like, man, you bitches, not even specifically directing it to anyone. I was just angry. I said, you bitches, you just lie. You're being hypocrites or whatever I thought in my head, stupidness, man. I said, you're being hypocrites. It's not about the race thing. I said, you set up these gang stalkers and try to sensitize me to race, but you don't really have an issue with that. Because the Hebrews that actually share that offensive content, some of them are down here on the side of the road wearing purple shirts, and y'all are stopping and dopsing them up and not revving by. I said, it's not about that. And I said, also, a lot of what I shared in my car I learned in my household. I said, you don't have an issue with anyone in my close circle, but you have an issue with me. I said, that's not really what it's about. They quieted down. And then all of a sudden, I see a little girl on my screen, right? Like the shadow networkers threw that at me. A little girl, they start to rev up again. So then I, again, put my foot in my mouth. I said, it's not about that either. Y'all know that's a false narrative. I said, even that you're not really mad about. Because you get mad about me when I talk about sex offenders down here. You get mad at me and rev by for that too. And I said, you even started sending, there's this guy, right? I don't want to go into too many details about it. The only reason I know that he's a sex offender is because, like I said, the story I told, before I left Island and my targeting went viral, I remember that my mom, when we were in Florida, actually, we weren't even here on Island, my mom was doing a sex registry check. She's done this since we were in our early 20s. She's always done this. She always looks at the sex offenders in the area. My sister had just rented this new house. Well, she hadn't just rented it. This was the same house she was doing Airbnb out of. But it still was relatively new at the time. Remember, this was before I left Island. So this was like 2 years after my targeting started. And she had just gotten that house prior to me moving to Island. And I was one of her first guests in that Airbnb. So we were staying in that house. And my mom was just checking out the area because even though the house was nice, it was kind of a rough area. But that's how she was able to afford it. So my mom was checking out the sex offenders in the area. And I remembered because she has a VI number, for some reason, it accidentally pulled up the sex offenders down here. And so she was just going through the list and showing us, and it was like so many. No disrespect. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. You know, I gotta be careful with the things I say, because then I end up getting myself in problems. I'm not judging anybody. Nobody's perfect. Everybody has made mistakes. The Most High gives us grace, right? If you turn your life around, you repent and everything like that, then you deserve grace, right? I'm not judging anybody. I've made enemies just by talking about this. But my mom saw like a bunch of people, and she was showing us the list, and I was seeing a lot of faces I actually recognized too. And we even saw, you know, a neighbor of ours. I'm not going to go into the details about it because I started to lambaste that man, you know, last year, and I got in a lot of problems for that too. But we saw him. I saw some people I went to school with. I saw some faces, right? I recognized some of the faces I saw. And so I remember making this comment about it in one of my prior videos, like, y'all going on like it's about this, but there are real sex offenders down here that you're not doing this to, and blah, blah, blah. You know, just advocating for myself in anger that this is happening to me, and I actually didn't do anything. And it's just one of those moments like, but this person did, and you're not doing this to them. But then at the same time, I'm inadvertently throwing them under the bus and making more enemies. So anyways, they started to, one of the guys that I recognized from that registry, I have good memory, like an elephant. This is what's been so hard about the targeting. You know, people from way back in the day that I don't even know like that, I know their name from coming into contact with them in passing. And then I see them out in public and their name pops in my head, and it's embarrassing. It's humiliating, because they're probably like, how does she know me? And it's just, that's how my memory works. So I was just thinking about another incident where that kind of happened. Anyway, so this guy, they tried to use him as a gang stalker when I was doing security at the old location at the shopping center. I remember they made him walk by my car. And based off of the things I said about what I like in a man, or what I think is my type, I think they thought that he would be physically appealing to me, because they made him walk by my vehicle, and they didn't know that I would recognize his face from the registry. So he was walking by my vehicle and, you know, flopping his locks back and all this type of stuff. And I looked and I said, oh shit. I said, that's one of the faces I saw from the registry, you know, and he, you know, like really like he was like with a little girl, you know, no disrespect. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, like, he was with a little girl, this guy, right? And so I was just like, they're sending him out here because of what I was saying in my videos about them being so many sex offenders down here and blah, blah, blah. So now they're sending this dude out here, it seemed like maybe as a honeypot, to spite me, because they didn't know I would recognize him or know about him. They didn't know that. But I thought the thought in my head. I didn't do it for everyone to know. I know if I had thought it while he was walking by, then everybody would look and see him and know that he was whatever. I waited till like 2 days later to talk about the fact that they were even sending, you know, people that had whatever to gang stalk me and seem like try to be a honeypot because of the things I said in my video, but didn't know that I had already, you know, I have good memory and I knew his face and I knew why they had sent him out there. So now that I revealed that, now they're just overtly using him as a gang stalker. Like recently I noticed they keep making him pop up. You know, I'm not going to say where, I kind of said it out of anger in the car that same day where the gang stalker was outside smoking a cigarette. I said, you know, after I said the race thing, I said, it's not about the, you know, the child thing either, when they revved up when the child came on my screen. I said, because y'all keep standing up for and supporting people who have actually did this, and you sent, you know, that dude, you keep sending him to whatever place it is that they keep sending him to, that I keep seeing him. He even goes out of his way to tell me goodnight on purpose now. But I'm not purposely trying to, you know, lambaste anyone. So this is why I haven't really, you know, I could have, so many times I've seen the dude say, you see him right there? That guy is doing, you know, I could have done all that. I don't know if that's what they expected me to do, but I'm not that type of person. When I get angry and I'm in the heat of things and they're pushing that narrative and I think about that, though, I do kind of in my head think like, what the heck? But I've never like directly when I was there by him said like, yo, this is the guy, you know, like whatever, and pointed out to create something for him. I'm not doing that. Anyway, so I talked about the awkward shirt interaction, the Kurt Cobain thing. Okay, this is this is the coup de grace of the whole video, and the video's so damn long, y'all. I think I'm gonna stop here because this is the last thing here. This is the coup de grace, but I'm tired. I've been talking a lot. My throat's hoarse, so I'm gonna finish the video, y'all. I'm gonna stop here. That's the last thing I have to talk about, and then also to show y'all a picture of them using the guy's name to gang stalk me. You know, they actually put his name in a video day before yesterday, and about a week ago they put my niece's name in a video. So they're getting real blatant with the technology. I know I'm gonna stop here, y'all. I'll continue this video. So this is gonna be one of my, you know, I have very few videos like this. I try not to make these super long ass videos, but this is gonna be one of those videos. I'm gonna come back and finish it. All right, y'all. I'm back to finish the video. and it's days later. It's like 2 to 3 days later, y'all. This whole video, this is the longest video I've posted in months. Y'all know, those of you that are subscribed, that I really try hard not to make videos that are too long, because I know it's hard to sit there for that amount of time and listen to somebody speaking. I try not to have a monotonous tone, but like sometimes I know my voice can kind of sound like the same pitch too, and so all of these things I take into account. I know it's hard to sit there and listen to any information really for too long, so I try not to make these videos too long. But there was just so many things that I had to talk about, y'all. Like, there was literally no way that I could have made the video as short as I wanted to. It was either going to be a super long video or broken into parts, and I'm not trying to do this break into parts thing. So I made one super long video, and it's just one of those things. I have a few videos, as you know, if you've been subscribed and keeping up with my videos. I have a few videos on this channel, like this one, that are, lengthy. But I try not to do this. Anyway, let me finish up, y'all. But like I said, this is days later. So now I have more to talk about. Not much more. I'm going to talk about, finish, up what you saw in the notes from the last clip, of course. I wanted to make a few corrections, and then also wanted to talk about something that happened today. So I'm not going to stay too long on that though, y'all. I did want to talk about it though. Really don't want this video to be any longer than it has to. It's already way too long, like 3 hours and change, crazy. But again, you guys know I didn't sit there for the full 3 hours and talk. One portion of it I did sit there, like a good 2 hours. I sat there talking and my throat was hoarse afterwards. But the other clips, happened in phases and periods, different times. Here I am now a couple days later making this last clip. Anyway, y'all, so let me hop over to my notes. Y'all know how I do. That's what keeps me organized. So make disclaimer in beginning of whoa. So whoa, y'all. I'm tired. Look at the top of the screen, y'all. 1:54 a.m. I worked the night shift last night. Y'all know I do security. I keep saying this. This is what I'm doing at the moment for income. So I work at night. Worked last night, y'all. Then as soon as I got off, I told you all I do this. Went straight to the gym. Lifting heavy. I'm doing way more, as I told you all in the earlier clips. So I did all of that. And then I had the supervisor call me. Hold on, y'all. Let this vehicle pass by. Then I had one of the supervisors call me and ask me to cover a shift. So I went straight from night shift to working out in the gym to then covering this shift. And then I finally was able to get home and get some sleep. And now here I am again working tonight. So I'm tired. I'm saying that to say y'all already know that I have the ADD situation going on, right? I have these moments where I go off on tangents, even though I do find my way back to the main point. But now that I'm tired, the tangents might happen a little bit more, so that's just a disclaimer, y'all. And I do apologize if that happens, or if I trail off, or if I sound like I'm stammering, or whatever's going on. So let me read this again, because I was having an issue just now. I'm tired. So I wrote, make disclaimer in beginning about poor grammar and mention incident with cuz baby mama friend and dude. Okay, so the disclaimer part isn't for right now. I mean, I can say it right now since you heard the note, but at the beginning, obviously you've already heard it if you're at this point if you're at this point in the video. But I am going to create a clip and attach it to the beginning of the video, just apologizing like I always do, or often do, for my grammar. I've said this numerous times, y'all. Despite my history as a teacher, I'm not a good public speaker. And also, I'm aware of the fact that I always have a live audience when I'm making these videos. So it does lead to stammering. It does lead to poor grammar. And then I listen back to the videos and I'm cringing and I'm correcting myself. And I noticed, there were several instances where I said is instead of are, or, things like that, things of that nature. I used a word out of context. I did that once, earlier when I was talking about my immune system. And I was talking about how they desecrated my body with the technology. I said it correctly the first few times. And then the last time when I went to use the word, I said decimated by accident. I did not mean decimate. I meant desecrate. So I wanted to correct that. And a few other things, that I noticed, y'all. Trust me, I have good grammar. I was an English teacher. So if you're hearing grammatical errors, do know that when I listen back, I usually catch it too. It's just I'm not a good public speaker, so it tends to lead to stammering and poor grammar at times. Anyway, so that disclaimer will be there at the beginning of the video. The next thing, mention incident with cousins, baby mama, friend, and dude. So back, earlier on in the clips, y'all, when I was telling you that story about me getting, look, they're doing noise campaign. Now listen. Wow, they stopped. They have this drone that sounds like a frog croaking that they make go off and on. There's that. They have the bird. Listen. Look, they stopped again. They keep stopping every time I stop talking. They also have bird drones that they use. They have all kinds of stuff, y'all, like a whole arsenal. I keep telling y'all, a whole arsenal of technological trinkets and gadgets and devices that they use. Check out the links in the description box. I told y'all this in the beginning of the video, and I always tell you this, and you can find out information about these drones and the technology they use on targets. Anyway, back to the point though, y'all. So with this dude that I was telling you guys about earlier on in the video, the guy that took advantage when I was drunk. I'm gonna talk about that too. Something that happened earlier with that. It's just crazy to me. But anyways, I wasn't the only girl he did it to, apparently. So a couple years later, after the incident, my baby mama, not my baby mama, what am I saying? Y'all, I am tired. Whoa. I assure you, I do not have a baby mama, and I'm not a baby mama. No disrespect to the baby mamas out there. Whoa. My cousin's baby mama. And to me, like, I don't know, I feel like that might even be a derogatory term, saying baby mama. Some people use it interchangeably, but I feel like that might be kind of derogatory. I always have felt that way. But my cousin's child's mother, the one that I was telling you all about, that I was hanging out with around that time when I was hanging out with him and I was a drunk. Years later, after the incident, she and her friend, and they're younger than me, they're actually around my younger sister. She's even younger than my younger sister, so this was one of the youngest girls that my cousin had ever dated. But she's actually around my sister's age, a little bit younger. My younger sister, let's let this vehicle drive by, y'all. My younger sister is 4 years and change younger than me. Really, you can round it and basically say 5 years younger than me. And this girl is about a year and change younger than my younger sister. But she and I still used to get along, as she was kind of like a little sister to me at the time. I took her under my wing because she had a rough life. And so she used to tell me about some of the things that she had been through, and we used to have conversations about it. But anyway, so she and her friend apparently were hanging out together at some party where this dude was at, and some sort of drama popped off with them, and they made some sort of live. Apparently they went to fight the dude over whatever drama took place. But it was more than just what took place at this party. Apparently something was going on with all of them, some sort of drama. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remembered her making a live. And the reason I mentioned the age was because the live was somewhat immature. And at the time, this was years ago, y'all. So already I told you I'm 32. I'm making 33 in December of this year, if the Most High spares my life. My younger sister is 4 years and change younger than me, basically 5 years younger, right? So she's 27 right now. Wait a minute, let me do this math correct. Let me make sure I'm doing this math correct. She's 28. She just made 28 in September. Let me make sure I'm doing this math correct, y'all. Yeah, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Yeah, she just made 28, y'all. Oh my God. Time is flying. I'm just freaking out that she's 28. I think this is why I'm having a brain fart. But hello, you're making 33. Duh. It's freaking me out. It's this weird thing when you're targeted. I keep saying this. It's like the time flies by and you feel like you're losing precious time. Like they're taking your best years from you, especially if you're a female in this thing. Like, women already have a biological time clock. It's really unfair. But this thing started for me, I told you guys already, at age 29. So from age 29 up until now, it's kind of been a blur. Like the years have flown by. And so it's already this, like, I guess you could say monumental thing when you hit your 30s. But as a woman that's targeted, it really feels, I can't even really explain it to y'all. It's been a blur. I can't even really believe I'm in my 30s. I'm still feeling kind of like I'm in my 20s. No, I don't. My body is tired. I've been through a lot. So no, I feel like I'm in my 30s, but it's just this weird thing. I don't know where the time went. Anyway, sorry, I thought I saw a cat drone, y'all. And they're turning on one set of noise campaign and stuff. They're making the birds go off. They're making the crickets go off. They turned on the AC vent. I don't know if you can hear it. Anyways, y'all. So that's why I mentioned her age, though. Because I just want you to understand, when they made this video, it was really immature. And I'm not judging them, but it was because of age. They were younger. So right now, the girl would, I believe, be 26 or 27. And so at the time, this was years ago, she was in her early 20s, very young and very immature when she made this video. But she and this friend of hers were basically just making this live, going in on the dude. And the friend is like this petite Hispanic girl, you know, that looked like she could have easily been taken advantage of. I'm not really petite, but he did whatever to me, so I can only imagine with her. But they were talking about this dude and stuff that had went on with him. He was going on bad with them about something. They had a fight with him. And then the girl started talking about not remembering what happened at the party, and she felt like he did something. And so I heard my cousin, I keep saying my baby mama. I don't know what the hell is going on tonight, y'all. I heard my cousin's child's mother telling her, no, nothing. The same thing she told me, you know, in this video, in this live, as they're going back and forth, and they're just talking about the fact that they went to try to beat him up. Apparently they went to try to beat him up too, but not because of anything that happened to her. This was just something like a side note that got brought up in the live. They were fighting him for a whole different reason. I don't even know what it was. But then the girl started talking about some party they were at the other night, and that she felt like he had done something to her. And so he was my cousin's child's mother. I'm gonna call her T. Her name begins with a T. It's just so random. Nobody knows who she is, so it's all right. Only the people that know her and know me. Only the people that know me and my cousin would know who I'm talking about. So nobody really knows who I'm talking about. I don't want to keep saying my cousin's child's mother. So T, I'm gonna call her T. Because her name begins with a T. So T starts telling her, nah, he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. He didn't do nothing. Basically the same thing she was telling me. I'm like, why does she keep covering for this guy or saying that nothing happened when something did happen, is what I was wondering at the time. Because I remember my sisters and I were watching a video of my mom, and we're like, what the heck is going on? You know, because it was like this big, huge melee in the video. And again, this type of topic is being brought up about him doing something to a drunk girl. And so my T was assuring her that nothing happened, but she was making this face like she was like looking concerned and confused, like she couldn't, it seemed like she blacked out too. So it seems like this is something that he does to females. And so I remember they were going on about how they went to fight him, and how I don't want to say the name of my cousin. Now, I'm not talking about her baby, my cousin, the one that was dating her, not the guy. I'm talking about their child they had together. That's my cousin as well. She apparently went to fight this guy with my cousin in the car seat. She was a new mother at the time. She was very young. She had just made 20, I think, at the time, or 21, 22. Whatever the age was, she was in her early 20s. She went to fight this guy, she and this friend of hers, with my cousin in the stroller. And so they were bragging in the live, and this is why I made sure to say that they were very young at the time and immature. And then also she had a rough life too, so not really knowing better, I think, too. They're fighting. They went to fight this dude, and apparently they're bragging about the fact that my cousin was in the stroller getting hits in on him too. So I just remember that really like bothering my mom and us, because we're like, damn, they went to fight this dude and the baby was in the stroller, like shit. I remembered like that being something that we were concerned about, but nonetheless, I was more so honed in on the fact that this friend was saying or confused about whether or not the dude had done something to her, because that's exactly what happened to me. And so we were just like, whoa, wait, he did this again? So this is not the first time. Who else has he done this to, is what I was wondering. It's crazy. And this can all be verified. I'm not going to say stuff that I know everyone in my close circle is going to see and not tell the truth. Everything I say is true, and I can validate it, and I have witnesses, whether they like me or not. So all of this really did happen, and there was another girl, yet again, that felt like he might have done something to her while she was drunk. With me, I had the confirmation. I don't know if that girl ever did get confirmation, but I'm sure he did, because it was done to me as well. And so that just made me think about earlier, because I remember after making the clip that you guys heard, the prior clips where I was talking about the rape incident, remember I told you this is days later. They're always watching me via these insect drones. There's a live feed and a live audience every time I make these videos. So although I'm only now coming back to make the video, finish making this video, they already heard the prior clips that you guys heard when I was making it, talking about the rape. So now today, when I went to go to gym, excuse me, y'all, when I went to go to the gym, worked out, I did my thing in there. I'm sitting at the bus stop now waiting for the bus to come, and I'm feeling good about myself. I'm going to talk about what happened in the gym today, too. There's more that I want to talk about, but I don't want to be all over the place. Right now, I want to focus on this dude here. So I was feeling good about myself, though, y'all, because I showed y'all in the prior clip I was squatting 270, but I wasn't able to get all the way down into the squat. Today I did. For my last squat, I do 70 squats. I told you all this already on the Smith machine. I told y'all I'm doing more in the gym, and this is why I believe there has been an amp up in gang stalking. That's what this whole video really has been about. I told y'all I'm doing 70 squats on the Smith machine. So I do 10 of them at 180 pounds. Then I go up to 230 pounds and I do 5 squats. And then I do 45 squats at 140 pounds, which for me is moderate. It's not super light, but it's not heavy. It feels kind of light on my back, and I can do a lot of reps at that weight and still feel like I'm challenging my muscles. Then for the last 5 squats to make 70 squats, I go up and weight again to completely fatigue the muscle. I go up to 230 again, and now recently, since I've attempted the 270, for the last 5 squats, I'll do 3 at 230 and then 2 at 270. So the whole thing has been that I couldn't get down into the squat, into a full squat with the 270, at least not on the Smith machine. I can do it on the other squat machine that I told you all is easier to use. Anyway, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna really try today. I told you all I was gonna try this technique where I was gonna put the barbell on the safety bars and get up underneath it and try to lift the weight up from underneath, see if I could do that. I was able to do it at 180. It was a little bit of a struggle, but I could do it. 230, I could not get that thing to move. I got up underneath it. I tried. I felt a little budge, but I could not get the thing up off the safety bars, getting up underneath it, trying to push it up off the ground. So I didn't even bother trying the 270. I knew that wasn't going to work. So I said, you know what, just try. Just go all the way down, because really what it is I'm not pushing myself. I'm not going all the way down, because I can feel in the muscle in my leg that although I'm strong and I can handle the weight, I could feel that I can't handle it to the point where I can get down in a low enough squat that's a full rep and then get back up. I can feel that in my muscle. But I was like, I need to try. If I keep trying, then eventually I'm going to get it. This is how I'm going to get the muscle strong enough to do it. So I remembered I made the first attempt and I failed. I felt it. It landed on the safety bars. And I was like, damn. From underneath, I'm like, I have one more attempt at this. I'm like, I'm not going to give up. I know I can do this. And in my head, I'm like, I might fail it again. And I actually thought I was going to be honest with y'all. But I'm like, I'm still going to try. I'm going to try. I'm going to give it my best try. So I took off the plates and I put it back up on top. I got underneath it. And I followed this tip that this guy I used to see in the gym. I don't really see him anymore. I see him sometimes off and on. I made this video about him too because, there was something that happened in the gym. This was months ago, y'all. And after that thing happened, it seems like I feel like I did something that offended him. And he started doing the tactic that some gang stalkers do where they're pinching their nose to insinuate that you smell bad. When I had been squatting around him for months and he wasn't doing that. And it literally happened after this thing that happened that I felt like, I offended him accidentally. So I made this video about it. And, things just got even more weird. It's just a horrible program. It's a terrible program. But whatever the case is, before the things got weird between that guy and I, he was a friendly guy in the gym, a friendly face I used to see, and I even used to hail him up. And hail up in the islands just means say hello, y'all. Anyway, so one day he gave me advice when I was on the Smith machine. This was at the beginning of the year when I was squatting. And I already knew about the breathing techniques that you're supposed to use when you're squatting, but I never do them. To be honest, even still now, I don't really use the breathing techniques. And it really helps with squatting, with giving you more compression. If you put enough air inside, the pressure inside will help you keep your spine straight, similar to what the squat belt does for you. But I don't really, use that tip even though I know about it, right? But he gave me that tip one time, and I used it, and that was when I was kind of starting to go heavier, and I realized it really helped me significantly. So I said, you know what? Let me take off my mask for this last try here. Let me suck in some air into my lungs and really try to push up. And so that's what I did. I pulled the mask down and I sucked air into my lungs, and I got all the way down with it, and I pushed up, and y'all, they even, with the shadow networking software, started to sensitize me and tease me about this squat, because I got it, y'all. I got into a full squat with the 270 and I got back up, but it was a struggle. Like literally, I was, I looked like I was stuck into the squat. Like it looked like I was gonna fail it, and I pushed and I was like, "Argh!" Stupid, embarrassing shit, y'all. But I really pushed through and I got the squat. And then when I got to the bus stop, you know, as soon as I got on YouTube, sending videos about people squatting super heavy, and this guy that was squatting super heavy, and he got it, but he was struggling like hell to get the squat. Stupidness. Let me show y'all the video they sent, actually, because the video really does look similar to what that squat looked like for me. But I got the squat, y'all. Brain. Sorry, y'all. I have been watching a lot of videos since earlier, so give me a second. Nah, it wasn't this far back. Here it is.
And as you can see, I almost shot myself, and I think I gotta hurry on this time.
So y'all, that's pretty much what that looked like. But as you can see, he wrote on the bottom, still got it though. It was hilarious when I was watching this video. I kid you not, I thought that in my head. I was like, oh well, I still got it though. And I looked down and I see he wrote that on the screen. I was like, what the heck? It was so crazy, but for real, that's what the squat looked like. But yeah, still got it though. So anyways, I forgot why I started telling y'all about that though. Oh, because this is why I was telling y'all. So just know I was floating on cloud 9. And anytime I'm in a good mood, it's like they do stuff to piss me off, to get me angry. Like literally, if I'm too happy, it's a problem. So I'm like floating and feeling good about myself, and I'm sitting there by the bus stop. Sorry, y'all, I have like a little bit of a cough. Not even a cough, it's like a tickle in my throat. I hope it's not like anything serious. That's something else I want to document too. So anyways, what was I saying? I'm trying to remember now. So I'm sitting there by the bus stop. I'm just feeling good about myself, y'all. And I'm not necessarily bragging, but I'm like raving to myself with excitement about the fact that I got that squat. I'm like, I knew this was going to happen. Like I knew I was going to get it and not be recording. I even said this last time. I'm like, I'm sure the first time I actually get it, it's not going to be recorded. I said that. But anyway, so I'm sitting there excited, and I'm going through my phone on YouTube. And of course, with the shadow networking software, they're always working to get under your skin. They're seeing what's happening with you in real time. And oftentimes they will send me sensitization, pertaining to whatever it is that's taking place around me. It's real creepy stuff. But all of a sudden I click on a video about false accusations of rape. And it's showing this guy, basically that was accused of rape. And, the girl was apparently drunk, whenever, I guess they had intercourse or whatever. And so she was accusing him of, but her accusation is way more severe than mine. It wasn't just this, I had a blackout moment and I woke up and this guy did whatever with me. She's claiming that this guy kidnapped her and had her for days, apparently, in some sort of bunker or whatever. But the evidence isn't adding up, because they're saying, well, there was a phone on the wall. Did you try to call? Hold on, let this gaslighter drive by. Hold on. because it's wickedness. I'm gonna tell you in a second. It's wickedness with a lot of them. Now, what it is they don't like me, and they even confirmed it earlier when I said what I said, because they know full well had it been their daughter or a family member of theirs, it would have been a problem. It's just because it's me, and the most I seen what they doing too. But anyway, so let me continue though, and not get worked up and distracted or deterred. So this is a whole different thing. This is to the point where you're saying this man had you for days. So you were no longer drunk or blacked out. There had to be a moment of recognizance where you were up and aware of what was going on around you. So you're saying that this man had you for days, kidnapped you. You are aware of what's going on at a certain point. You're not blacked out anymore. They always do this. They always send these scenarios that don't compare to mine and try to compare it. It's like oranges and apples. They're always doing stuff like that and painting false narratives with the technology. And then you have the people that are holding grudges that just so badly want to malign me. They're going to hop on anything. It doesn't even matter if what they're hopping on makes sense or not. So anyways, it's just blind rage and subjectivity. Anyway, so let me continue with what I was saying though. So, and mind you, I just literally said that there was an incident back in the day where another girl was saying that she thinks this guy did something. They've still roughed by and try to create the narrative that I'm lying because they don't like me. This is what I'm dealing with in this targeting right now. Listen. You see them making the drones go off? Anyway, let me continue with what I'm saying though. That's crazy. This is why I'm telling you it's not about any text message, it's not about that false narrative. It's not about that. Because their dislike for me is so strong that they would even support sexual assault. This is where I'm trying to explain to you it's not about that. Anyway, so what this girl here in this video that they sent, apparently saying the dude had her kidnapped for like a couple days or whatever it was in this bunker or whatever. And so the prosecutor was asking her questions. Well, you said you saw a phone on the wall. Did you try to call for help? No. She said no. Then they said how she had posted some video online basically where she was bent over at the bar talking about she's horny, right? And so this is what they're saying, basically trying to insinuate, I guess, that I had a promiscuous moment with this guy, right? This is the narrative they're trying to spin, and now I'm calling it rape. And so this is why I pulled up a video and I showed Joe Biden, the president, saying, if she's drunk, you're raping her because you're not able to make conscious decisions when you're drunk. So if there even was a narrative like that, like what they're trying to say, that I was saying, ow, I'm bending over saying I'm horny, whatever it is that they're saying or they're trying to claim, I was pissy drunk and this man knew I was pissy drunk. I wasn't cognizant of what was going on around me. You know when somebody's drunk. I was drinking 50 proof vodka. When I got to that back house, I had drank half the bottle of straight white vodka. So anything that I was saying, I know had to have sounded slurred, crazy, drunken. I don't even know what took place, to be honest with you. I just know I woke up and this man was on top of me doing what he was doing. That means at some point in time in the encounter, I blacked out. I was completely blacked out. I woke up with him doing whatever and it was hurting. That's what was going on. And I actually told him to stop and he continued to do it until he was finished. That's what happened. So anyways, it's just disgusting. How could you really try to push that type of narrative and support sexual assault just because you don't like somebody? I wouldn't even do that. As much as I can't stand some of them too with what they do to me, I wouldn't do that. I would never support sexual assault because I don't like somebody. Freaking crazy. Anyway, so everybody, so once I put that video on, I said, look, Joe Biden is even saying that if she's drunk, you're raping her. I said, y'all know full well if this had been someone else, you would have been supporting them. But it's just because it's me, you're painting a false narrative. Somebody actually beeped. And then I heard the bird drone going off in the back. So they're literally willing to support sexual assault just to malign me because they don't like me as a person. That's what I'm dealing with in this targeting. That's the mindset I'm dealing with, so you can understand how fucked I am right now. Anyway, so this is what they were trying to do though. Try and paint this false narrative and compare apples and oranges, where you're talking about this girl that obviously at some point in time had cognizance of what was going on, had cognition, of what was going on around her. And she still, is trying to claim this lie thing. When I'm telling you that I was blackout drunk, I woke up with this man on top. I couldn't even remember that this happened, by the way. I didn't remember years later until he started bragging about what happened. And then it's like it opened this thing in my head. And I was like, oh my God, I remember everything. I remembered waking up with him on top of me. I remembered freaking out because I realized he hadn't used a condom. And the kind of person I am, if you ask anybody that knows me, you know that I never do stuff without a condom. Not even with men that I trust. much less for some random dude that I don't know like that. I'm not going to lay up with some random dude. And I'm such a hypochondriac. That's how you have to know. I was pissy blackout drunk. And this man did whatever he did. So anyways, it's like, I take responsibility for these stupid decisions that I made. It's like, you get to make the decision to get drunk. That doesn't mean you deserve to get raped. That's not what that means. And anybody that thinks that way is likely a rapist in their damn self. If you decide to get drunk, you do have to take responsibility for the fact that you chose to get that drunk, to that level of drunk, and something happened to you. So I do take that responsibility, but that doesn't give somebody a right to rape you. And any man that has a moral conscience and that's decent wouldn't lay and have sex with somebody that's clearly pissy drunk to the point where they're blacking out. And anybody that supports that is probably a rapist their damn self. Anyway, so that's what it was. They're trying to get under my skin because they saw I was in a good mood about what happened in the gym. And of course it worked. They're very good at what they do. I started getting really pissed there at the bus stop. And so it's just like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, I have to address this in a video. I can't believe this is how low the thing goes. It's like, it's to the point where they're actually supporting sexual assault. It's so counterproductive because the whole thing is supposedly about this text that I sent and them creating this false narrative, but that's to tell you that's not what it's about. They keep telling me it's about trust and bearing false witness and this and that. But this far, like, oh my God. Anyway, so off of that, man. Enough of that. Moving on to the next one because this video is too long, y'all. Dream 1 to 2 months prior to hand thing. That was the other thing I wanted to mention, y'all. When I was talking about, that time in my life in the beginning of last year when I kind of realized this pattern of the gang stalking amping up whenever I'm trying to do something productive. And I was telling y'all what was happening at the beginning of last year when I was trying to become a developer/programmer. And then I told y'all that they kept taking the current. I kept hearing noise campaigns. They were sending death threats to my pool game. And I one night got so upset that I said, I can't believe they did all of this to me. I would never wish death on them. They're so bad. They're so wicked. And then I threw my hand up in that symbol and I could not explain it. I forgot to mention in that same video that I shared with you all earlier, I shared a clip of it with you all. Evidence of mind control technology or whatever it's called. Y'all can check out that video. I think the link for it is in the description box. I have so many videos, y'all, on this channel with research and evidence and patents showing that this technology exists and other targets talking about their experience with it. But anyways, a month or two prior to me doing the symbol with my hand, I forgot to mention this, but I did mention it in that video that I shared a clip of with you all in the earlier clips of this video. A month or two prior to doing the symbol with my hand, I had a weird, creepy dream manipulation, y'all, where I was floating over this naked man, right? He did the symbol with his hand, and then him and I started having intercourse in the dream. It was such a weird, creepy dream. I've never had a dream like that in my life. And prior to neuromonitoring and being microchipped, I never had some of the weird dreams that I've been having these last 2 years since being microchipped. It's just so creepy, and I hear other targets talking about it. And so anyways, he did that symbol with his hand. Him and I started having intercourse, and then I woke up with my ear ringing. And remember, tinnitus is a sign that the technology is being used on you. So my ear was ringing. I remember thank the Most High did this, man. I told my mom about that weird ass dream, and this was before I really knew about the technology the way I do now. Then a month or two later, they're antagonizing me and doing all these things. I get really angry and randomly I do that symbol with my hand. And they've never seen me doing that before. They've been watching me at this point on camera for 3 years and change. Never saw me do that. Then all of a sudden I come back, I'm microchipped. I'm having all these weird dreams. All these things are happening. I randomly throw my hand up in that symbol. And now all these people are involved. We have higher, government officials involved as well. I pissed off all these people in the mainland simply by sharing offensive content, but still my right because it's freedom of speech. And also it was a reaction out of anger, stuff that I never shared in the past, but nonetheless, and stuff that I shared in the privacy of my car. It's not to say that I got angry, with what was happening to me, the injustice. And so I decided to go out in the streets and act crazy and share offensive stuff. I was in my vehicle, the privacy of my vehicle, y'all, sharing the stuff that I shared. And even if I went in the streets, what happened to freedom of speech? It's not like I was making terrorist threats. I was saying offensive stuff that some people might consider racist out of anger. I was sharing an offensive ideology out of anger, but I wasn't making terrorist threats. I wasn't even in the streets doing it. I was in the privacy of my car. How could they use that to propel the already illegal targeting? It's just not fair. All of it's not fair. So anyways, y'all, Um, so, so it's just not making sense, that symbol. None of it's making sense, y'all. That symbol that I did with my hand, it's not making not a lick of sense. None of it. And I just wanted to add that in there, though. I wanted to also make sure you all knew about that dream, because even though I've talked about it in prior videos, including in that video, like I said, that I shared a clip of what you all in the prior clips of this video, I forgot to actually play that part of the video and I didn't mention it. So I just want y'all to understand, some weird stuff going on and some weird things that I've experienced since being targeted, especially to the level that I am now, where technology is being utilized on me. The next thing, gym thing, knowing dude from registry, segue into gym recognition and what happened today. Okay, let me talk about what happened in the gym today, and then I'm going to get to the last part of this video, the Kurt Cobain thing that I mentioned at the end of the last clip, because y'all are probably wondering, why hasn't she gotten to that yet? I just wanted to go through these things real quick. So hopping back into the gym now, remember I told y'all just now that there's something I want to talk about that happened in the gym today. And what I'm talking about when I say segue from dude from registry, remember in the last clip, I was talking to you guys about this guy that I recognized from the sex offender registry, that I had seen on the registry when my mom looked up the sex offenders in the area. She was just trying to make sure the neighborhood that my sister was renting her house out in Florida in was safe. She was just trying to make sure that the neighborhood where my sister was renting in Florida was safe. And so she's done this, like I told you all, since we were younger. Even when we were in school, she always does this, looks up the sex offenders in the area. That's just something my mom does. So anyway, when I told y'all in the last clip, when she did it, because she has a VI number, it pulled up the sex offenders from here on island. And so we saw all these people, and I was recognizing faces, including faces of people I went to school with. And I saw this guy, his face in there, and my memory's so good. I only had to see it once to lock it into my memory. It's almost like I have photographic memory, but not quite. But my memory's really good, and it's really been fucking me over in this targeting. Because remember, I live on a small island, and my thoughts are being projected. So if I see somebody from back in the day, I might have just known you in passing or came across you somewhere somehow. Maybe I knew you through a mutual friend, whatever it was. And it's such a small island, it's so easy for those things to happen, where you encounter, some of the same faces or people, because it's a small island. Now in this targeting, I might see somebody out that I don't know personally like that. So they probably would be wondering how the hell I knew them. But I came across them in passing some way or the other. And sorry, tick almost happened. And so I know their name. And the name wants to tick in my head. And I'm like, oh my God, it's so humiliating, because it's embarrassing. If the name ticks in my head, they're going to be like, how she know, how does this girl know me? It's just embarrassing, man. It's horrible and humiliating with the kind of memory I have and my thoughts being projected and me being targeted. It's just a nightmare, man. Anyway, so what I was talking about, how that happened with that guy from the registry. I saw him that one time, and then they tried to use him as a gang stalker, I think, to spite me at the shopping center when I was doing security over there. I think they were trying to use him like a honeypot, and it be this kind of spiteful thing, because he's actually a sex offender. And I made those comments that I made, those inflammatory comments, inadvertently throwing sex offenders under the bus, more so just trying to advocate for myself, saying like, you're doing this to me supposedly because of this text and this false narrative you created, but there are actual sex offenders down here that have done what you're claiming I have done and worse, and you're not doing this to them, and so me saying that, I'm kind of throwing them under the bus or sounding judgmental, and that's not what I'm meaning to do. It's so easy to make enemies in this targeting. It's horrible. But anyway, so I'm not meaning to get back on that topic, because it's not about that. It's just something that I said when I was talking about that guy in the last clip. I was talking about my memory and the fact that I can see people or come across their name somehow or the other. And then now in this targeting, I'm seeing them. It might be somebody from years later, and I remember the name, and it becomes this embarrassing thing for me. Similar to what happened to the cop. Remember I told you guys at the beginning of last year, said this in several videos, my sister went, and I was just talking about this, a little while ago. My sister and we were laying on the bed. I talked about this in the last clip. The guy that we talked about last year, that posted the post on Facebook with the eagle. That same time when we were on the bed last year talking about all these different guys, we were talking about the guys we dated in the past, and we even started talking about the guys that my older sister dated in the past. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. I've talked about this cop in prior videos. I'm not even meaning to bring him up again. But while talking about these different guys and just kind of reminiscing, remember, everybody's watching us. It's a live feed going on. This is why I said all of our conversations always feel disingenuous for me, but then they gaslight me if I don't want to talk about stuff. But then if I authentically talk about stuff and act like people aren't listening, then I'm getting stoned for that too. They're just doing unfair stuff on purpose because they don't like me and they like torturing somebody they don't like. I'm telling you. Anyway, so we were sitting there just talking, acting like the cameras weren't there and talking about the dudes we dated in the past or, you know, whatever. Maybe had friendships with or whatever. And we ended up talking about my older sister and some of the guys she dated. So I said, man, you know, so-and-so was so picky back in the day. I said, we're all kind of funny with our tastes. I said, but so-and-so, I almost said her name. She just always didn't, you know, she had this kind of taste where she was funny about guys. You know, like I said, she used to turn down some decent guys. I remember saying that. And I said, you know, it's not even like I said something bad about this guy. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it wasn't bad. It was actually a compliment, whatever it was that I did say. And so I was saying that she dated this cop back in the day. I said, I was going over it with my younger sister. I was like, there was even this cop that she dated. She went on like a date with him and she didn't like him because he was too quiet or whatever it was, you know. And then also too, it's not like this prejudice thing, you know. I hate to bring color into the thing, you know, because it's like with my targeting, I'm on eggshells when it comes to race, or I would even say colorism, color, anything like that. It's, you know, but people have preferences. So I'm going to talk and be myself and not really be concerned with whatever it is I said out of anger in my car. People have preferences. And so my older sister, her preference tends to be darker skinned men. She likes dark skinned men, muscular dark skinned men. And so that was also, I believe, partially what it was, because there were a lot of light skinned guys back in the day that liked my older sister. And she literally had told me, like, he's too light. Like, she didn't like that. And it's not a prejudice thing either. This was prior to us being Hebrew or any weird, you know, anything like that. It wasn't anything like that. We could have dated anybody we wanted. Physical attraction, she physically wasn't attracted to lighter skinned men. Never has been. My older sister. There was one light skinned dude in the whole history of me and her ever, like, hanging out and dating dudes and stuff that I actually saw her take an interest to in high school. One light skinned dude. That played basketball. It was like a rare occurrence. She doesn't like lighter skinned guys, you know, and this cop, it's not like he's light skinned, he's brown skinned, but he's light brown, you know, and so that she just wasn't her type, in addition to the fact that he was quiet. But I'm going off on a tangent, y'all. Anyway, so I still remember how this cop looked though, because I have good memory. The same thing I was just talking about when I saw this guy on the sex registry that one time, that one time, and they tried to send him out as a gang stalker, and I knew who he was. Same thing with the cop. You know, I went on the date that my sister went on with him. I was hanging out with them that one night. I remember, I have good memory. I used to always tag along with my older sisters. You know, oftentimes we would double date. So I remember the date. I remember it being awkward. I actually remember the whole thing. My memory is that good. And so when we were talking about the incident, I'm laughing it up with my sister, not thinking that they're going to actually use this. First of all, I didn't even know the guy was still a cop. I didn't know he was still here on island. And I didn't know that they were going to insert him into my targeting and try to use him as a gang stalker. So then I started seeing him in the gym, and I didn't off rip recognize who he was. My memory's so good that I knew the face looked familiar. It was just like this, you know, that feeling of like recognition, but you don't know why you feel that way about someone. Like, have I seen you before, that kind of way? That's how it felt the first time. That's how it felt the second time. It wasn't until I went to the gym the third time that I caught onto it. Was like just aha, eureka, you know. It was just one of those things, and it happened again. It was like an epiphany, where it's just like I saw the person the third time. I'm like, it's like the name just popped in my head. It's just, this is how the thing works. And so I remember once the thing popped in my head, it kept ticking into my head. And that's what really made me make the video about it, talking about the fact that, yo, they're sending this cop in there. It's the same dude that we talked about on the bat at the beginning of the year, my sister and I, in a conversation that was supposed to be private. And they're using him as a gang stalker in the gym. You know, when he was first coming in there too, he's doing this thing that some of the guys used to do in there, where they're like purposely trying to make eye contact with me, and, you know, weird stuff, you know, like that they're doing, like trying to, this kind of way where it's, I don't know if it's honeypot or if it feels more so like mockery rather than honeypot. You know, I don't think they think that I'm stupid enough to feel like that's genuine. I think it's more so like mockery, you know, because they think I'm this pig-headed whatever that thinks all highly of myself. They feel like I think they feel like with the things they send with the shadow networking and stuff, I think they feel like I think like every man wants me, or I feel like this cocky. This is why they go out of their way to try to make me feel ugly and all these different things like that. I've never said those things. Just because I move with confidence doesn't mean that I feel like every man wants me. And also too, it's like a lot of the things that they were doing was what was creating this, like I said before in the earlier clips, this narcissistic disposition. But anyway, they think I'm this pig-headed something or the other. So it's kind of like this mocking thing sometimes with some of these guys, right? So he was doing it and I was catching on. You know, so that made me notice him even more. And I'm like, who is this person? Because they look familiar. And then the third time I was in the gym with him, that was when it was like an epiphany. It was like eureka. I was like, oh shit. The name literally just popped in my head. And then once it popped in, it kept taking into my brain. And of course, then the humiliation ensues. So I talked about it in my video where I knew him from and the fact that I recognized that they were sending him in there as a gang stalker. Anyway, thank the Most High for this memory though, because as much as it's been humiliating for me, it's, I think, saved me in a lot of situations from being Bobo the Fool, because it's like they would have had this person coming around me and I wouldn't have even known that it was gang stalking, really. Anyway, so now it's kind of happened again with this person in the gym. So they bring all kinds of young girls in the gym. They do it on purpose. Not all the time. I'm sure there are genuine girls going in there to work out. So I don't want to sit here and bear false witness and say that every female in the gym is going there for me. However, right, the gym is open and available for everyone. And people have schedules. So they go to the gym at whatever time works for them. I'm aware of that and I understand that. But also, too, they are aware of the fact that this situation, this ongoing situation is going on with me. So anyone that's coming to the gym when I'm in the gym, they're aware of the fact that everyone on the island is going to be able to see them working out. Right? I'm not choosing this. I can't help what's happening to me. I'm not going to let it stop me from living. But for me, if I could avoid going to the gym while someone that had my situation going on was going on, I would avoid it. I wouldn't be in there trying to be on camera or seen by all these people because I'm such a funny person. Like, I love my privacy. And it's like I'm stuck in this situation for now. Let me be very clear about that because your words are very powerful. I'm stuck in the situation for now. So they're going to see me working on, they're going to see everything I'm doing. These cameras are following me. But if I had the choice and I knew somebody had, like I said, the situation that I have going on, I would have never been going to the gym while I knew they were in there because you know you're going to be seen by all of these people. You know, this is what I'm thinking. And so this is why oftentimes when I see these girls in the gym, I instantly think gang stalking. Hold on, look, this thing driving by. Let me give it a chance. The two things driving by now. Look at this, y'all. Two things driving by now. That's to tell you. Look. Look, that's to tell you. They like kind of low-key be confirming. Look at the noise. That's to tell y'all. But I can't like straight up accuse because then they would gaslight me and say that I'm being accusatory, right? But it's obvious what's going on. But it's like, I can't concretely prove it. I don't own the gym, and if they're paying their membership, they have a right to go there at any time that they want. Anyways, it's just this thing where I noticed I had changed the time that I was going, and I was going at this different time now. And I was seeing the faces I was seeing, and I just started seeing new faces all of a sudden, and they became consistent faces all of a sudden to match the time that I'm going. You know what I mean? It's just like this thing that I notice, but I can't really pinpoint it and I can't accuse because then it's like this accusatory thing and I can't hardcore prove that that's what's going on, It's just this weird thing, but they just kind of confirmed it for me there anyway. I already know I'm not stupid. I know what's going on, but they know that I can't prove it. And so it'll be this thing like I'm being accusatory if I just straight up say gang stalker, like that one that I talked about in the earlier clip, the one with the little short pants that I told you I don't see her anymore. She came in twice. I don't see her anymore after that first time when she bent over, she looked at her watch. She was an obvious gang stalker. Like it wasn't even a question. She was an obvious gang stalker and, looking at her watch and then bending down by the Smith machine. I didn't see her after that time when I saw her and I thought like her mom should be ashamed of her. She left up out of it. I didn't see her again. I don't see her anymore. Right? So I guess they hired new people or whatever it is that's going on, whatever. There's now these two girls that come in that are getting trained, right? Off and on, sometimes it's just the one girl. Sometimes it's two of them that's getting trained by this guy that's a consistent face in the gym. I wasn't seeing him in the mornings either. Then I started seeing him. So it just was like this slow build where I wasn't seeing him, then I started seeing him and it just became a consistent thing. But he's a personal trainer, so it's not like a thing where I can say for sure that that's gang stalking. It could be because of videos I've made in the past. It's very likely could be. But again, I can't prove it, right? So it's not one of those things where I'm going to make an accusation. However, I just noticed I started seeing him slowly but surely. It started turning into this thing where I was seeing him at the same exact time I'm going. And then I started seeing these two young girls, right? Still can't concretely prove that it's gang stalking, right? So of course I didn't make any accusations and I'm acting normal about what I'm seeing. I noticed that after the incident with the girl that I told you guys about in the earlier clip that bent over and she was an obvious gang stalker, even looking at her watch and stuff, I noticed that this personal trainer with these two girls, the girl's getting trained all of a sudden right in front of the Smith machine. Anytime I'm using it, you know, right in front of the Smith machine. I made the comment in the last clip when I was talking about that other girl. I told you I noticed even after her, there was another girl that went right in front of the Smith machine. I told you this happened the last time I was in the gym. Literally, not today. The last time, what's today? Well, it's Tuesday now because I'm working the night shift. But Monday, yesterday I went to the gym. That was the last time I went to the gym at this point. But when I made the prior clip, the last time I had went to the gym was Friday. Literally last Friday, this girl that I'm talking about that's with this personal trainer that I believe might be a gang stalker, I can't concretely prove it. The reason I really started to believe gang stalker though was because of the way that they had her working out directly in front of the Smith machine. Like I almost felt like I didn't have space, personal space, and had her bending all the way over. Nobody would do that. Nobody does that. There's so much space in that front area. Nobody's going to come directly in front of the Smith machine where somebody's squatting and start doing RDLs. Like literally, I'm telling you, when I'm squatting, my face is face level with this girl's ass. It was so freaking invasive and I felt like traumatized about it. And it's like, I didn't want to say, hello, you're like mooning me. You're right in my face with your backside, you know, and she's wearing this little short pants and it's riding up and my face is face level with this girl's behind. I'm like, what is this? You know, she was so close to the Smith machine doing this workout. It just didn't even look right. You could tell like this was likely gang stalking. So I remember being so irritated because this was the time after what had happened with the other girl that was definitely a gang stalker, you know, doing the bend over thing by the Smith machine, looking at her watch, all this kind of craziness, right? So I'm like, I think this girl is a gang stalker. But I wasn't disrespectful to her. I didn't say anything rude to her because I can't prove it, even though that thing there where she was doing that thing, wearing the little short pom-pom pants and bending all the way over right in front of the Smith machine where I'm squatting and I'm forced to see her backside in my face. I couldn't concretely prove that she was a gang stalker, so I didn't say anything. And I didn't have an attitude with her either. Because even if I do see gang stalking activity, if it's not, I mean, that was pretty obvious, to be honest with you. But if it's not obvious enough for me to really concretely say, look, you are a gang stalker, I'm not going to call you in and I'm not going to be disrespectful to you. That's just how I am. I'm not. I only get rowdy when they start really doing the overt stuff like the rubbing of the nose thing. Like that video I made about that dude, the last video I made. By the way, I saw him in the gym today too. And he was staying to himself, you know, and not doing any stupidness. This is the first time I saw him, you know, since making that video. But I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to create stuff because he wasn't doing anything today. Anyway, so that same girl now, she comes in today. I guess she heard the clip I made where I was talking about her bending over in my face. And I've seen her doing this before too, the rub nose thing. I kind of saw her doing it before too, but it was so like the way she did it wasn't obvious enough for me to really say something about it. I'm just like, ignore, like irrelevant, you know? But today now, I'm squatting. I was doing my lunges. The back room's taken up. It's like I'm noticing more and more people coming in at the time I'm coming in, which is fine. I don't own the gym, so I'm not going to create stuff. But I do oftentimes suspect gang stalking, and that's the only time it gets irritating for me. If I felt like these people were authentically coming, all of them, because I'm sure maybe one or two or three are authentically in there. But I feel like most people, if they could, would avoid coming to the gym knowing the spectacle that's going on with what I have going on. But anyways, you know, I'm noticing more and more people. And so the back room was taken and, you know, I didn't want to try to squeeze myself up in the back room and do my lunges because that's typically where I go when I want to do my lunges. So I took my lunges and instead I went to an area where I don't usually go. And it's by the other squat machine that I told you guys I like to use. And so I was in the mirror and I was doing my lunges. And so she comes in and she's walking up behind me. And so when I see her, I said, oh, and I get up to move out of her way because I do realize I'm blocking the walkway, but the gym is so full now. It's getting like more and more people in there at this time. I just went where I could fit in. I went wherever it felt comfortable, right? So I see her coming like she was trying to get to the back room. And so I got up to move out of her way and she's doing the pinch nose thing. The same thing that dude that I told you guys about in the last video was doing. And that's what made me have the reaction. I already suspect she's a gang stalker. But what created the bitchy reaction was her doing that. That's when I get really irritated. It's like if I'm already suspecting you're a gang stalker, okay, but I can't prove it. But when they start doing the fake stuff and the false narratives to create stuff, that's when it really irks my blood. And it makes me want to go in. You know, and I'm trying not to do it. I don't want to be a bitch, monster bitch with everyone. You know, it's just so many freaking gang stalkers. And I already told you all, if you're fucking with me and it's the right moment, I might just go in on you and isolate you and start going in on you. Because if you're going to bully, I can bully back. And I'm a real bitch sometimes. But I'm like, let me not do that today. You know, let me not do it. Right? So I almost, because the way that my mind is working these days, I'm such a reserved person, man. I don't like drama, and I'm not the kind that likes to fight. I could physically beat anybody at this point. Not anybody. Let me not have a big mouth. I'm sure there's people out there that could beat me. But I could fight. I'm really strong. But I don't like fighting. I'm not that type of person. But right now, the way that it's working, it feels like anybody could get it that's messing with me. That's how I feel. And so I'm just like, I need to calm down, because it's like, it's getting to the point where like I'm just going off on people in my head. It's not like I'm going off out loud, like what I think they hope would happen, that I go crazy and act like this crazy ballistic nut. It's never going to happen. So keep wishing and hoping. As a matter of fact, hold your breath and wait, and let's see what happens and where you end up. Anyway, and the reason I'm saying that is because I'm hearing revving now. That's what they're hoping. This is why I said the bad mind thing. You see the post where I said the bad mind thing last time? The bad mind thing that the dude posted, you know, trying to say that I was calling people bad mind. I did say that. I don't think everybody's bad minded, but some of these gang stalkers are wicked. They're real bad minded. Like, they want to see me go crazy or some crazy shit like that is what they're hoping for. Real bad minded. And so this is why I said what I said. Because when I made that comment about go crazy, I'm hearing revving. You're a bad minded person. Anyway, so that's never going to happen. It's never going to be this thing where I go crazy or I act ballistic on somebody out loud. But you might get it in my head. I might start saying some real mean, nasty, gnarly stuff. And I know my thoughts are being projected with this technology and everyone can hear it. And I might start really getting nasty with you if I feel like you're starting with me first. It's always reactions, and then they'll gaslight me about it. Anyway, let me let this thing come by, because it seemed like some loud, whatever it is, that's still going off. I'm trying to let it cool down. So anyways, y'all, so this is why I was ready to go in on her. You know, I already suspected she was a gang stalker. I was already irritated that she was not only blocking the mirror, and I'm a long femur squatter, so I need to see myself in the mirror to make sure I'm doing the squat correctly, because I'm going heavy and I lean too forward sometimes, and it actually hurts my knees and my back. But then it's like you're blocking the mirror and you have your ass in my face, and I know that this is gang stalking, likely gang stalking, and pertaining to that false narrative. So it was so irritating to me. Right? But it still wasn't rude or disrespectful to the girl, because even with her doing that, it's not like the other girl where she was looking at her watch and, you know, doing the extra stuff that it's like it's obvious gang stalker, where it's like, okay, all things removed, I can really go in on you. And even that girl, I didn't go in on her too much, because a lot of these girls look like little girls, and they kind of remind me of my students, the students I had in the past, you know. So it's like this kind of way where I don't want to go too in. I'm this big grown 32-year-old woman, you know what I mean? So it's like, even though it's gang stalking and it's irritating, I'm truly not a bully at heart. I'm just reactive to what's going on. But when it comes to you now starting to do the fake narrative, like pinching nose and stuff, that's where I might turn into a bitch and go off on you. Excuse me, I need to blow my nose. Y'all. So anyways, I get up to move out the way and let the girl pass, and I see her doing the nose thing. And so this is where I, like, my mind, y'all, fire, quick. Just turn on in my brain when I start seeing the stupidness. I almost went off on her and started to go in, and I said, no. I said, don't do it. I thought this in my head. I said, don't be a bitch. I said, don't do it. I actually talked myself out of being a bitch to this girl today. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. And so I went over to this whatever, the other area after I was done with my lunges, and I stopped myself from being a bitch in that moment. But that created such a tick for me whenever she got over to the machine to start working out where I was at, because it's now this thing, whenever I'm on the Smith machine, they're over there working out where I'm at. But it's not a big deal, you know. It wasn't a big deal before. I was just ignoring it, really. When it became an issue was when they started doing the bend over thing directly in front of the Smith machine. And then now today she's doing the pinch nose thing obviously behind me as she's walking behind me. So that's what really created the tick super bad today by the Smith machine. And of course the gang stalker's trying to freaking simulate and gaslight. You know why the tick is happening. You're going to pretend like you don't know, you know, and try to gaslight me about my brain ticking. They know my brain is being programmed all day long. They're sending me these false narratives with the technology. They're sending gang stalkers around me with the same false narrative. And then you expect stuff not to pop in my brain. They know what's going to happen. They're doing it on purpose. So my brain was ticking like crazy today. They've seen this girl working out by me before, and the other girl that comes in there sometimes that works with this personal trainer. I'd be ignoring them and doing my thing. All of a sudden my brain is ticking like crazy today. I couldn't even really control it, and I think it was because I almost went off on her too. I think that's what created that awkward environment and made the tick even worse for me today. But then what makes it worse is her face looks familiar. It was similar to what happened with the cop where it wasn't until like the second or third time in the gym of seeing the face, I just knew the face looked familiar. I'm like, wait a minute, I know him. And the name pops in my head. Where her, it's not the same where I know her. I don't even know if this is the same person. So I could be wrong. And it's not like with the cop where it was like a definitive, this is that guy. Where her, it's just one of those things where a person I saw in passing because of fastness, really. And I'm not really sure if this is the person I think it is. I'm not sure. The face looks familiar, but a lot of people down here look similar. You have people that are related down here. But there's a name popping into my head because my memory's so freaking good. And I'm not sure if I'm having the correct name pop in my head or not, but I'm fighting like hell to push it out. And that was actually happening. The recognition didn't happen this time, It happened last time. It didn't happen today when she did the pinch nose thing. The recognition actually happened the last time when she was bending over in my face and doing the extra stuff. And I started to really look to see, do I know this person? Because I started thinking she was a gang stalker. But I realized her face is looking familiar. And then last time, not today, when she was doing what she was doing, the last time, a name started popping in my head. And I said, is this the person I think it is? Because years ago, y'all, this is how my memory works. I keep telling y'all, I've said this in videos from last year. I know y'all have heard videos of me saying this, how humiliating my memory is, because I see people that I know, I might have even known them in passing, and the name will pop in my head and they're probably like, how does this person know me? I don't know them, but it's just my memory. I can't help how my memory is. And if I come across your face and your name, I can remember you. There was this guy in the post office I saw. I made a video about him, not really about him, but I was making a video and I mentioned him briefly. He was in a military suit. This was either at the beginning of this year or at the end of last year. And I went to school with him. Didn't know the guy like that. I actually think we may have had one class together. I actually don't even think we had class together. I think I just knew him in passing. No type of relativity. But I knew his name. Like, my memory's that freaking good. As soon as I saw him, I'm sure he wouldn't have known my name had him and I not, well, maybe he would have, who knows. But I don't even think he would have known my name had it not been for my targeting. But I knew his name. I saw him in there in the military, and that's what really made me hone in on him. I saw the military uniform, and then the name popped in my head. I said, shit, why is my memory like this? But anyway, with this girl, a few years ago, with this guy I was talking to, when you're like on a person's page all the time, sometimes, I don't know if Facebook still does this. I do notice sometimes you might see this, but I think it was worse back in the day. If you're talking to a person, you might go on their page and snoop and stuff. This is how I am when I'm talking to a guy. It's not like I'm obsessive or anything like that, but I do like to snoop and I do like to see what you're into and what you're getting into. So sometimes back in the day, if there were a guy I was talking to and I'm on their page often, I noticed in the news feed, they'll say so-and-so commented on this picture. Like, they'll start throwing in your news feed that this guy commented on this picture or this guy commented on this post. And so I remember back in the day, of course, I'm not going to specify the guy. This was years ago, y'all. This is how my memory is. It's that fucking good. Years ago, I remember that this guy that I used to be on his page a lot commented underneath this post, and he was talking back and forth with this person. And so she wasn't the only female. There were several females he was talking to, and I don't even think it was like that. But I went and I clicked being fast, and I saw that he was talking to so-and-so, and so I clicked on her page, and I looked through some of the pictures. And so I know the name, and I put a name to the face. And it was this weird thing. It wasn't until last time when I really started to analyze, because I really started feeling like she was a gang stalker, that I realized, wait a minute, I think I actually know this person. Isn't this the person that so-and-so was talking to underneath that post years ago? And so I'm just like, is this that person? Because I could be wrong, y'all. The face looks familiar, but I could be wrong. There are people that look alike down here on this island. But there's this name that I'm just popping in my head associated with this girl that's popping in. So not only is the tick with my niece happening because of what she did last time where she was bending over and it was obvious, what I want to say was obvious gang stalking. But then now an actual name for the girl is popping in my head because similar to the cop, I'm recognizing the face and the name is popping in and I can't control it. But I'm not even sure if it's the right name. I could be wrong. I could have the complete, I could have the wrong person. But this is just making it a nightmare for me. So it's not only now the niece sensitization, because I strongly believe she's a gang stalker, but then now her actual name, possibly, if it is her, is popping in my head. And then I also felt awkward about almost going off on the girl when she was doing the pinch nose thing behind me in the mirror. And so this is what made the tick happen so bad today. It was really bad. It was so bad today. And I'm like, I'm of course not going to let this stop me from working out. But that's happening. And then you have in the other side of my brain, the other tick that's been happening with the guy, the other personal trainer guy, the Italian guy that I told you I've been sensitized to. And that tick is happening. I already explained to you. I believe it's the race sensitization. There's several things going on with that, why I believe that happened. First of all, I told you all he saved my life, right? The barbell was about to crush me when I went to 210 pounds. This was months ago. And he came and he actually saved my life. He pulled the thing up off of me and he actually helped me to complete the squat. So I think that created like a sense of basittiness and awkwardness with him. I don't know why. I'm just an awkward person, y'all. Someone regular, that wouldn't have been a big deal. It would have just been like, okay, yay, thank you. For me, that created a sense of awkwardness. And then his race. Because prior to me knowing his race, I always considered him to be racially ambiguous. But I was aware of the fact that the things I showed on my vehicle likely offended him, obviously. But I didn't know what his race was until recently when I had made that video talking about, you know, whatever I talked about. I don't want to go into the details about it. And he started coming to the gym with the Italian flag on. And so I was like, ooh, okay, so he really is the ethnicity that I offended, you know? So it really created this awkward thing. So it was the fact that he came in that time, you know, that morning, doing whatever that I made the video about. This was like at this point about 2 months ago. That happened. I made the video about it, but he's not the only guy I've made videos about in the gym. But I think what's made it more intense with him again is because, first of all, there's the element of him saving my life and that basittiness being there. The race sensitization mainly, I believe that's what the main thing is. And then also the thirsty thing, the fear of seeming thirsty, you know, because they know this is a false narrative they're throwing at me. They're trying to make me feel uncomfortable about working out. They're trying to make me feel uncomfortable about everything that I'm doing. I already realize these are tactics they're using. So the thirsty thing, or the painting the false narrative of me doing something, you know, spiritually wicked, you know, all of these fake things that they're creating, I realize are to make me feel uncomfortable about everyday things. So I know they know I'm not thirsty. I've already proven it that I've been working out since my early 20s, and actually I've been into athletics since elementary school. But it's still this thing where now this guy's name is popping in my head. I'm like, oh my God, they're really going to think, you know, I'm being thirsty now because his name is popping in and he just happens to be an attractive guy, right? So for me, it's just like, it's almost like karma because, you know, the race, you know, and then it's like, it just seems like this thing, it's made such an uncomfortable environment in the gym for me. He's another one I wasn't seeing when I first started going there in the morning. Then I started seeing him consistently too at the time I'm going. So it's like all of this stuff going on around me while I'm trying to work out. Of course, I'm not letting it stop me, but all of these little things have made the workout so uncomfortable for me because now I'm like warring with my brain about these tics that are happening while I'm trying to get through my freaking workout. It's a nightmare. It really is. It's really rough. You know, and with the guy, even before that girl started coming that I'm having the awkward thing with now, with the Italian guy, just the tick that was happening with him, it was so damn embarrassing for me. I was considering finding another gym. And now there's another thing in there that's making me feel uncomfortable. And then it's like, it just seems like they keep popping up with these little girls in the gym. And it's just a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare, and it's making the workout extremely uncomfortable for me. It's never going to stop me from working out. Even if I did decide to get another gym, excuse me, that's what it would be. I'm not going to stop working out. That's what's not going to happen. It would just be that I'm in another gym. But in my head, I'm just like, if I get another gym, they're going to do the same thing. They're on top of me. They're going to find someone else to send in there. You know, they're on top of me. It might be someone else that I recognize. It's still going to be some embarrassing tick that's happening. So that's what I'm thinking too. It's like the goal is just to deter you, right, from everything that you're doing. And that's never going to happen. So for me, I'm just like, I may as well just keep pushing and going to this gym. I'm comfortable with it. I like the owner. The location works for me. I may as well just keep going here and doing my thing. I'm comfortable with the equipment now at this point. I may as well just keep going and doing my thing there. That's how I feel about it. But it's rough, man. I'm dealing with like the harsh workout because I'm pushing my body to the max, and then now I have to war with my brain too. It's just a nightmare, man. Anyway, y'all, so that's the gym thing. This video's gonna be so damn long. Ridiculous. Excuse me. Next thing. Let's address what I really needed to talk about. What this video is about, y'all. Oh boy. Where is it? Oh wow, I think I deleted it. I did do that. Wow. Okay, y'all. I just came to the front page for my YouTube. I said I may as well, since I deleted that text message that had the notes in it, forgetting that I didn't cover the last note with the Kurt Cobain thing. Anyway, y'all, this was all the way last week at this point. We're now into Tuesday because I'm working the night shift, right? So it's quite Tuesday. Last Thursday was when this happened. That same day where I told you that person in my close circle was doing the random noise campaigns on me in the house. And then I left the house to go get my uniform shirt and I had the awkward interaction and I was beating myself up about it. And then I asked someone else in my close circle to stop me at the grocery store to get some t-shirts. And then that incident happened where I didn't want to come out the car and she yelled at me and, ended up leaving to go in the store and leaving me in the car. And then they started gang stalking and they sent the gang stalker to smoke the cigarette, and then that thing popped in my head, the race sensitization thing. That same day, y'all, after that took place, I went home and I finally did get myself together. Hold on, y'all. Let this vehicle pass by. Anyway, that same day, y'all, I finally did get myself together to go to the basketball court. When I got home, I got dressed in my workout clothes, I hopped on my bike, and I rode over to one of the nearby neighborhoods where the basketball court is. It's a hop and a skip away in a vehicle, but it's a pretty harsh hike, to go on a bike too, right? And that's why I do it. It's a really good workout. So it's like one of my cardio days, I consider it. Anyway, so I rode my bike over to this basketball court, and I put my music on like I always do. I always play my music when I'm working out. So I put on Kurt Cobain. And what happened was, earlier in the day while I was still home, they sent me this song with the shadow networking software on YouTube from Kurt Cobain. And although I'm familiar with the name, and I like all genres of music with the exception of opera, which I've said before and they used against me and started purposely shadow networking and sending me opera. I don't care. I have a right to have a preference. This is not a prejudice thing. Like I said, I like all genres of music with the exception of opera. That is the only music I've ever heard that I did not like, was opera. Like every other genre I like. I can tell you a song that I like in. Anyways, so that's no disrespect to anybody that likes opera. I just never could get with it. I couldn't understand that art. Anyway, so I like the kind of music that Kurt Cobain makes, but I've never necessarily been a Kurt Cobain fan. He's from like my childhood. He's one of those artists that if you didn't have a parent that listened to that person, you likely didn't listen to that person's music. And so it was one of those things where, I heard his song, they threw it into my news feed, and I listened to it, and it was giving me such a vibe from the 90s. So although he wasn't necessarily an artist that one of my parents listened to, the song sounded familiar and it gave me nostalgia, and it is in a genre that I like. So I was like, damn, I gotta put this on my playlist. I said, good job, Shadow Networkers. I'm like, there's a reason why they sent him to me, because the song didn't necessarily have any shadow networking in it. I listened to the song. It sounded like a normal song. I'm like, there's some sort of reason why they sent this man to me, Kurt Cobain. I said, why did they send him? They knew I would look him up too. I said, let me look him up and see what's going on. Before I could even look him up, the first comment, when you click on a video on YouTube, you can see the first comment. Let me do it right now and show you all. And oh, look, it's not doing it now. That's odd. It's not doing it now. Let me go into my newsfeed and click on a video.
When did you know you were ready to...
Look at the bullshit they're sending me. Kenny and Anita's 45-year one-night stand. So again, trying to paint a false narrative. I'm almost certain this is about the rape situation. It's not a one-night stand if you wake up blacked out and the man is doing whatever he wants with your body. They're purposely doing this, y'all. Hold on a minute. Let me blow my nose, y'all. Hold on a minute. Anyways, y'all, so it's not a one-night stand if you wake up from being blacked out and the man is having a field day with your body. But they know that. I realize they're purposely doing this. I didn't even mean to click on this one in particular, but this is an example of shadow networking, y'all. And then they're doing the race sensitization too, because as you can see, it's an interracial couple, when they know full well I don't have an issue with this. I've even proven that I dated a Colombian man whose ethnicity was Caucasian. I dated him right before moving, whatever, man, with the noise campaign. I dated him right before moving home. Y'all, the man even lived with me in my Airbnb when the Airbnb situation was taking place. Him and I actually lived together. So anyways, it's just nonsense. They're just pushing it because they think I'm a bitch and they think I bear false witness and whatever. Anyways, as you all can see though, the first comment says, "They are so insanely cute. I hope to have a love like this." So you know how you can see the first comment without clicking on comments? For the Kurt Cobain song, the first comment I already showed you all in one of my prior videos. They even shadow network with the comments. If you read the comment section, they'll start putting sensitization there as well. This is some real high science AI technology. It's called shadow networking, y'all. Check out the videos and the links in the description box and comment section. Get educated on what they use on targets because it's meant to psychologically malign you and make you feel like you're going crazy. Anyway, so the first comment underneath this Kurt, let me come off this video here now. This first nightstand bullshit. So the first comment underneath the Kurt Cobain video what said, "Too bad his wife killed him." That's what it said. So I said, what? Is that why they sent this to me? So of course now I really did research on the dude. First I started reading the comments. That comment stuck out to me, which I know they knew it would. I click on the comments and start reading the comments. They start talking about the wife and how she was obsessed with him and he was about to leave her. And so basically, and this was desensitization as well, y'all. Apparently his death was ruled as a suicide, but a lot of people believe that it was a cover-up. So in other words, that his wife killed him and they covered it up and made it look like suicide. So of course that's sensitization for me because they've pushed that at me out of wickedness before, the suicide thing, but then also have threatened me inadvertently or covertly, kind of threatened me sending these videos about people who got killed and it was made to look like a suicide. They've sent this type of stimuli to me before. I've recorded it. They were even talking about, what's his name? Coming back to the HIV thing, trying to freak me out with that too. They were sending me stuff about Eazy-E at the beginning of the year, about how, it was this big cover up with him and how they believed that they actually killed him and said it was AIDS. So it's just like the scary stuff they sent me to freak me out and get in my head, and so I believe this is why they sent him. I think it was the suicide sensitization, but also just the element of it actually being like this cover up thing, like they killed him and covered it up. But then also the sensitization was the fact that it was this obsessed wife that did it. So now again, moving back to the false narrative that they tried to spin with the cyberstalking, cyberbullying situation. They're doing that on purpose, I realize, because the receipt video, they felt like I was being this bitch and making it seem like he was running me down when that's not what the case was. I was trying to prove that throughout the years he had been in communication with me while I was being cyberstalked and cyberbullied. That's what I was trying to prove. Not consistent communication either. It's not like we were linking up and meeting each other. Not at all. It's not like we had consistent moments of talking to each other, especially not when he was in this relationship. And I never said that. But there would be off and on times where he would randomly send me these messages and I would show the people in my close circle while this thing is happening in full effect, this cyberstalking, cyberbullying thing. And so it was this thing where it's like I felt like I was getting gaslit from the people in my close circle when I'm showing them what's going on and trying to say, hey, look, this is happening. I felt like they knew the whole time. I think they felt like I was a bitch for accusing him or whatever. And I think they knew that the things that was happening were happening. And I think they were purposely acting like they didn't see what was going on. Now that I see what's happening in this situation. But anyway, so that's what it is. I believe that's why they've created the narrative that they've created, to spite me now. Again, trying to tear me down because they think I'm this cocky bitch. So they're purposely trying to paint this false narrative that I was obsessed with him, this obsessed lover, and, just this weird, crazy, fanatical, Delulu type of conspiracies that they're creating. So anyways, him and I were friends. We were never romantic. We never had a relationship. I probably hugged the man once in my entire life. I can probably count on my hand the amount of times I've actually seen him in person. That's how distant the thing was. But still throughout the years, sometimes he would write or send stuff, not consistently, and it wasn't like he was trying to get in bed with me or meet up with me or link up with me. I don't know what this man does in his personal life, and I don't even think he's the kind that cheats. Else I would have never even considered him back in the day when him and I were actively talking. So anyways, just painting these false narratives to be spiteful and low-key again, being counterproductive, because you're doing it because you felt like I was being this spiteful, whatever, but you low-key are now creating more friction within whatever he has going on because you're creating all these weird false narratives. Anyway, so that's what I think the sensitization was too, because as I'm reading the comments about this lady that apparently was obsessed with Kurt Cobain and, you know, went so as far as what they're claiming. I don't go by rumors. It's probably not even true. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to be a conspiracy theorist anymore. I'm not. I wouldn't even call myself a conspiracy theorist, but I have subscribed to certain conspiracies sometimes before. You know, especially now that I'm targeted. It's so easy to really become a conspiracy theorist when you're targeted, because it's like you start seeing all these weird things and learning about this strange stuff that exists in the world, and everything starts to look different to you. Everything starts to seem like a conspiracy to you. But anyway, so it could just be a rumor. I don't want to, you know, put all this on that lady, and it's not even true. But a lot of people believe that she, you know, because he was leaving her or whatever, she killed him and made it look like a suicide. So this is what I'm seeing in the comments. And as I'm reading the comments, they're revving by and doing all kind of noise in the background, again, trying to paint the false narrative. So now that's in my head, you know, and I'm now sensitized to the song. And I had already put it on my playlist before I started reading the comments. I was like, oh, as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, this is my vibe. I was like, this is nostalgia. And I put it on my playlist, and I went back to the song on YouTube and continued to listen to it. And then I saw that comment, and I started reading the comments. I said, oh, that's why they sent Kurt Cobain. I said, the song doesn't have sensitization, but the man has sensitization. That's why they sent him in a news feed. And so now I get to the basketball court. Fast forward to when I got to the basketball court. I get on the court, I'm making my shots, right? I'm really shooting and jumping. I'm doing my jump shot, and I notice when I jump, the ball tends to go straight. Whenever I jump and I do my shot, I tend to make it more than if I stand and I don't jump, right? So I'm making a few of my shots, and I'm dribbling. I'm having a good time, you know, playing around, warming up. And then the Kurt Cobain song comes on to the playlist. As soon as that song came on, it's like it shifted my energy. Like, first of all, I'm an empath. So I can actually feel other people's emotions. That's why I keep saying I'm intuitive. That's why I'm good at reading a room, and I can oftentimes tell if somebody's a gang stalker or not. And I can oftentimes tell if somebody's disingenuous or not. And so it's actually led to me overthinking sometimes, because I can feel people's emotions so much. So anyways, I'm feeling the energy of the dude, and now that I knew what I knew from reading the comments earlier, it was messing with me. Like, I was feeling his energy, and I was feeling like this depressed energy from him, and like this rage too, like maybe he had been through a lot or whatever. I was feeling it, but then also just the false narrative was popping in my head too, and it messed with me, and I started missing my shots like crazy. It was to the point where, like, the shot wasn't even going straight. You know, like, that's never happened to me before on the basketball court. Even if I'm missing my shots, it's usually like a rim shot or a backboard shot that's happening. It's like the ball was going off all the way to the left or the right. It was like I couldn't get the shot straight at all. And so, of course, they start gaslighting me and flying the bird by and flying the plane by and doing all this crazy shit. And I'm just like, are they fucking with me? Because I've already proven to y'all, I showed you all what happened in that last clip. I showed you all the evidence that they can control your body with this technology. In my head, it didn't feel like I was being controlled, so I'm not going to sit here and lie. But I'm like, are they doing something to fuck with me? Is it something with the song? Like, is there some sort of, because this is some high science technology, y'all. And I'm microchip. This is how they're hearing my thoughts. This is why I have these strange dreams sometimes. I'm like, are they sending some sort of frequency to the chip that's messing with me via this song? Is that why they sent the song? All of these paranoid thoughts started going in my head. But I'm just like, it was the weirdest thing ever. After, it's like my game was shit. After this song, after hearing this song, I could not make my shots. I don't know if it was just that they successfully got in my head with the narrative or what the case was, but my shots were like, whoa, after that song. And then towards the end of the workout, I kid you not, right towards the end of, like right before I left the court, the song came back on. I started making my shots again. It was this weird thing. You know, it's not to say like, okay, the song came on, maybe they just successfully got in my head and that's why I'm missing. It's like the song came back on and I started making my shots again. I'm like, are these people experimenting on me some more now? You know, is there some sort of frequency in this song where they're fucking with me? This is what I started thinking. I started thinking these paranoid thoughts, because even if we go with the theory that, okay, it's the fact that they got in my head. You know, I read the comments earlier and the song is now getting in my head. That's what's going on. But why would I start making my shots when a song came back on? It was just this weird thing, and it was just one of the strangest. I've experienced a lot of strange, astronomically inexplainable things since being targeted, and I understand that there's like a high science level to this thing where they're using all this technology. That, by far, was one of the weirdest experiences I've had since the targeting, since the technological aspect or element of it. I'm like, wait a minute, now the song is back on and making my shots? I'm like, okay, this is weird. You know, even I was weirded out. I even had to say, even I'm weirded out. What the hell is this? And so I was like, I need to make a video. You know, all these things I want to talk about, but I'm like, ugh, I don't feel like making a video. That is actually why I created this whole video. You know, it was also a thing where I wanted to talk about, you know, the amp up and the gang stalking. Because I actually did start making a video about the ugly thing and how they started coming for my self-esteem again recently since I started gaining weight. So I did start making a video that I ended up deleting. You know, I kept not getting back to it. But then the basketball thing and the Kurt Cobain thing and them trying to push that false narrative happened, and it was just too much, man. I was like, man, there's too much I need to talk about. I need to make a video. And so that was what led to me making this video. But now it's like so freaking long. It's like hours and hours of content. Anyway, y'all, I think that's all I wanted to address. That's all I wanted to talk about. Just the false narratives that they paint to malign you when you're targeted. And the unjust unfairness of it all. The bias of it all. The subjectivity of it all. Like, they're just going off of personal feelings and they don't even care about it. They don't even care about objectivity and what's right or what's wrong. It's really just like, you made me feel this kind of way. I don't care if you're right or wrong. Fuck you. I can do this. This is happening. Like, that's what it is. Anyways, y'all, I will talk to you in the next one. I was going to go more in on the race sensitization thing too, and, you know, all of that, but I've talked about the thing so much, I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse. I'm tired. I don't need to keep talking about it. I've already apologized. I've already talked about the fact that I shared those things out of anger. Yeah, all this stuff, I'm not going to keep talking about it. I'm tired. They just keep sensitizing me to everything. They're just mad. So anyways, I'll talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Y'all. Another way how, I forgot to show you all this. I kept saying that I was going to show you a picture to show you an example of how they shadow network, that they're getting so desperate that they're actually sending me the name of people to show you how they're trying to, you know, continue to push that false narrative with that guy. And recently too, it seems like amp up with pushing that. Just another example of them amping up with the gang stalking because something progressive is happening. At least that's what it seems like, or it's coincidentally happening around this time. They actually, on that same day where they sent me the Kurt Cobain thing, they actually sent me this guy's name. They got so freaking blatant with the technology that they sent me this guy's name. And I was explaining to you on the earlier clips that he has a unique name. It's not like the most unique name in the world. It's not like it's one of those names where for sure you know you'll never meet another person with that name. But it will be unlikely that he'll meet someone else with his name. It's possible, but it's rare because his name is actually unique. And the same thing with my niece. So I just want to show you that they not only sent his name to me with the technology, but they sent her name as well. And I scratched out the beginning of their name, just so that it's not like I'm putting their name out in the open in my video. So here you can see, they sent a clip from Basketball Wives with this girl that's not even a regular on the show. I don't even recall seeing this girl before. I've seen her once before. I didn't even know her name was this because they never ever gave her a name on the show. She's just like one of those people that showed up on the show like once before. All of a sudden, and so they know that I wouldn't really know what her true name is. So they could easily use the technology and pretend like this is her name. Look at the name. It's my niece's name. I scratched out the beginning so you all won't see the full name. That is my niece's name. They spelled it a little differently. There's an extra Y in there. But that is my niece's name, right? Then, around the time when they sent the Kurt Cobain thing, they sent me this video about this old so-and-so, Malcolm, dead inside. You know, and of course using the dead stimuli too again to psychologically malign me. But do you see that they put this man's name? They actually got so desperate they sent me his name. I scratched it out because I don't want it in the video. All of this within these last 2 weeks since I've been doing more in the gym and gaining weight. All of this amp up and the gang stalking. Like all these weird things and things they started pushing at me. Coming for my self-esteem hardcore. Sending me the things about HIV. Sending the false narrative about this guy. Just all kinds of stuff. Amping up. Anyway, that's it, y'all. I wanted to show y'all this. That's it, y'all. Talk to you in the next one.